white ball cricket. More of that in a few moments' time. Just like to make sure that the commentary is going out around the ground. There we are. There's my good friend Julian. Good to see you, Julian, and great to see you back at the cricket, waving his hat busily from the Spenkama Pavilion. So we know all the technicals are working, which is great news. We're going to talk cricket in a minute, but before I do, it's a great pleasure, as always, to welcome Richard Ray, my colleague from BBC Radio Leicester, to Hove. Hello, Richard. Good to see you.
Good morning. That's a good start, isn't it? Switch myself on. It's always a great pleasure to come here. It's everybody's favourite trip, and weather forecast is great, isn't it? So
it's just great. Crossed. And I know you were impressed, and we do talk a lot here at Hove about our Sam Wheeler, who's been on the gate here for as many years as I can remember. And you were saying he arrived and he knew your name, and
yeah, absolutely. It's one of the joys of coming here, really, Sam. And he always seems to recognise you from about 50 yards away as well, even in the car from behind the windscreen. And yeah, wouldn't be the same without him, that's for sure.
No, it wouldn't. Well, the news from the middle is that Leicestershire have won the toss. They are going to bowl first. The pitch is set over towards the clock tower scoreboard side of the ground, and we are looking directly wicket to wicket, so no excuses for getting any LBW decisions wrong. There's quite a lot of grass on the pitch. There was 16 mils of grass for the game here against Yorkshire, which was a really good game of cricket that finished in 3 days. But Sussex like to have good carry into the slip cordon. This one, I'm told, has got 14 mils of grass, so slightly less. But Leicestershire have had a look and decided they're going to bowl first. In terms of the team news, the breaking team news for Sussex this morning was that Daniel Hughes was injured on Friday night down at Southampton in a T20, trying to field a ball at short extra cover. The ball hit his thumb. Now we understand that he's had an X-ray, and as far as we understand, it's not broken. He's here, he's on the ground, his hand is strapped up. I understand he's going to have another X-ray tomorrow just to confirm everything is okay. But he's missing this game, and hopeful he'll be back for next Sunday at Wantage Road against Northampton. So that's a shame for Sussex, not least because Tom Clark, who has been opening the batting in the Championship, is also out with a shoulder injury, and we're told that could be another 3 weeks before we see Tom again. So a shift round in the batting order means that Ollie Carter is going to open the batting with Tom Haynes. No Cheteshwar Pujara, obviously he's gone back after the first round of County Championship matches. Nathan McAndrew is the overseas who's coming to the side to replace Jayden Seales. So that's the Sussex team news. What about Leicestershire, Rich?
Yeah, plenty of changes for the Foxes as well. Ian Holland is going to open the batting for the Foxes, or is scheduled to open the batting for the Foxes. Whether once the Sussex first inning is over, they'll change their mind on that. But the all-rounder is going to open with Rishi Patel, Louis Kimber, Lewis Hill, Peter Hanscom, Vian Mulder, Ben Cox. Lewis Goldsworthy is going to make his 4-day debut for the Foxes. He's on loan from Somerset, young left-arm spinner. He's done really well in the T20s as well. Ben Mike, the all-rounder. Scott Curry, who's been the player of the season so far. And the young giant left-arm seamer Josh Hull will also have a bowl as well. Should get it to fairly quickly coming down the hill, you would anticipate from the Foxes' point of view. Does look nicely green tinged, but we know it can be a bit deceptive here at Sussex. But it's cloudy, warm, almost humid out there, so it really should swing this morning.
Yes, I think it's probably a good toss for Leicestershire to win. Just looking at the Sussex side, I'll run through it. So everybody sort of shifted up a place. With Daniel Hughes and Tom Clark not available. So it's Haynes and Carter opening, Alsop, Coles, John Simpson, wicket-keeper and skipper, who's gone up to 5. Then Finn Hudson-Prentice, Danny Lamb, Jack Carson, Nathan McAndrew, Ollie Robinson and Sean Hunt. So I think what we can say is that Sussex side is stacked with all-rounders when you look at Hudson-Prentice, Lamb, Carson, McAndrew, even James Coles, I guess, at 4. But just a feeling... You're always slightly edgy with Sussex when Pujara's not playing because you've got that rock coming in at 4. But he's gone back, he's done his job so far. Just in terms of Leicestershire, looking down the side, I mean, Rishi Patel, I think he's a super player, made a good 100 in the T20 the other night.
Yep, the apparently second fastest by an English player in T20 history. Certainly it matched the Leicestershire record, which was set by Ben Rain. Which, given he's English as well, he must be second as well, joint second. But they are missing quite a few at the moment, the Foxes. But yes, Patel if Curry has been the player of the season, certainly with the ball, then Patel very much so with the bat.
But looking at the side, I mean, one of my favourite cricketers, VM Mulder, in the side, who made the big score down here, a couple of years ago now.
Yes.
That I say ridiculous game, but it was when Leicestershire made 700 odd, wasn't it? Ben Cox, who I think is one of the best keepers on the circuit, coming in at number 7. So I'm looking forward to watching Josh Hull as well. So how do you see this Leicestershire line? Ian Holland, who was at Hampshire, opening the batting.
He's on loan for the season. He hasn't signed up full time with the Foxes, but yeah, that's there'll be a few eyebrows raised at that particular choice up top. But as I say, it's who's available. Still got a few injuries. Tom Scriven's out at the moment. He's been out for some while with a hamstring. Here come the umpires, Paul Baldwin and Neil Pratt, which is pleasing because one is quite small and I won't say round, but squarish, and one is tall and thin, so readily, hopefully from our point of view, identifiable as to which is which.
Well, you'll have to tell me which one is which, because I don't
Well, Neil
know.
Pratt's the taller one.
Thank
Paul is much the shorter of the two, and he's heading down to this sea end of the ground.
Well, as Richard said, it is a cloudy, overcast morning. When I woke up this morning, it was actually blue skies everywhere, but the cloud has filled in. The forecast is good. And the players making their way onto the field. If you want to get in touch with us, it'd be lovely to hear your correspondence throughout the game. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk via email. What's best for you, Rich?
Probably at Fox's Comms 24 is the quickest way. On X. Are we on stream?
We should be.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Is it? We should be. They dialed it all up.
Sussex Cricket.
Yeah, we should all be up. We have got a third voice here as well, which is great news, who is Liam O'Brien, the Sussex disability cricketer who's joined us on several occasions. And I tell you what, you've got to love Liam, because look at this.
Oh no,
yeah,
that's terrible
look at
news.
I'm not sure how many days Liam is here for. You just here for today, Liam? And he's bought a great big box of biscuits.
Well, he's take some of them back with him if there's any left.
That is
well
awesome.
Supplied with biscuits for this.
Yeah,
one,
I know. Even the Sussex lads have bought some up. So, well, it's going to be Josh Hull who's going to get us underway. He's going to come into bowl to the Sussex right-hander Ollie Carter with 3 slips, and he's coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, over the wicket bowls, down the leg side, and taken by Ben Cox. Behind the stumps. It almost feels, where we're sitting, Richard, that we're almost in the game here, doesn't it? We are so close.
Love it. Right behind the bowler's arm or the batter's eye line as well. It doesn't happen often, does it?
No.
But it has happened for this game, and it doesn't half make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, for those sitting over where Julian and the others sitting over in the Spenkarma Pavilion, it's a long way.
Yes.
They're about probably 75, 80 yards from the action, but we benefit today as Josh Hull, very promising left-arm seamer, is in bowls to Carter, who drives to mid-off, and there is no run. I think what will be interesting, I mean, these are professional athletes, but going from the hurly-burly of the T20, Richard, I mean, you guys were playing at Northampton on Friday. I don't know whether they travelled down yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, so they probably stayed overnight in Northampton, and then or may have gone back to Leicester and come back down, but suddenly you're putting away the coloured clothing and the white balls, and it's back to red ball cricket.
Different sort of makeup to the side though. The skipper, Lewis Hill, is back. He doesn't play T20.
Comes Hull over the wicket bowls, and Carter gets the first runs of the day, clipping that one nicely away through square leg, so he's on his way. Good to see Ollie Carter. Hopefully he's back in the runs. He started in the T20 campaign but didn't have a great time of it, and was replaced by Harrison Ward, so he'll be pleased to have got an opportunity at the expense of Daniel Hughes. Just to repeat, if you're just joining us as a Sussex fan, he's we hope it's just badly bruised, his thumb. It's strapped up, he's on the ground today. He's having a further x-ray tomorrow, which hopefully will confirm there's no...
I guess they don't want to take chances, do they? Because he is here primarily for the T20,
well,
isn't he? I mean, that's his...
In comes Hull over the wicket bowls, and Carter struck on the pad. That's not a bad shout. He was full, but I think it was just drifting down the leg side. And there is no run. Yes, he's here for the whole T20 campaign and right through the rest of the season.
Oh, okay.
So it's a good with Cheteshwar Pujara going back after the opening 7 championship games. Daniel Hughes has come in. Nathan McAndrew is here for the rest of the T20 group stages and these 2 championship matches before he goes back to Australia for the start of their domestic season, which seems to start crazy early. And J. David Nudkat, who played for Sussex at the end of last season, will be coming in as the overseas. In comes Hull, who is a tall man. Bowls as wide of the off stump and driven away, and that's going to probably be the first boundary of the morning. No, it's not. It's just stopped about a yard inside the boundary, overpitched by Hull, and Carter easing that through the covers for a single.
That is a short boundary.
Very short. I mean, I don't reckon that's more than
50 at the most.
Yeah.
Wait, 51, 52.
Very, very short on the clock tower scoreboard. For those of you who know Hove, that's sort of the furthest side away from where the players come down the pavilion steps. Which means Tom Haynes on strike. Haven't seen Tom since the game at Lord's. Crumbs, that seems ages ago now in the Championship, because hasn't forced his way into the T20 side. He's been playing a bit of T22s cricket. But he's waiting now with 3 slips. As Hull is in bowls and Haynes lets the ball drift by outside of the off stump. It's the end of the opening. A bit of swing there for Josh Hull. End of the over, 3 without loss. Carter has scored all 3.
Lots of comments, mostly that everybody's very pleased to see some quote-unquote proper cricket back in Whites and 4-day, or potentially 4-day. County Championship's back, hooray, says Brunty. Foxy Phil, you won't be saying that at 130 for 1 at lunch. Which about sums up county cricket followers, don't they? Sort of mix of optimism and pessimism.
Yeah.
Well, Ian Holland's going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the sea end of this fine ground. And
I think he's a good cricketer.
yes, he is. You question whether he's an opening batter and bowler, though. It's gentle, sort of medium-paced stuff from Ian, but maybe, well, 2 quicker bowlers available in both Curry and Mike. Maybe they're going to reserve them for sort of coming down the hill and look to swing it going up the pronounced slope here at Hove. Holland is in and bowls on towards the legs of Carter, who stays on the back foot, works it out towards square leg. Rishi Patel, fresh from his T20 century on Friday night at Wantage Road, is the fielder. Carter did just his 2nd championship appearance, is that right?
Yeah, because with John Simpson coming to the club in the winter and taking over the wicket-keeping gloves.
Waits with bat raised as Holland is in, bowls to him. He leaves outside off stump. It rather dies into the gloves of Ben Cox. Doesn't look to be a huge amount of pace in the pitch from what we've seen so far. Perhaps just needs a couple of hours under the sun, but there isn't any sun at the moment, curiously. When I walked down to the seafront this morning, the ground was under cloud, the seafront was bright and sunny, so it's sort of
strange, isn't it?
A line down the road, down Western Road. In goes Holland and bowls, and it's pumped away down towards the mid-wicket boundary. Hill goes chasing back, slides, drags it back and keeps it to 2 instead of 4, but it was in the air for a while from Carter. You heard the shouts from the Leicestershire players, and that suggests it might just have stopped on him a fraction. Have a look at the replay.
Have I may be thinking of entirely the wrong cricketer. Was Ian Holland born in the States?
Yes, he was. Wisconsin.
Right.
You are thinking of absolutely the right cricketer. Runs away from us, kicking up his heels, orange-soled boots and bowls outside off stump. It is allowed to go through by Carter, stretching forward.
Having said we've got a great view of wicket to wicket, which we have, from where I'm sitting here, right arm over the wicket, I'm looking directly at the back of Paul Baldwin. So I think we're going to have to stand.
We might have to stand a certain, and then we'll probably be told to sit down by the batter.
Well, hopefully they can't see through this glass, we hope.
Reflective. 3 slips for Holland as he goes in and bowls to Carter, who's solidly enough forward. It shapes back in just a touch, so it comes off the thick inside part of the bat, rolls back down the pitch towards Ian Holland. He too has just played the one county championship match for the Foxes. Yet to take a wicket. In he goes. Bowls forward again is cut. Again, thick inside edge. Patel dives to his right to make the stop. Carter took half a step down the pitch, realised that Patel was going to get there, and no point taking any risks. As Haynes agrees, it's the end of the over. No great alarms for either of these 2 Sussex openers in the first 2 overs. 5 without loss. A little bit of swing, as you would hope, from Leicestershire's point of view for Hull. Nothing much there for Holland though, and interesting. I wonder whether Hill is already beginning to scratch his head and think,
It feels like a good day to bowl, doesn't it? The fact that it's overcast, the fact there is a bit of grass on the pitch. This will be the first time Josh Hull has played here.
I would imagine.
Yeah, running down the hill, over the wicket comes in and bowls to Haynes, who plays this on the bounce firmly into the covers, fielded by Mulder, and there is no run. The only reason I ask is that it's sometimes awkward when players haven't played here before. It takes a bit of time to adjust bowling down the hill. Tom Haynes goes down and does a little bit of gardening. Very good morning, wherever you're listening from. You may be watching on the Sussex live stream or listening via the BBC website and app. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Richard Ray and Liam O'Brien, the third member of our commentary team, who's looking very summery at the back of the box. And I have to say, there's Hull is in over the wicket, bowls, and Haynes defends out into the offside. And there is no run. Just for the benefit of our Sussex listeners and those around the ground, tell us a little bit about Leicester's season so far in the Championship, Richard. 7
draws. Probably says it all, really. As you know, probably got away with it thanks to the weather when Sussex came up to Grace Road earlier on in the season. Works both ways, because would certainly have beaten Derby, and he needed a couple of wickets on the final day, but the entire final day was washed out at the county ground in Derby, so they would have had a win and probably a defeat if the weather had played ball.
Comes Hull, bowls, and Haynes is dropped. He's dropped at third slip, and I'm afraid that is a regulation chance where you do all that practice, and Haynes is nibbling at that one outside the off stump. He's gone knee high to third slip, and I'm afraid at this level that's a bad drop. It's easy to say.
I don't think I've seen Curry drop a catch this season at all, and as you say, by slip standards, that was reasonably straightforward, about knee high, just to his right, 2 hands to it. Oh,
well, it's a life, and he's yet to score is Tom Haynes. Hull in and bowls, and Haynes clips this one and gets a run down to fine leg, fielded down in the distance by Rishi Patel. I mean, no slip catch is easy, and you don't mean to be too harsh because he doesn't mean to put it down, but you just think when you've won the toss, that's and he was furious with himself, wasn't he?
He is hard on himself, Curry. He never celebrates when he takes a wicket, or doesn't seem to. He's a very, very serious cricketer. He's had a brilliant season so far, but that clapping his hands together is still fuming about it. That would have been Hull's first class wicket of the season.
Hull in from the Cromwell Road in bowls to Carter, who's forward and punches this to mid wicket, and there is no run. So that's a good point. I should know this, Richard, but I don't. Has he been injured or
no? Just hasn't been. He was injured at the start. Had a little bit of a side problem just at the start of the season, which he possibly could have played if they'd been really desperate for him to play, but they didn't take any chances with him, left him out, so he came in for the game at home to Gloucester. Didn't take any wickets in that game, and they are a batting side, this Foxes side. That's where the strength lies.
Into Carter, let's go. Good read by Josh Hull. Just climbed a bit on Ollie Carter through into the gloves of the wicketkeeper Ben Cox. End of the over. Sussex are 6 without loss. But probably a little fortunate to be Tom Haynes getting a life before he'd scored, put down at third slip by Scott Curry.
And they had Marcus Harris, obviously, as the other overseas player. They've gone with the two batsmen, Hanscom obviously being t'other, and Harris now, I think he's in Italy, probably near where you went somewhere.
Right.
But,
Well, he's just
he's on his holes.
right. Okay.
With his family, his young family, so he's taken the opportunity to see a little bit of Europe before heading back to Australia. Ian Holland will continue from the sea end. He'll be bowling to Tom Haynes for the first time with those 3 slips. Kimber at second has gone out markedly closer than first slip as Holland is in. Bowls outside off stump, slapped away by Haynes. It was full and really got away with it to a certain extent there, Holland, because it went close enough for Ben Mike to reach to his left and make a 3/4 stop. It burst through his hands and trickled another 10 yards, so Haynes did pick up one, but he may feel it should have been 4, and had it been a foot wider of Mike, it would have been 7 without loss. Couple to Haynes. Holland is telling his fine leg hold to go much wider. He's a sort of almost backward square now for Carter, the right-hander, as Holland is in. Bowls to him, thick inside part of the bat, runs out towards mid-wicket. Again, a little bit of movement back in. There should be a little bit in the pitch surely early on.
Yeah,
with a high seam and not marked, but there was just enough there to avoid the middle of the bat, so to speak.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tricky here this morning. There's a bit of movement.
Holland bustles in, bowls, head right over the ball from Carter as he leans forward and blocks it back down the pitch.
Well, Paul Farbrace talks a lot about opportunity and being ready when your opportunity comes. So this is an opportunity that, you know, at the expense of Daniel Hughes, as I say, we hope he's going to be okay for the next game, to come in and make some runs. And when you get a chance, sometimes it can kick-start a season. As you say, he's just played the one championship game so far against Northamptonshire.
Holland is in and bowls outside off stump, worked away off the back foot slightly tentatively by Carter, but he's got it through and it's going to run down towards third man. It's dragged back just inside the ropes. Carter takes 3. It's pointed out to me by a disgruntled Aussie that while Ian Holland was indeed born in Wisconsin, he was actually made at Ringwood Cricket Club in Melbourne, Australia, so he was he's really Australian by upbringing, but happens to have been born in Wisconsin.
Which I've never been to. Have you, Richard?
I've never been to America.
Have you not?
I've been to Canada.
If someone said, "Where's Wisconsin?" It's shameful, isn't it? I wouldn't
central,
actually
doesn't
know.
it? Sounds central. Round the wicket goes Holland and bowls. Haynes gets the ball that's coming on and towards him, but he's very correct. Stands up tall in defence. Both the batsmen in sweaters, actually. Slightly to my surprise. Most of the Leicestershire players in short-sleeved shirts. Isn't quite cracking the flags as it was last year yet. Promises to do so later.
No, it does.
Holland is in and bowls, looking to drive expansively is Haynes. Hits it hard down into the ground. Again, it didn't quite come on, did it? And Holland himself fielded in his follow-through. End of the over. 4th of the innings. There have been alarms, one particularly for Haynes, but he survived it. And as a consequence, Sussex, after 4 overs, are 10 without loss.
You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Back to County Championship cricket. Adrian Harms, Richard Ray and Liam O'Brien will be joining us after 11:30, your commentary team. I'm just looking over to the Sussex Cricket Museum, which will be open for business today. If you're listening around the ground and you're wanting something to do during the the lunch break or the tea break. I'm sure the museum will be open as Hull is in from the Cromwell Road end. Bowles, and Carter drives pleasantly to Widish mid-off and goes through for his 7th run, I think that is. And the total goes up to, well, that scoreboard's gone up already.
It's lightning fast.
This yeah, sorry, it goes to his 9th run. I do apologise.
Could do with being a bit brighter.
It could do with being brighter. I'm glad you said that.
I don't know whether anyone can just twist the dial on it, or whether it's just that's what it is. Scoreboard wasn't working at Wantage Road on Friday.
What, for the T20?
No.
Oh my, what, at all?
No.
Oh my lord, and it ended in a tie.
It did.
In comes Hull over the wicket. Bowles, and Haynes is going to pick up his first boundary. To pick the ball away through square leg, 4 runs, slightly over pitch by Josh Hull, just erring down the leg side, and Haynes able to ease that one away for a boundary. He goes to 6 and Sussex to 15 without loss.
The little one was working by the the sort of station box.
Yeah.
The tiny one, which just gives the total and the wickets really. But no, the big scoreboard, which they do video replays, or used to, it wasn't working at all. Nor was there any food for the media, which was
Generally it's very good.
First in my in my time.
In comes Hull over the wicket. Bowles, and Haynes drives his firmly to mid-off. Good diving stop there. Is that Lewis Hill there?
It is, yeah.
Mid-on, but he can't prevent a single. The total goes to 16 without loss. Yeah, when that happens, Richard, and I find myself driving home from places late at night trying to find a garage that opens to get anything to eat, really. I don't know if you're the same, but I guess from Northampton back up to Leicester isn't it a million miles?
No, it's only now an hour at the most, really. And Wantage Road being in the centre of Northampton, there's usually a chippy or something nearby, but yeah, just shouldn't complain. But I am.
In comes Hull. Over the wicket. Bowles, and more runs here for Carter. Clips this nicely away through square leg. They've taken a couple. They'll think about a third, but there isn't a third there. And Ollie Carter very happy to settle for a couple of runs. He's made a confident enough start. He goes to 11 and Sussex to 18 without loss.
Hull won't be available for next week's game against Middlesex. I think he may be involved in the England team, the sort of county 11 that's been selected for the game against West Indies. That's coming up, 3-day game, I think it is, at Beckenham.
In comes Hull. Bowles. Short, and Carter looks to take this one on and looks to pull it onto the leg side, and he's beaten. He rehearses the shot. He goes through to keeper Cox.
Didn't really get up like he thought it was going to. I think he pulled over the top of the ball. Alfonso Thomas, Leicestershire's head coach and sort of bowling guru, is prowling down below us.
He is, he's watching.
Not always a good sign for the bowlers.
Yes, he's got his beady eye, hasn't he, on what's going on. I haven't described the field, which is poor of me. 3 slips, point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg on an overcast morning here in Hove. And Josh Hull, tall left-arm seamer, coming in down the hill. Bowles to Carter, who plays onto the onside, and there is no run. Who did the over? Sussex have reached 18 without loss, with Haynes on 7, Carter on 11. I was saying off air, Richard, but I was up in your neck of the woods-ish yesterday, or certainly Northampton neck of the woods. Went to Bletchley Park for the day. It was a Christmas present. Hadn't got a voucher and hadn't been there before, and thoroughly recommended. It was a really, really good day. Sometimes you never know with these, but it was brilliantly organised. A fantastic hour-long guided tour around the site. And I had no idea at the height of operations there, 9,000 people were working there. Quite extraordinary. So if anyone's thinking of going, I thoroughly recommend it as a day out.
In Holland. We'll continue from the sea end. He's going to go around the wicket to Tom Haynes. Still got the 3 slips in, goes in and bowls. Haynes edges and it's caught. Well, this time he is caught. This time it's Louis Kimber at second slip. Haynes holds the bat by the blade as he walks off. Knows he was drawn into playing when he didn't possibly need to on that. He went hard hands as well. flew off the outside edge, and Kimber really does have a good pair of hands. They all do actually in the slips. I was amazed when Curry put that one down. Louis Kimber made no mistake. Yeah, he went at it hard, and Kimber just reached to his right and took it very casually indeed. So no one will be more relieved than Scott Curry. But I'm sure Josh Hull will be celebrating, and he's getting a pat on the back from one or two players because he's probably thinking that's my wicket really.
Yeah, frustration for Tom Haynes, who's been in decent nick for Sussex this season, but you just sometimes wonder, don't you, when you have this break in the middle of the season, hasn't played any cricket, or played a bit of T20 second 11 cricket, which I'm not deriding in any way, shape or form, but suddenly coming back in against the red ball on an overcast day in the pitch, doing a little bit, not the easiest. So he's on his way, but out marches Tom Alsop, who has been in very good form in the T20, a very good innings at the Oval. It's always good to beat Surrey at the Oval, and Tom was a big part of that. And he batted very nicely down at the Ageas Bowl on Friday night when Sussex were in a good deal of trouble. And he sort of saw Sussex through those middle overs. Been batting up 5 and 6 in the T20, but coming in at number 3 here today, which is his regulation position. Sussex sort of a batter light really. Cheteshwar Pujara having gone back. No Daniel Hughes due to injury or Tom Clark. So whilst there's plenty of batting in the side, there's a lot of all-rounders in this Sussex side today.
Sometimes feel that every bowler is expected to be an all-rounder now.
Yeah, you're probably right.
And in fairness, most of them are, aren't they? There really are very, very few rabbits. I can't think of any, really. So Holland has picked up his first-class wicket for Leicestershire. In he comes, another left-hander, of course, in the person of Alsop. Holland bowls straight, and Alsop, all care and attention, wait pretty much on the back foot, waiting for the ball. Didn't do anything. Blocked it back down the pitch on the onside. No run. 3 slips, point, cover stroke, extra cover. Ben Mike trying to cover both positions. Hill at mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. In goes Holland and bowls. Alsop leaves outside off stump. Did just drift away, but he started it a little bit too wide there, Holland. And Alsop at this very early stage of his innings, not to be tempted.
A bit of movement there, Richard, again, just away from the left-hander.
Sunlight glider on the stream, talking about famous cricketers from famous sports or famous athletes from Wisconsin. In goes Holland and bowls, edged, caught at second slip. Lovely delivery from Holland. That was a super delivery on off stump, and as Adrian said, the previous ball had just drifted away. That did too, maybe a little bit off the pitch as well. Took the outside edge, not much Alsop could do. He wasn't going hard at it, took the outside edge. He went a little bit lower to Kimber, but 2 in 4 balls for Kimber and for Holland, and suddenly the scoreboard has a very different look to it. Haynes and Alsop both go, caught at second slip in the same over.
Well, we did say 5 or 10 minutes ago that this was tricky this morning. It's overcast here at Hove. There is a bit of grass on the pitch. Leicestershire clearly felt it was a good toss to win and to bowl first. And certainly they've got their rewards. And just watching actually Alfonso Thomas just down below us, he's leaning on the advertising hoardings. No emotion at all as those wickets were taken, but I'm sure he's very pleased. So Tom Alsop, who's been in good form in T20, hasn't transferred that into the championship today, but I think that was a decent delivery. And the new man wandering out is James Coles. In fact, he is applauding now, Alfonso Thomas, I can see, as he and Holland walk back towards his mark.
Just finished that. I started that little.
Yes, sorry.
It's interrupted by something more important, but it's still a good story. The Sunlight Glider recalls a famous Dan Maskell quote when he was talking about the Gullix and tennis twins.
Oh, yes.
He said, Gullix, who used to play doubles together, that's right. They used to play doubles together. And Maskell apparently said, and it's the Gullix and twins, said, both from Wisconsin. Well, yes.
Were they both left-handers?
Do you know, I can't remember. I seem to remember them being sort of sturdy, curly-headed types.
Yes, they were good.
But they were they may well have won Wimbledon a couple of times as a doubles combination. Back to the cricket. Coles comes out to face Ian Holland, who got its line perfectly there to Alsop, to the left-handers, but the right-handed Coles now has got a short mid-wicket. Leicestershire just trying to exert a little bit of extra pressure on the right-hander. In goes Holland and bowls. Coles steps forward and leaves very carefully, lifts his bat right over the line of the ball. Holland 2 for, what's he got at the moment? 2 for 6 from 2.5 overs. Gets also a pat on the behind from his captain, Ian Holland. Slightly angled run, shortish run, bowls outside off stump, similar delivery, and Coles plays exactly the same shot, i.e. doesn't play a shot. Steps forward, lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Alphonso Thomas claps his hands at the end of the over, and why wouldn't he? 2 wickets in it, and no runs from it, I think, so a double wicket maiden for Ian Holland.
Yeah, and showing the value, I think, of pitching the ball up on an overcast morning here at Hove. Liam O'Brien will be back, or will come and replace myself or Richard. You stay on, Richard, because Leicestershire. I'm going to do an update for listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a moment, then I'll make way and Liam can come in for his first stint of the day alongside Richard. Josh Hull is running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road in bowls to Ollie Carter, who drives back down the track, and Hull puts a big left hand down and stops the ball, and there is no run. I say we're coming for an update. Our programmes come from all sorts of different places these days.
They do, don't they? So one is never quite sure. BBC Radio Leicester just reading out scores on a Sunday morning.
Right.
These days.
Hull. How tall is Josh Hull? He looks like he's
6'7".
I was going to say he looks 6 foot and quite a bit. Tall man running in over the wicket, bowls to Carter, who nudges that one down to fine leg, picks up a single. He goes to 13. So it's 12. That score, but he's ridiculously quick today. He goes to 12. The score to 19 for 2.
Size 15 feet.
Really?
Has to have his boots specially made, apparently.
That's almost. Do you remember the Australian swimmer Ian Thorpe? Didn't he have big feet?
The Torpedo.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's why he could go so fast, or one of the reasons. 3 slips in place.
Was it sort of 2000, the Olympics in Sydney?
I think it was, yeah.
Dominant.
Yeah, won umpteen gold medals. 3 men in the covers, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg as Hull makes his way in. Bowls to Coles, who plays uppishly down towards fine leg. Well, it might have been uppishly, but he's picked up a boundary. You're feeling he perhaps should have stopped that.
Well, he got his right hand to it, Goldsworthy, didn't he? He sort of slid, but it wasn't a reaching slide. He was sort of on his sort of haunch, really, and he looked like he was in control. Got a big right hand, got a good right hand to it.
He did.
It does travel quickly down there, doesn't it? Down the slope.
Yes, it does, and he had to come round a fair way. Whereas Ian Holland is bowling a very good line and length at the moment, I think Hull is just perhaps bowling a little too short. We'll be going to an update because I can hear the music in my headphones. There's a change in the field. There's now a shortish mid-wicket in place as Hull makes his way in from the Cromwell Road. It bowls to Coles, who drives back. Was that a chance? I think
yes, it was. Yeah, yes, it was. 2 hands to it, down to his right, and he'll be really disappointed didn't hang on to that. So 2 chances dropped off Hull.
Let's get the latest from the cricket. Adrian Harms is watching the first day of Sussex's game with Leicestershire.
Yes, underway here at Hove under cloudy skies, and Sussex not with the best start. They were asked to bat this morning by Leicestershire, who have already picked up 2 wickets. Sussex are 23 for 2. Tom Haynes out for 7, and Tom Alsop without scoring. So the visitors in the ascendancy here. Meanwhile, Kent playing Lancashire in the first division of the county championship. Kent are 32 without loss. down at Canterbury. Surrey also in action. They're at Worcestershire today, and Surrey in their first innings are 24 for 1. The man Rory Burns without scoring.
What was the applause for there?
The applause was for a boundary as we were chatting away. So yeah, you can come to us again. Yeah, James Coles has just hit a boundary. He was dropped off the previous delivery, but he's just hit a boundary. So Sussex now 27 for 2.
Lovely, thank you.
He sounded surprised then there would be applause at all, didn't he? Rather. Applause at a cricket ground.
So a life for James Coles. I mean, that came back to him, what, sort of knee-ish high?
Yes, it wasn't. He has, as you say, he's a tall man and he had a long way to reach down, but it wasn't exactly sort of just an inch off the ground.
Oh, and again, the free slips go down. He's in and bowls, and Coles lets that run go by outside of the off stump. So update done. I'm going to leave you with Richard, and for the first time this morning, we're going to hear from Liam O'Brien, who's probably been up to something really exciting. He's always going off playing cricket in all sorts of exotic places.
So 27 for 2. Leicestershire will feel, as Liam takes his place alongside, that it should definitely be for 3. And it's looking increasingly, Liam, as though it was a good toss to win. But the fact that that was a sort of caught and bowl chance, and a couple maybe just stopping a little bit with the extra grass on the pitch.
Yeah, I completely agree. I've just been watching in the background here, and it looks like the Sussex batters trying to be positive, and Leicestershire are holding back their length a little bit, so it's quite hard to drive.
Maybe a touch of T20 mode still in the batters' minds, as well as Holland. 2 wickets already to his name, is in and bowls to Carter, who's solidly forward. Back down the pitch it goes towards Ian Holland. Dot ball. Still got that short mid-wicket in for Carter, who has clipped it in the air a couple of occasions through that area. Rishi Patel's in there, clapping his hands together. Curry too, clapping his hands. A few Leicestershire players with reflective glasses perched atop their caps. As Holland is in and bowls down the leg side, comes off, I think, the bat. Let's see if there's a signal. It did come off the bat, and it was in the air as it went past Cox, but he got a fair chunk on it, actually, in fairness, Carter, and would have needed a leg slip to have been in place for there to have been a real chance. Cox didn't dive across to his left, and Carter picks up 4, moves into double figures now. In fact, on to 12. No, on to 16, I beg your pardon. An unhappy baby somewhere on the ground. Don't think it was one of the bowlers. In goes Holland and bowls straight this time. Slightly squared up, Carter, but everything behind it. Plays it back down the wicket on the onside. Patel steps across from that short mid-wicket position to field. Bit of scaffolding on various houses around the ground at the moment. Always something going on around here. Building of some kind. On that Cromwell Road side of the ground. Holland is in. Bowls down the leg side again. Carter sort of gestures at it, but without any really aggressive intent. And this time it is taken by Cox down the left. Obviously to his left. Decent crowd. Sunday morning of the county championship, the return of the championship. Scattered around the ground as Holland is in and bowls on off stump this time. Again, Carter is forward, blocks it down the pitch on the onside, suggesting a little bit of movement back into him. He looks back, checks his position of his off stump. Alfonso Thomas has made his way all the way around the ground. He's now at the top end, the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
I always hated that as a player when your coach is watching you behind.
You were very conscious of it. You're conscious of it, are you?
Absolutely.
Ooh, what's he thinking? Holland is in and bowls outside off stump. I think that was short of Curry. It was almost a deliberate deflection down from Carter. It's going to run down towards third man. First slip is in pursuit. That's Mulder actually going after the ball. He drags it back inside the ropes to Carter. It wasn't a chance, just to make sure, just check the to the replay. Yeah, it was probably a foot short of Curry, who got two hands to it as he tried to stop it, but he was also sort of getting his face out of the way in case it bounced up a little bit, and as a consequence, 2 to Carter. End of the over. 33 for 2 Sussex, 8 overs gone.
Looks like a change in bowling here as well.
Yeah. Hull, 2 chances dropped off him, but it looks like Vian is going to have a bowl. Vian Mulder, the South Africa international.
Perfect. So he'll be coming up from the Cromwell Road end. I've not managed to see this guy bowl yet, but you can already tell the slips. That's my normal tell with a bowler, is with the slips get a bit excited. So I reckon he's going to get the batters playing early on here as he comes in down the hill. Into bowl here, and that's nearly pulled away. Big appeal.
That's clearly a noise of some... Oh, the Leicestershire players are up.
Not happy with that. Yeah, he's gone to do a big pull shot, back of a length delivery, and it's just gone down the leg side, goes into Cox, and there's a big appeal there. I didn't hear anything, but obviously we're quite far away in the commentary box. But there was a big shout there.
Maybe just flicked the hip. But the bat looked fair way from it as he tried to pull it away.
Yeah, that's always one as a slip catcher where you're like, why don't you walk, bat? Just walk. Just trying to guilt trip them a little bit. But yeah, that's good signs early on for Leicestershire here. A lot of chances. So now coming down the hill. Into bowl, and that's blocked away into the offside by Coles. Right on the money straight away there from the South African.
He'll have fond memories of this ground from last season, Vian Mulder, of course. But with the bat rather than with the ball. Made his record first-class score as part of a record county championship partnership with Colin Ackerman, the 2 South Africans. Under cloudless skies, that was though.
Yeah, it's a little bit different today. As now into bowl down the hill, and there's a big appeal there, but it's left over the top of off stump by Coles, and he's getting quite a bit of bounce here, Mulder, early on, trying to really hit that deck, and you can get normally really good carry here at Sussex, which is why batters love it here, because it just comes onto the bat so nicely, but really good signs.
It's curious, isn't it, the way some bowlers, he's not as quick as Hull, but Hull is a slightly sort of different style, or as tall,
yeah.
But he's getting more bounce. Hull is slightly sort of skiddier in an odd way, despite being as tall as he is.
No, I completely agree. It's all in the action, isn't it? He's really trying to hit the deck here. Now he's into bowl again, and he's gone to leave that. There's a bit of extra bounce, and it's caught the edge of the bat while he's trying to leave that. Gone to third slip, and they've tried to do a little run out as well. So it's all going on there. Hard one to commentate on that one with how much is going on, but getting a lot of extra bounce here, Mulder, and you can see it in his action, because I'm probably similar in my style where I'm not the tallest guy in the world, but I get a lot of bounce just because when you come into bowl, you really get over the top of the ball, and it means if you land it nice on the seam, you get a bit of extra lift.
It's good work by Curry, because Coles had sort of wandered down the pitch, and he did have to reach back and put his bat into the crease.
Yeah, great bit of work. So now he's into bowl again, and that's pitched up and blocked into the onside for a single, as I had a deep square leg out for this one. And that would be Carter on strike, who's been very positive early on this morning.
Mulder will be desperate to have some sort of impact. He's likely to go to America after this game to play, but is it called Major League Cricket? I forget.
Yeah, I think
something
so.
Like that. But it's very well remunerated, I understand, so he's going to earn while he can.
Absolutely, why not? And so it's going to be the final ball of the over. Mulder's downhill into bowl here, pitched up, and that's flicked into the onside to Carter. From Carter, and that would be no run. Ended the over 34 for 2. Sussex are. Carter's on 18, Coles on 9, and Leicestershire in the driving seat.
Conditions will improve. They know they've got to make the most of this. It's not the strongest bowling lineup that Leicestershire ever put out, and they've got to take advantage of conditions while they're in their favour. First against third in the county championship. So both these sides are hoping, Sussex with 3 wins to their name, Leicestershire with no wins to their name, but they've been hard to beat. And with those extra points for the draw being back, they've kept themselves involved one way or another. Ian Holland continues this spell from the sea end. In he goes and bowls. Coles is advancing down the pitch. There's a appeal for a catch behind. He's caught down the leg side, strangled down the leg side. Well, if in the previous over Coles got away with one, I don't think he did, although there was an appeal for a catch behind down the leg side. This time there was no doubt in umpire Paul Baldwin's mind. Indeed, it wasn't exactly a celeb appeal. It was seems to have been a fairly clear edge, judging by the Leicestershire reaction, and indeed Coles was already almost walking off straight away, wasn't he? So unlucky.
Great take from the keeper there. Cox is one of my favourite keepers, just glove work wise, always so clean. I think, was he at Worcester before this?
He was, yes,
yeah,
for all his career.
I watched him live quite a few times. We used to play at New Road, and he was really impressive with the bat, but his glove work is so clean, and that's a very smart take. It's gone a long way. It's not a little edge, it's quite a big clip off his pads, and he's still managed to get all the way around and catch that. So that's one as a bowler when you're really glad you've got a keeper like Cox in behind to take all them half chances.
Yeah, Guy Gibson on the stream pointing out that Mulder and Ackerman year before last, not last year. You're perfectly correct, Guy. All blends into one. Some of us. Holland's having a heck of a morning. 3 for 12. Is that right? 3 for 12 from 4.1.
And you've got to give Richard a bit of slack as well, because I was watching him read off them stats, and that's all from memory. He wasn't reading anything off a computer or a screen there, so come a little bit of slack.
Hill wanders across to have a word with Holland. 34 for 3. Sussex. And a couple of catches have gone down. Ollie Carter standing firm at the moment, watches at the other end as new man comes to the crease. It's the skipper, Simpson, another left-hander. Holland was just getting it to move nicely away from the left-handers. In he goes, round the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who is walking forward into the defensive press on off stump. Batted very nicely at Grace Road. I think it's probably fair to say he's been a success since he arrived at Sussex, John Simpson.
Absolutely. I think both performance-wise and personality-wise, I think he's brought a lot of assurance to the team. And Adrian, when he gets back on commentary, will agree. They played a lot more calm and collected this year rather than frantically. So that comes from the captain.
Holland is in bowl. Simpson defensive on the off stump again. Back foot this time, out into the covers it goes. No run. 493 runs. At over 50, 54.77, 10 innings, only one not out, so it's a sort of genuine average. 2 centuries and a 50, and of course a double century to his name already, the former Middlesex man. He's got a job on this morning though, in tricky conditions, as Holland is in, bowls 2, in bowls outside off stump, does hold its own a bit, but started a little bit too wide. Simpson had nothing to do with it.
Just watching here from our unbelievable angle today. Normally the pitches are on the far side of the ground, so we can struggle to see, but we're right behind the bowler. He's coming round the wicket, coming really wide of the crease and pointing the seam towards first slip, just trying to get it to come into the stumps and seam away, and that's where he's got a lot of success early on today.
Probably no more than 12 paces he's run up, goes in and bowls outside off stump. That ball does exactly as Liam described it, but again he just started it too wide.
It's a really tricky skill, because all your momentum when you're going wide of the crease is going towards the slips, so then to try and push the ball back into the stumps and get it to take away, it's so hard to play against if you get it right. And I think that's where Stuart Broad was famous against David Warner for that kind of angle, and left-handers do struggle with right-handers coming around the wicket.
So now he wants it on exactly the same line, but to hoop back in, doesn't he? So Simpson leaves it and it hits his off stump. In goes Holland and bowls, but it is straight on towards middle and leg and worked by Simpson out into the onside. That was asking a bit much, wasn't it, really? End of the over. Another successful one, though, for Ian Holland. 34 for 3, Sussex at the end of it, and Holland looking at figures of 5 overs, a 1 maiden, 3 for 12.
Yeah, if only bowling was that easy, Richard, then we'd all be bowlers.
Thousands of overs trying to do that in club cricket. Some of us probably managed it about once.
Well, I've got the issue at the moment of trying to swing it away, and for some reason it's swinging in, so everyone's like, well, you're bowling booming in swingers, and I'm like, well, I'm trying to swing it away.
I was going to say, don't you say you want? That's exactly what I'm trying to do.
So Mulder into the second over now, and that's an absolute beauty. Going towards off stump, just hits the seam and beats the outside edge of Carter. And we are spoilt with this view today, because you couldn't have had a better angle of that, could we, Richard?
No. And we can see how difficult it is. That was a super delivery on off stump, and well, Neil Pratt has turned and is talking to Leanne Mould as he walks back, and he's got a sort of half smile on his face. There wasn't much Carter could do about that.
Absolutely. It's a great toss to win today for Leicestershire, because the weather's going to be so good the next few days. It's going to be the best chance to take some early wickets here. Mulder to continue down the hill. Wide delivery, swipe by Carter, and that's gone through to Cox, but it was a little bit of a loose delivery. Carter's tried to cut that as hard as he possibly can. Bit of extra bounce from Mulder's just meant it got it over the bat. But there's going to be signs for Leicestershire. If they keep prodding away here, there's a lot of movement off the seams, so it's going to be a tricky one for Sussex. And they've still got Curry to bowl as well, who's been very impressive
Curry's
this year.
been the absolute pick of the bowlers so far this season. I would guess he'll replace Holland, but they won't want to take him Holland off at the moment.
Mulder to continue down the hill into bowl, and that's blocked away nicely into the onside by Carter. I've been watching a lot of Curry this year, because initially when I saw him take some wickets, I thought it was Brad Curry from Sussex who'd been like loaned out.
His brother, yeah.
And so I was watching, and then I saw this right-hander come in, and he was just taking poles and poles and poles, and I've been keeping an eye on him since, because it's a name you keep seeing online, and he's been very impressive, and consistent's the main thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's got better each time. He's topping the average. He's got 20 wickets at under 30. He's the only Leicestershire player to be averaging under 30.
So Mulder to continue, and that is hit through fourth slip, down to third man for 4 runs there. Little bit wide, and Carter's gone to cut that through cover, hit the outside edge and gone down to third man for 4 runs. If I was Leicestershire, I'd be taking out mid-off here and getting an extra slip in or a gully and really going positive, trying to get these last couple of wickets.
I'm inclined to agree. Just a hint of the last couple of shots, the one he missed and that one, just a little bit hint of desperation about sort of Carter throwing his hands at it. Sort of, there's going to be one with my name on sooner rather than later, so I might as well get what I can. I'm not sure that's the right way to go about it.
So Mulder in here to bowl, and that's left well from Carter, and it's really good carry here from Mulder, who's bending his back, and Cox is taking it. Normally keepers, they'll take it around hip height or something. He's really taken it up by his shoulder at times with the amount of carry Mulder's getting. So it's going to be very challenging for Carter, because with this bounce it's hard to drive. And then, I don't know, watching Carter in past few years, he's a very good driver of the ball, leaning into it. So it'll be interesting to see how he manages to fend it here. So Mulder for the last ball of the over, into bowl, and that's blocked nicely into the offside for a single, and that's going to be the end of the over. Great over there from Mulder. Carter's on 23 off 35, Simpson still on 0, Sussex at 39 for 3.
The cloud is pretty solid at the moment. It's, as I say, blew away over the sea, but over the ground, and presumably coming up from across the downs. At the moment there's no obvious break as far as Sussex are concerned, and the batters glancing upwards. We are going to not have a change. I thought we were for a minute then, but Ian Holland just moving his marker across to the right side, because obviously he's going to be bowling to Carter now. Still with the 3 slips over the wicket, bowls onto the hip of Carter, who gets up on his toes and turns it comfortably enough down towards wide long leg, almost feet backwards square. Josh Hull takes the single, gets off strike, probably the best place to be at the moment. And Carter into the 20s now, onto 24, out of 39 for 3.
They have the Leicestershire coaching staff all directly behind the keeper there, watching Holland as he bowls. No pressure.
Round the wicket to John Simpson. Bowls foolish. Simpson drives very pleasantly, doesn't put his full weight into the shot, guides it out. As a consequence, Ben Mike, oh, and it's going to go for 4. Well, Mike slid in front of the electronic scoreboard, got his hand to it, flicked it back, but somehow, I'm not quite sure how, he sort of helped it on its way again as he slid, and then realised what had happened, tried to flick it back for a second time, but he was across the line, and anyway the ball sort of maintained its momentum and went across. So 3 extra runs really, because it probably would have been just the one to Simpson, who's off the mark, but it was a pleasant shot. Holland in again to Simpson, off the back foot, pushed out into the offside. Carter's interested, but Simpson, I think, rightly sent him back. It would have been a unnecessary risk at this stage of an innings.
And I think I love the fact that Holland's still trying to pitch it up and be positive, and I know Simpson's just hit him for a 4, but that's still a win for the bowler, because the way it's swinging and seaming, you want the batters driving. So good shot by Simpson, but slips are going to be excited here.
Holland is in. Simpson leaves, and that was one of those that might just have, if it had held its line, it probably did just move away or just straightened a touch away from the batsman, so it was a safe enough leave, but it wasn't so very far from off stump, and had it held its line or swung back in a bit, might have heard a rattle or from behind him. Simpson, but he looks calm, measured at the moment, very neat at the crease. Simpson just bobs at the knees as Holland is in, bowls to him, he defends nicely, soft hands, guides it wide of third slip, and it is going to be a couple. He turns hoping for a third, but Patel had got back from backward point towards the third man boundary. I don't know whether that's known as the dental build stand or something like that. It used to be the players, for a while it was the players' families had a little place, but there's a little stand has appeared since we were here last. A alphabet stand between it and the...
I think it's the women's pavilion now, if I'm right.
Ah.
Yeah.
Holland in again to Simpson on off stump. Simpson defends out towards backward point. Patel is the fielder. An unsuccessful over for once for Ian Holland. 6 overs he has bowled now. Still got his 3 wickets. Scott Curry is now starting to warm up, so perhaps Holland will take a bit of a breather. 46 now for 3.
I have a memory of having that as a family and players stand area. I think, is it Scott Styrus, the old Kiwi player, came over here a few years ago, and I was just playing cricket with this young girl, like doing like little hitting, and it turns out it was his daughter.
Oh.
They came over afterwards, and we were still just playing for hours. So that was a little starstruck moment for me. As Mulder continued down the hill, flicked into the onside, and there's going to be no run. A square leg just collects that.
Had a year at, well, a T20 year at Leicestershire, Scott. That was, jeepers, that must be 10 years ago now. I remember him winning a game at Essex. He didn't often play Essex.
No, that's a very, very clean strike of the ball, wasn't he?
Solid figure of a man as well. When he hit it, he went a long way.
Yeah. So Mulder continued down the hill here. He's bowled really well so far. Into bowl. And that just squares up Carter, who goes to play on the onside. It nibbles away, and he just opens up his hip there and plays it into the offside. That's always a good sign for a bowler. As soon as you get the batter losing his shape a little bit, that's when the edges and the slips come into play.
Questions on the stream whether this is a pitch like, quote, the Yorkshire pitch. Well, if you guys saw that game, you would know. Yeah, yes, says Adrian very firmly. Which finished in 3 days.
So Mulder to continue down the hill, into bowl here, and that's taken a lot of carry there, into Cox, and Carter has left that, but I mean, he's taken that shoulder high again, and he's quite far back, and obviously you don't have the 30-yard circle here in County Championship cricket, but where the advertising here is, that's not far off where the 30-yard circle would be, and he's taken that on his shoulder, so that's some quick bowling here from Mulder. Really good turnout, just watching the crowd fill up here for Sunday County Championship. Great to see. So Mulder into bowl, and that's left nicely outside the off stump from Carter. And I think Mulder's a bit disappointed with that one. Wants it to be targeting the stumps a little bit more, making Carter play whilst it's seaming around.
Since I was here last, there's a lot of photos and sort of boards, info boards have appeared around the media centre, which look like they come from the museum. Is the museum? Yes, yeah. I thought I recognised a few of them. Is the museum being revamped, or?
No, they were photos that were sort of stacked away.
Oh, okay. Oh, they didn't have room for them. Right.
So Mulder to continue down the hill here, and that's a very loose delivery outside the off stump, left easily from Carter. And the Leicestershire commentator to my right is a bit annoyed by that one, I think. Not impressed.
Last two deliveries. The first, the one that lifted, just needed to be a fraction straighter. It was a beauty, but the last two have been sort of pressure releases, really, in that very safe leaves. And as I say, the sort of lack of depth in the Leicestershire bowling attack makes me feel they've got to make the most of these conditions while they can.
Absolutely agree, but they've still got Curry and Mike to come. Big fan of Mike bowling as well, so still have some threats coming in. So in to continue to bowl, and that's down the leg side, and there's a big swipe from Carter, but Cox takes that comfortably for no run.
He's just struggled a bit since he came to Leicestershire, Vian Mulder, this season. He looks like he's played so much cricket. Obviously was over at the in the West Indies with the South Africa squad. Didn't make the cut for the final sort of World Cup, T20 World Cup squad, but was involved in most of the build-up. Played all winter. He basically plays non-stop.
So to continue down the hill into bowl, and that's pitched up nicely and blocked away comfortably by Carter, and that will be the end of the over. Sussex 48 for 3.
I just feel he kind of looks a little bit like a cricketer who needs a little holiday, a little break, because all the travelling as well. He has an extraordinary amount of travelling.
That's
really tiring as well.
Well, you guys obviously have it with your commentary as well, but as a player myself as well, you can have a game on a Saturday and then also have a 2020 on a Sunday, and that famous recovery time that people tell you about and how to recover, it gets taken away when you're driving 4 hours to your next game and stuff like that, and flights as well take it out of you. And it sounds weird, but my best cricket has always been from when I've played less, because you're fresher.
So Scott Curry is now taking over from Ian Holland. Bowls round the wicket to John Simpson, very, very wide, and will be signalled as such. First wide of the game. Really didn't get that one right. Scott, he won't have possibly bowled here very often. May have played a T20 or two here, I would imagine, for Hampshire, but may not have played first class cricket. It's a different game. Curry runs away from us. Dwarfs Baldwin, bowls outside off stump, getting closer, but again not close enough for Simpson to play a shot. I said this to Lewis Hill about Vian and travel and things like that. Hilly grunting when he travels first class, he says. I.e. nice and easy, but you're still travelling. Although I definitely admit it's more comfortable. In goes Holland and bowls out in Holland. In goes Curry and bowls outside off stump. Tempter, that was. It was foolish. It was kind of there to drive, but Simpson, not at this stage of his innings, lets it go through.
Have you phoned first class before?
Once I got upgraded, going from Kuala Lumpur to Melbourne.
Oh, beautiful.
In goes Curry and bowls on off stump. Oh boy, did it make a difference.
Yeah,
you sleep basically. Bowls and plays it out, so you can sleep. You've got room and you can put the chair back and all that sort of thing.
That's what I found funny is I've had a couple of stories from people that get upgraded, and you ask how it was, and they're like, I don't really know, I fell asleep the whole time.
Yeah, exactly that.
So you could pay 20 grand just to get a good sleep.
There are sometimes when you think it's kind of worth it as well. Curry is in and bowls. That one is straight onto off stump. Coming from round the wicket, Simpson blocks it out into the offside. So Curry this season has bowled in 9 innings. As I say, 20 wickets at just under 30s. But he's also been absolutely the pick in the T20s. He's the top wicket taker in the T20s for Leicestershire. He's barely been out with the bat. You just can't get him out. And he goes round the wicket, outside off some very wide, gets away with it. It was taken by Cox pretty much in front of second slip, so it moved a long way, and that was fairly generous of umpire Baldwin, I would suggest.
I'd be getting my arms out there, I think, signalling a wide. But it's what Holland was trying to do as well, where he's coming wide at the crease and trying to swing it away from Simpson. But it's such a tricky skill to master.
Curry in, bowls straight and blocked by John Simpson out into the offside. So in the end, it could have been worse for Scott Curry. It was something of a range finder. I suspect that over going up the slope.
I feel like Adrian is going to do his stint, and we're going to swap round headphones.
Thank you, Richard. So we've got VM Mulder who's going to carry on down the hill from the Cromwell Road end to bowl to Ollie Carter's and bowls. Carter lets a wide delivery drift past outside the off stump. I share what Richard was saying there actually about wanting to make the most of the conditions this morning. Alfonso Thomas is doing another tour of the ground down below us. Decent crowd here today. It's free entry at Hove here today, which perhaps accounts for there being a good crowd on this opening day. We've got the temporary stands at the far end of the ground, which are here for the T20 matches, and certainly the one nearest to the action is probably, I don't know, 2/3 full, as Mulder again makes his way under cloudy skies in down the hill, bowls to Carter, who defends into the offside, and there is no run. I apologise if you've sent some emails through to sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. My laptop is working, but I'm going to need to call on Liam's expertise at some stage. So I can't find I'm hopeless at this sort of thing. I can't find my favourites file where the emails go into. So I'm going to need Liam to work his IT magic. I reckon you're pretty good at IT, Liam.
Yeah.
Good.
I am the helper in the family if anything goes down.
Brilliant.
So.
Good. Well, you can help me, which will be good news. I'm hopeless. In comes Mulder, running in down the hill. 3 slips go down. He bowls to Carter wide outside the off stump. Again, that'll be frustrating, I think, for the Leicestershire management. Just looking there, because Ben Cox took that ball and immediately felt his side. I hope that's nothing too bad. He's taken off his glove. Well, there's something not quite right there. He just looked like he was maybe stretching something out. Very good morning, wherever you're listening from. Thank you for joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex and Leicester. You may be watching the Sussex live stream. Thank you for Jack, who's doing all the twiddling around with the cameras. So doing a good job. As Mulder is in. Over the wicket, bowls, Carter defends into the offside. No run. It's been a very watchful innings this from Ollie Carter. 24 off 47 deliveries, and just what the doctor ordered in terms of Sussex, having lost those 3 early wickets. Haynes for 7, Allsop without scoring, and Coles for 9. The ball moving around a little bit, overcast skies, a little bit of grass on the pitch. Leicestershire winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, and certainly they would settle for this at the minute.
Absolutely.
Sussex with the reassuring sight of the skipper John Simpson at the non-striker's end, as Mulder is in again. Bowls, and that's short, and the ball balloons over Carter's head, and there is no run. Has that been signalled a no ball? If so, it's the second no ball in consecutive overs that VM Mulder has bowled. Let's just wait for that to go up on the... See, sometimes after 4 deliveries, yes, it has gone up as a no ball. There we go, the 50 up for Sussex. 51 for 3. There's a smattering of applause. There you are. Would you call that a smattering?
I have no idea what smattering means.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Well, it's just a little, I think you would say. If you had a piece of bread and you put some butter on it, you say just a smattering of butter. In comes Mulder. That's not a great delivery down the leg side, and Carter will be annoyed that he missed out of that. And there is no run.
I'd probably call a gentle applause there.
Would you? Yeah, that's a good description. So, I haven't seen you for a while, Liam. You've obviously been off gallivanting, playing cricket all over the place. Have you been anywhere exciting?
Cricket-wise, I've been all over, to be fair. I played against the Army, down in the Army cricket ground.
Oh, where was that, at Aldershot? Or?
Yeah, Aldershot,
okay.
yeah. Just played at Arundel last week against the MCC.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, I'm playing my first game ever at Lords next month.
Oh, wow.
So
How
very
exciting
excited for
is
that.
Wonderful. Well, we'll hear all about that in a minute. In comes Mulder, over the wicket bowls. Carter is going to get 4 runs, but a moral victory for the bowler. To be fair, he played that with soft hands, Ollie Carter. The ball flew in the direction of the slip cordon. I'm not sure he was totally in control of the shot, but he picks up a boundary. He goes to 28, and Sussex to 55 for 2. So you're playing at Lords. Tell us all about that.
So we're playing
Just to make us
against...
jealous.
Well, it's kind of like a dream come true for me. So we're playing against the MCC at Lords. For England Disability, and it's a joint disability team for the first time ever. Okay. So it's going to be 4 players from the physical team, 4 players from the deaf team, and 4 from learning disability, and we're all going to come together as like a ECB chairman's 11 to play against the MCC. So dream come true for me. And Curry continues up the hill, and that's blocked into the offside by Simpson, who's timed that really well. So he's going to come back for 2 here, chased by Patel, I believe, who throws it in. And yeah, smart shot from Simpson, who just opened the face there. So yeah, it's going to be a really good one. We've got like a dinner afterwards in the long room, and it was really tricky because we only allowed 2 guests for that part of it. So I had to, it's kind of like trying to pick your favourite child, as they say. So my mum and girlfriend have got the nod for that one. But it's going to be a very special day, yeah.
Yeah, wonderful. So
Curry to continue round the wicket here to Simpson, who drives it nicely into the offside, but that's picked up comfortably. It's going to be a dot ball.
So what's the format of that game?
It's going to be a 40-40. So all of our England stuff is normally 20-20, but we were saying 2020 is a little bit too short for your first game at Lords.
Yeah.
So can we lengthen it out a bit? So yeah, doing a 40-over game.
What time does that start?
And it's at 12:30, I think the start is. So
don't be late. Don't be late.
Curry to continue round the wicket here, and that's blocked away nicely from Simpson. No, we're staying in the hotel Sunday night. The game's on Monday, and then staying Monday night. And I'm going to try.
The Danubus, is it called? Yeah. Is that the hotel just outside the ground?
Absolutely.
How exciting! You won't sleep.
Oh, no, I know.
I love going to Lords, I have to say. We were there. It wasn't a great game, actually, in the Championship this year because the wicket was so docile. It was impossible to take wickets. But it's a wonderful ground, and to walk out the... when you do the interviews at Lords, I'll tell you in a moment.
Curry into bowl here around the wicket. Big appeal as it hits his pad, but it's not been given.
No, let's go down the leg side.
Going down the leg side.
When you do the interviews at Lords, you have to go down to the far end of the ground, and they're just done on the balcony next to the players' dressing rooms, and so you're overlooking the ground. I mean, it just looks fantastic. And then if you're lucky, sometimes when you go back through the long room and then down onto the pitch, and I think this is as close as I'm ever going to get. Yeah, but it's great. It's a ground that's steeped in history, so I hope that goes well, Liam. I'm sure it will.
Thank you. So Curry into bowl here. That's blocked away nicely from Simpson. I have quite a lot of like emotional things attached to Lords as well, because it was that one bucket list place I'd always wanted to see, and I went on a tour there when I was younger, just to see all the long room. And I think I told you this story before, but the closest I got to it, I thought I'm never going to be able to play here. And so as we were doing the tour, I just quickly put my feet on the grass at the end of it, and I got shouted at loads saying, get off the pitch, but I was like, this will be the only time I get to touch the grass. Curry into bowl here, and that's blocked away nicely from Simpson, and that'll be the end of the over, 57 for 3. So yeah, I said, oh, this will be the only time I ever get to step foot on the grass. And then afterwards, I got a shirt from the Lords shop, and it was an England training shirt, and I wore that to my next. So I was at a cricket academy. I wore that top to the gym the next day. They're like, oh, do you play for the England disabled team? Like, as a joke, because they knew about my disability. I was like, oh, don't be silly, guys. There's not a disabled team. Looked it up, and there was, and that's how I found out about disability cricket. And so it all stemmed. Me now playing for Lords stemmed from me buying a England shirt in the Lords shop. So I got a lot of attachment to that ground, and it's going to be quite a special playing there.
Excellent. Well, I hope it all goes well. VM Mulder's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. If you just joined us here, Sussex trying to dig themselves out of a bit of a hole. 57 for 3, having been asked about this morning by Leicestershire. Mulder is in, bowls to Carter, who defends solidly, foot right to the pitch of the ball. Plays it out into the offside. So that's your trip to Lords. Tell us about some of the other cricket you've been playing.
So yeah, we're doing a lot of cricket against academy teams and against the Army, MCC, for example, gearing up towards a rumoured World Cup at the end of the year in India. So we played in India early this year in a 5-match T20 series, and that was against India, and that was so successful. I think they're going to set up a World Cup in India again. So that's all gearing towards a World Cup in India at the end of the year.
Wow, how exciting is that? In comes Mulder, bowls, Carter. Showing good restraint here, letting the ball go through to keeper Cox. There is no run. I've been impressed by Ollie Carter today. He's had a difficult season. He played in that opening championship match against Northamptonshire. Then didn't get back into the side. He was in the T20 side when it started, but didn't really make an impression. So he's been left out the first few games, and given an opportunity here with Daniel Hughes' injury. But all you could do is take your chance.
Absolutely. He had, I've been watching quite a few. He has had quite a lot of good balls, which sometimes it just happens as a batter, doesn't it?
Hold up, in again, bowls. Again, that's wide of the off stump, going wide. There is still some movement out here for the seamers, but Mulder set that one off outside of the off stump, and the ball swung away into the gloves of Cox, who's shaking. Perhaps he takes his gloves off routinely, Ben Cox. I don't know. I think he's okay, and there is no run.
Yeah, even in the 2020, I feel like one of the games he played in, he got bowled, but it was one that proper swung back in and nipped back, and it's one of those as a batter where it looks hard opening the baton or batting top order and getting out for a few low scores, but he's got quite a few good balls where they've nipped back or caught the edge, so he has been a little bit unlucky as well.
Mulder, and again, bowls to Carter again, lets that go outside the off stump. I'd be quite happy about this, just letting these deliveries pass by outside the off stump. And club cricket, you've been playing some club cricket, I guess?
Yeah, so I've been playing for Brighton Hove this year, so made the move from Preston Nomads, who have been looking very, very strong in the Sussex Premier League. But I just needed a bit more consistent cricket, and with my English stuff last year, because the Preston Nomads team was so strong, I struggled to get into that first team when I'd come back from international duty. So I wanted a consistent season playing for Brighton Hove. We're currently top of the league, and we beat second in the league yesterday quite convincingly. So yeah, it's going really well this year.
In comes Mulder again, bowls, and Carter defends a ball that was a little short. He plays it out to the offside, and there is no run. So that's not in the Premier Division.
No, so it dropped down a couple of divisions. They used to be in the Premier League, and they're having a big push to get back up there after a few unfortunate seasons. And it was a lot of friends that I went to college with were playing there, and so it was quite a nice opportunity to go back, play with my friends, because with the England stuff, it's so intense. You end up not saying not enjoying it, but it's such a pressured environment. It's quite nice just to go back and enjoy my cricket on a Saturday.
Good for you.
It's been really good for me this year.
Mulder, final ball of the over, in over the wicket. Bowls, Carter again lets that go. And from a Sussex point of view, I think Sussex will be quite happy about that, because I think Ollie Carter's only had to play one delivery in that over. It's a maiden over, 57 for 3. Carter 28. Simpson is on 8. So that's good. So you're enjoying your club cricket on a Saturday.
Absolutely, and they're going to be down here today as well. I think there's going to be like 10 of them as well in the pavilion later on today, and I think they're in the hospitality stuff, so I think they're going to have quite a good go at the bar today as well, I think. So I'll give them a little shout out when they get in.
Did you make any runs or take any wickets yesterday?
Oh, I had a stinker yesterday. I got out for one, smashed it straight to deep mid off as Curry comes in to bowl round the wicket. That's blocked away nicely from Simpson. It's quite funny because I have my England helmet on, because I used to have loads of helmets from all the cricket I was playing, but I got rid of them and just thought I'll just wear my England helmet. If I cop a bit of grief, I'll cop a bit of grief. And I came in and they all knew straight away, he's a 2020 player. They put deep mid off out, and I've gone to try and hit it through the offside and just nailed it straight to deep mid off early on. And it was one of those ones I was like, I couldn't even do that again if I tried. But I don't know. It's one of those seasons where I'm batting well, just need to kick on. As Curry comes in, it's flicked on the leg side by Simpson, who scampers for a single and gets Carter on strike. Well ran there from the Sussex batters. But I put a few good scores together for England and a couple of good scores for Brighton Hove, so hopefully I can kick on and get a couple hundreds. But we're looking really good at it halfway through the season, and Crowhurst Park were the team we played yesterday and managed to beat them quite convincingly, so it's all looking good.
Good stuff. What time do those games start?
So they start at 12:30, so I have like a little religious thing where I'll go for a coffee at the Flower Pot Bakery down the road and then go off to my travels and go to the grounds from there, as Curry's into bowl here, and that's blocked away nice from Carter, who's been very patient the last 10 minutes or so. And so yeah, it's quite a nice nice setup because it's 45 overs a game, win-lose cricket rather than the draw things as well, and it means the games go on from about 12:30 till 6, which is quite nice, I think.
Yeah. I'll give you the scores in the other games that are going on. England in action in the World Cup today. They're playing over in Barbados against the United States.
Curry into bowl there, and that's blocked away nicely in the onside.
A bit of a shock with Afghanistan beating Australia.
Did you see the celebrations?
No, I didn't. I imagine they were terrific. Well, Afghanistan making 148 for 6, Australia bowled out for 127. I'm not quite sure where that leaves the competition, if I'm being perfectly honest, in terms of who's likely to... 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 8 bowlers Afghanistan used.
Wow. So Curry to continue up the hill into bowl. One Carter just fends at that one. It nibbles away and goes through to the keeper for a dot ball. But that's very well bowled there from Curry, who's been on the money here this over.
Yeah, I think if you could say to Sussex now, they could, if they could take being just 3 wickets down at lunch, I think they'd probably be pretty pleased with the way the morning has gone. Haynes, Allsop and Cole was the man out for 7, a duck and 9 respectively. At one stage 34 for 3.
So Curry to continue up the hill here, and that's driven into the onside by Carter, who didn't get a hold of that at all, and that's going to be a dot ball. 58 for 3.
Yes, you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex and Leicester. Adrian Harms, Liam O'Brien and Richard Ray, your commentary team. I can see the trestle tables are out in front of the Sussex Cricket Museum. I can see some photographs over there, no doubt some books as well. So just to repeat, if you're on the ground, if you've come in, well, free entry today, so maybe some people who haven't been to the ground before looking for something to do, do have a wander around and have a look at all the wonderful stuff in the Sussex Cricket Museum, all sorts of memorabilia and history of Sussex County Cricket Club. Keith Ridge and his band of volunteers do a wonderful job, so please go and say hello to them. We've got a change of bowling. It's going to be Ben Mike, who's going to come in from the Cromwell Road end.
Big fan of Ben Mike.
He is a big fan. I'm not surprised because Mulder, for me, just hasn't made the batters play enough, Liam.
Completely agree.
John Simpson is on strike. He just says, can you hang on a minute? Just checking exactly where the field is. The Sussex skipper 9 not out. He waits as Mike is running in from the Cromwell Road in, bowls to Simpson, who punches this through the covers for 4 runs.
What a shot that is.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? It was just a bit too short, and Simpson just cracked the ball nicely away through the covers for 4 runs. He made a century in his last game in the County Championship, John Simpson, which he thoroughly enjoyed. At Lord's, his old ground, and he's been yet another very astute signing by Paul Farbrace. He made 167 in that game at Lord's. A drawn game. I mean, the pitch was so flat. It was a very dull game of cricket, to be honest. In the end, you know, not the fault of the players, but Paul Farbrace said it's not the sort of game that's good for county cricket, and I agree with him. Mike in bowls, and Simpson nudges that one onto the onside. I think he got a bit of bat on that. Let's just wait for the umpire's signal whether it came off the thigh pad. It was the thigh pad. Liam knew, and the total goes to 63, Liam.
Yeah, 63 for 3.
Yeah, Richard and I were saying the lights on that scoreboard just need to be a bit brighter today, don't they? So they dull with your young eyes. They probably look all right.
I'm going to go for a no comment here, just to not offend you, if that's okay.
Right. No, that's absolutely fine. 3 slips go down. Ben Mike running in from the Cromwell Road in. For those of you who don't know Hove, it means he's running down the hill. In and bowls, and Carter drives nicely through extra cover. He's going to just pick up a single. That's a good sprawling save by Lewis Hill at mid-off. 1 more to the total. It goes to 64 for 3. So elsewhere in the County Championship, we're really interested in Division 2. At Cardiff, Northamptonshire are 66 for 2. Just make sure that is in Cardiff. Yes, it is. Northamptonshire winning the toss and deciding to bat. At Lord's, Middlesex are having a shocking time, aren't they, in the T20. Won the toss, decided to bat first against Derbyshire. They lost Sam Robson for a duck, but they've recovered to 63 for 1. Stoneman on 30, Max Holden on 29. And Yorkshire playing Gloucestershire at Scarborough this week, where Sussex go in a few weeks' time, actually. In comes Mike Bowles down the leg side. I think John Simpson, I feel he slightly missed. In the end, I think he let that go, but he's just repeating the shot. It's a very short leg side boundary for John Simpson towards the clock tower scoreboard side of the ground. He let that go. Yorkshire are 62 without loss, live on 31. Finley Bean on 22. Yorkshire, many pundits always sort of thought it was nailed on for Yorkshire to get promotion, but they haven't started off well as we go into this second block of matches. Here comes Mike down the hill. Bowls. Did Simpson pull the bat inside the line? I think he probably did.
Yeah.
But it was a good delivery from Ben Mike. It was just slanting across the left-hander, encouraging Simpson to play.
Yeah, I agree.
Those slips would have interested. I think he probably left that. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
I'm a big fan of Ben Mike. I've watched a lot of his cricket through the years, and I feel like he's found his, I don't know if the right thing to say is, but found his home at Leicestershire. I feel like he's got a bit more consistent cricket in, and his action is so pure, isn't it? It's such a nice action to watch.
It's a lovely rhythmic action. He's in over the wicket. Bowls. Oh, and that didn't miss the off stump by very much. It was a good leave by John Simpson. Ultimately, they never tidy over by Ben Mike. He did concede a boundary, but asking one or two questions. End of the over, Sussex 64 for 3. So just a reminder of the county championship. Sussex top halfway through the campaign. Played 709 points. Middlesex 8 points behind on 101. Then Leicestershire on 92. Gloucestershire on 90. Yorkshire are second bottom. They've got 77 points. They're 23 plus 9. Well, that is 31 points behind Sussex as we go into the second half of the championship season.
So Curry into bowl, and that is flicked away unbelievably well there for 6 runs by Carter, who's been very patient this morning and gets one ball on his legs, which is all he's been waiting for, and he takes that all the way into the scoreboard there. So excellent shot there from Carter. That was like test match like patience today, where he's been so patient outside off stump, trying to get the bowler to sneak onto his pads, and as soon as they have, he's smashed it for 6. So great game plan here from Carter, who's brought the bowler to bowl towards him and then punished him. So Curry, how can he fight back? Up the hill, and that's left away nicely from Carter.
Well, good job. Be impressed by Ollie Carter, as we said earlier on. Liam has been given his opportunity, and that's all you can do. And these two rebuilding this Sussex innings now 70 for 3. When they came together, it was 34 for 3. So a partnership of 36.
Yeah. No, Carter's been very impressive because he's had quite a lot of good balls that he's managed to just leave or fend away, and then punish a bad ball like that. Great batting. So Curry into bowl here, and that's left nicely on the offside here.
I wonder whether we might see a return of Ian Holland before lunch, because he's taken all 3 wickets so far and certainly wobbled the ball around a little.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It was one of those spells where he was so patient that Sussex kind of, I don't know how to explain it, chased after him a little bit. It was like, oh, he's going to be the weak link in this bowling, and he ended up being very consistent and taking all the wickets. So Curry into bowl. Short length delivery, and that's blocked away nicely. And I see this big mark on this window. I've always wondered, and I might as well ask, is that from a 2020 ball?
Do you know what? I don't know. No, I think what happened here was, I think there we might have had a bit of paper that we attached with some masking tape. So it looks like it's a broken window, but I don't think it is, Liam.
It's always been like a little intrusive thought of mine to see if it was a big dent in the window or not. So Curry to continue up the hill here, into Carter, and that's blocked away into the offside very compactly for a dot ball.
I can see, unusually, we say this every time we play at Hove, the lack of people who watch the game from their apartments that surround the ground I find quite staggering, really. However, today I can see 2 people standing on the apartments away to our right hand side, and then another gentleman who's right behind the clock tower scoreboard. He must be on tiptoes to see, because the scoreboard is right in front of him.
So Curry to continue up the hill for the final ball of the over, and that's blocked away nicely from Carter. Sussex, great fight back here, 70 for 3. Carter is on 35, Simpson backing him up nicely on 13. I think I just spot the Brighton Hove lads coming in into the hospitality on the right-hand side. So
Right, okay. How come they've got themselves into hospitality? Are they sort of in the know, or?
I'm not too sure, but I had a big invite today. I was like, no, I want to spend my evening and my day with Adrian Harms. So.
Oh, well, I appreciate it. And we haven't even opened your biscuits yet, Liam, which is good. We've got
Well, it's like a religious thing for me. It's always gone well on commentary when I bought biscuits, so
It's fantastic.
why not? And I know I'm not here for the all 4 days, so I thought I'd buy you enough to cover you for the week.
Well, it's even more generous, so thank you for that. We'll have an update to do to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in the next 3 or 4 minutes, but for the time being, it's going to be Ben Mike who's going to come in down the hill to bowl to John Simpson. Simpson defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. 3 slips, deep backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As Ben Mike wanders back in his second over. Just to reiterate, Leicestershire winning the toss this morning, deciding to bowl first. Ian Holland picking up all 3 wickets with a very fine spell of bowling from the C end of the ground, accounting for Haynes for 7, Allsop without scoring, and James Coles for 9. But Simpson, the skipper, is leading the fight back as Mike is in, bowls to Simpson, who just nurdles that onto the leg side and picks up a single. The ball just drifts back to the square on the onside. 71 for 3. When the emails start to work, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. We've probably had some, but apologies, listeners, I'm struggling to access the inbox, so Liam is going to do his bit when he comes on commentary.
I'll come and help over afterwards. I've got some hot food to eat next, so
have you?
You might have to mind that in case I have like a breath like a dragon. It's too hot for you, but
oh right,
I'll give you
wait, I don't know.
give you a hand.
I like hot food. In comes Mike, bowls. Carter lets that one go outside the off stump, taken shoulder high by Ben Cox, and there is no run. You bought your own food?
Yeah, I love like spicy chorizo and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm a bit of a foodie, where that's my issue with all my fitness and stuff like that is food.
Let's put the
Oh, sorry, someone's going on with
No, no,
headphones.
that's-
Yeah,
no,
no,
that's
I'm a
okay.
big foodie, so I love my Spanish chorizo.
I
and
love Spanish chorizo. I love paella.
Spicy, paella's is the best, isn't it? A bit of chicken, bit of chorizo, nothing better, is there, Adrian?
No, I'm a big fan. Richard probably is as well, because he spends a bit of time in Spain. And he comes Mike bowls that he does beat Carter there. We said in the last over we gave John Simpson the benefit of the doubt, but Ollie Carter definitely played at that.
Yeah,
And
that's
there's no
really well
one,
bowled.
71 for 3. I mean, I know obviously Spain is famous for tapas, but I think in northern Spain, talking to someone recently who went to San Sebastian,
Oh, nice.
and I think you fly to Bilbao and get a bus to San, and I think, is it called Pinchos? I bet Richard will know. And I think that's their version of tapas, and it's the food is meant to be beautiful in San Sebastian, so you need to get yourself out there, Liam.
Absolutely.
In comes Mike, running in down the hill bowls. Carter, we played at that as well. The 2 in a row that Ollie Carter has, fortunately for him, not got a little nick on.
Big difference here with Mike is he's not trying to swing the ball, and so Carter's found it very comfortable leaving it when it's been swinging because he can see it out the hand. But Mike is going to seam up here and just trying to go straight onto the stumps and seam it away, and that's why Carter's playing, because it looks like it's going to go straight into his bat and then just nibbles away at the end. So it's really well bowled here from Mike, who's got a great action and really hitting the deck here and getting a lot of life out of the pitch. So Carter's got to be very wary here.
Mike in bowls. That's a good delivery. Well pitched up to Ollie Carter. Plays it away into the offside. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 71 for 3. 35 to Carter. 14 to Simpson. We'll let Liam go and enjoy his chorizo or whatever it is. Richard Ray is going to come back with us on commentary. Thank you, Liam. We'll see you
after lunch.
We'll see you after lunch. Yep.
Perfect.
After you've done your IT bit for me. No such thing as a free lunch, as they say. And Richard Ray's going to come back into the commentary box in a couple of moments' time, but it is going to be Scott Curry in the meantime, who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. Have you been for a little stroll, Rich, or did you?
I went up top.
Oh, did you?
Perfect vision.
Do you mind if I pick up the commentary just so I can do this update? His in comes Curry, and that's a lovely shot by Simpson. Over pitch by Scott Curry, and John Simpson drove the ball beautifully away through the offside. So the Sussex recovery continues here. These two have now had 41 for the 4th wicket, and a nice shot by John Simpson, punching that ball away through the covers for 4 runs. I just wondered whether we were just speculating whether we might see Ian Holland back into the attack before
I was hoping to, yeah.
before lunch, because he bowled so well this morning. Curry round the wicket, bowls. Simpson drives into the offside. Well, think about it, he wanted a single, did John Simpson, and Ollie Carter was at the non-striker's end. I think quite right to send his skipper back, because that was straight into the covers. John Simpson looks at his bat, but I'm not sure there was a single there, because Ben Mike was onto the ball very quickly in the last thing Sussex would want here to be a run out, having sort of managed to steady the ship a little bit after losing those first 3 wickets for just 34. Curry in bowl, down the leg side, and taken by Ben Cox a long way down the leg side. Impossible for us to tell from here whether that flicked the gloves. Clearly Curry thought he had. Yes, and something of a recovery here by Sussex, who at one stage were 34 for 3, they're now 75 for 3. The recovery being led by Ollie Carter, who's unusually opening the batting in the Championship for Sussex due to injuries. He's 35, no doubt. The skipper, John Simpson, is looking into good touch. He's 18, not out. Meanwhile, down at Canterbury, Kent have lost a couple of wickets. They're now 71 for 2 against Lancashire. And down at Worcester, the leaders of the County Championship, Surrey, have also lost a couple of wickets. They're 58 for 2 against Worcestershire. Go.
Yeah, it's just a sense that if these two can get through until lunch, it will almost be Sussex's morning, really, in the circumstances. Leicestershire in danger of missing their opportunity.
Here comes Curry round the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who defends onto the onside. I don't know if they can hear us in the studio, but if they could turn off the music, that would be great. In the meantime, I will just pull these out. Richard, does that stop the music? Does that stop the music?
It has, yes.
Wonderful. There's still cloud cover. I think the clouds are just a little higher maybe than they were earlier on, but it's still overcast. I can't see any blue sky at all as Curry is in bowls to Simpson, who's defending to mid-off, fielded there by Lewis Hill. It's the end of the over from Curry, who has bowled 5 overs, no mains, no wicket for 14. Sussex 75 for 3, Carter 35, Simpson 18, and these two have been very watchful.
Understandably so, and they're doing a very good job for their side. Came together and the score was 34, and James Coles was caught, unluckily, really strangled down the leg side off the bowling of Holland by Cox. But in deep trouble at that stage. I mean, still to certain, if they lose one more before lunch, lest you'll feel that they have justified Hill's decision, which had to be the right one to bowl first. Mike has been better against the right-handed Carter. Let's see if he can continue from the Cromwell Road end down the slopey bowls. And outside off stump, a big booming attempt at a sort of square drive from Carter that misses. Flung everything at that one, and John Simpson walks down and gives him a little bit of a look, doesn't say anything, the skipper. And Carter just keeps his head down, just avoids catching his skipper's eye, I suspect there.
I think having battled through this morning, the last thing you want to do is give your wicket away with a poor shot like that.
Played one glorious sort of pick-up off Curry for 6, didn't it?
He did.
Just a couple of overs ago. Fairly whistled over the square leg boundary. Mike is in, bowls outside off stump, and again Carter is beaten on the outside edge four times. I make it in the last 5 deliveries from Mike. Carter has played and missed, albeit one of them was throwing his hands at the ball, but there were 3 genuine sort of pokes and misses.
He's bowling well here, Ben Mike, hasn't he? He just got his line right. I didn't quite feel that VM Mulder got his line quite right earlier on.
No, the consensus from the Leicestershire supporters was he was trying to bowl a little bit too fast, getting a little bit excited by the bounce and the carry that he was finding. In he goes and bowls. Mike, that is outside off stump this time. Carter leaves, and Holland is just starting to windmill his arms and stretch the old hamstrings off at mid-wicket. Yeah, me either. Ben Mike this season, 17 championship wickets in 8 bowling innings. Expensive, it's got to be said, at 40s, but still second only to Scott Curry in terms of number of wickets. Only 2 Leicestershire bowlers have sort of taken more than 8 wickets this season, one of whom, Tom Scriven, is out of action at the moment with a hamstring injury. In goes Mike and bowls outside off stump. Again, Carter leaves. Sorry, Scriven hasn't taken more than 10, but he's
I like
got
Scriven.
8 to his. Yeah, he very had a super season last season. 40 wickets did he? Or 32? Can't remember. He was second in to Chris Wright in the number of wickets taken for the Foxes, but they're missing him. He's a genuine all-rounder, and they're missing his swing bowling early, and they've sent Holland back to deep square, the Foxes. So Mike is saying, right, I'm going to bounce you, see if you can hook it. And he started his run up, but something wasn't quite right. Carter looked as though he was ready, so Mike returns to the top of his mark. Little steps to start, then gets into his run, bowls. Carter gets a full delivery on off stump that he pushes firmly out to mid-off, doesn't try and drive it, rehearses the shot.
It was a really good game here, wasn't there, last year, with Sussex and Leicestershire? Not the run fest of the year before, but Leicestershire. I'm looking
almost chased down 500.
They did. It was a terrific game of cricket, and Scriven was part of that chase.
He was. He made 70 odd in the second dig, I think.
Yeah, I'm just going to check the actual details of that game, because it was a terrific game of cricket. It really was.
Yeah.
There we are. Yeah, September last year.
Mike is in and bowls full toss, takes a thick out. It swings a bit low, and it stays a bit. It came quite low too. Carter was looking initially to work it out into the leg side, clip it away. It swung, took the thick outside edge, bounced a couple of times, was stopped by Curry at third slip. An odd delivery all round.
Yeah, in that game, Leicestershire in their second innings were chasing down 498 to win.
Yeah.
And they got 483. And at one stage, they were 48 for 2. Well, in fact, they were 73 for 3. In fact, is that right?
I've got a Wisden here, so...
Yeah, sorry, in their second innings, they were 16 for 2 at one stage. But finished on 483, and Tom Scriven made 78 in the second innings. It was a terrific game of cricket.
It was. It got quite fraught at the end, as I recall.
Oh, it did. Yes, it did. Yes, some of the Sussex boys got in trouble. I remember that. Yeah, there was some discipline.
Paul Farbrace left a couple out for the next game.
He did. Yeah. Ian Holland is back into the attack. Bowls to Simpson, who plays into the offside. They have to get a bit of a move on here, will Ollie? Kind of. Oh, it's the stumps. Well, he was. I'm not sure if it's on his heels there a bit, Ollie Carter. It was played out into the offside by Simpson, who called him through for a single. He's now wandering down to say to Ollie Carter, well, it could be, come on, you need to be on your toes, or it could be, sorry about that, there wasn't really a single there, but the throw from the covers hit the stumps.
I think he was right, there was a single there, but you're absolutely right. Carter was sort of ball watching a bit, and he was on his heels, and Simpson sort of went straight away. Carter eventually responded, and he made his ground despite Mike's underarm throw hitting the stump, so there certainly was a single there, but because of his slow reaction, it was only just. So.
Yes, totally. He would have been thinking, oh, crumbs, I'm going to be short of my ground here. Holland has changed the angle of attack for the right-handed Carter. He's coming over the wicket. He's in on bowls. Carter lets that go outside the off-stump. No run. We were talking about Spanish food. You want to know a bit about Spanish food, Richard? Jamie Burnett, who's the Sussex press officer, says it's called Pint-Ox, which is Pintxos in San Sebastian. He went there for his honeymoon last year. Also, congratulations, Jamie, it's your first wedding anniversary today. And a shout out to your wife who's at home today. I hope you're going out for a nice meal tonight, Jamie. Or something. In comes Holland and bowls. Carter defends down the offside of the track. There is no run. Also, I think
it's Pinchos in is it Escobar, the Basque language. So he's right.
Right.
But it's also Pinchos as in Castilian.
Right.
So, but Jamie's absolutely right.
I think the first wedding anniversary is in that paper. I think it is.
It was so long ago, I don't remember.
No, every wedding anniversary's got some sort of. In comes Holland bowls and Carter. Well, though he's batted 3 or 4 times, he's actually thrown the kitchen sink at balls outside the off stump. And John Simpson is coming down having a word. Well, he's just a little look. No need to pay that shot, really. He's battled through to lunch. I suppose, conversely, if that goes roaring through cover for 4 runs, I say what a beautiful shot. But he has missed out on 3 or 4 occasions. Slightly wild-looking shot. Holland in again. Bowls, leg outside the off stump by Carter, no run. Yeah, I think every wedding anniversary is signified by something. So I do know the first one is paper, so you need to buy something with paper for your wife, Jamie.
What are you up to now?
Oh, a lot more than that. Yeah.
Well, coming up to 34.
Right, yeah. Not far off 40 now. A lot of years, isn't it?
How will they put up with us for that long?
I've got no idea. In comes Holland, bowls and defended by Carter down the onside of the track. And there is no run. So it's the end of the over. Ian Holland back into the attack. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 20. Unsurprisingly, he has been the pick of the Leicestershire bowlers. Sussex 76 for 3 have sort of dug themselves sort of halfway out the hole, really.
Yeah, I think Simpson will be reasonably pleased in the circumstances with where they're at now. And as I say, if they can get through to lunch, then it's very much an even morning, if not Sussex's. And congratulations to Sussex on the initiative of free entry, and it's attracted a really good.
It's been a good crowd.
Yeah,
it has.
Hopefully that'll be repaid in the use of the various outlets and catering facilities. Ben Mike looking to try and pick up a 4th wicket of the morning for Leicestershire. In he goes, bowls to Simpson down the leg side. Simpson steps across, doesn't try and play at the ball, taken by the platinum-haired Cox away to his right, sticking out from under his green Leicestershire cap.
Did you see, he threw that in the direction of the fielder who is at cover. And the cover fielder, who's that out
Holland.
there? Okay, didn't realise.
He's much amused by it.
Yes, he didn't realise, and they probably shouted out, "Balls, watch out!" And anyway, he's okay. Mike again. Sorry, is it me? It's you.
No, it's
sorry.
me. He pounds in and bowls, and
Oh,
he's
it's out.
hoped for a leg before, pitched outside a leg for me. And it isn't out, says umpire Pratt from me, and we are perfectly positioned.
It would have
pitched outside the line.
Yeah, I mean, it would have hit the stumps. But you called it correctly, Richard, and
Yes.
I didn't.
Well,
It's good delivery. I think he's bowled quite well here, Ben Mike, to be honest. There's a good shout.
I don't know. It swung late. It might have just swung a bit too much. I don't know. It might just have pitched on and swung back into the left-hander. But if it did swing, having pitched on leg, then it probably just did a little bit too much, if anything. Looked high-ish as well. But it is, yeah, Ben's bowling a little bit better than he has done in T20 of late. Different discipline, of course. Bowls fuller this time and draws Simpson forward on middle and off stumps. He defends carefully out to Josh Hull, who's at mid-off. It was worth the shout, though, that's for sure.
Yes, when were we up at Leicester? It was second game of the season.
It was
wasn't it?
early, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where the weeks go. I mean, it doesn't seem like it was that long ago, actually. But you're right. It
Wasn't really. It was only a couple of months
Yeah.
ago, wasn't it? It was 8 weeks or so. Now we finally found some summer. Here
Yes.
goes Mike and bowls. Simpson is forward on off stump, playing it out through the vacant point area. Takes the first one quickly, thinking might be a second in there. Lewis Goldsworthy comes running in field and makes sure it is just one.
I do like John Simpson. He's got a very positive attitude to his cricket, and immediately then I think Ollie Carter had settled for the single, which it was in the end, and it shouldn't have been anymore. But Simpson's always looking to put pressure on fielders. You know, he ran that first run as if his life depended on it. I like to see that, because you never know. You put pressure on the fielder, misfield, and he can come back for a 2.
Mike, who's troubled Carter a couple of times, is in, bowls, thick leading edge that he's trying to turn it into the leg side. Again, Mike's getting swing that others aren't, and it swung back towards the right-handers, sort of off stump from around about leg, was swung towards middle. He was looking to play it on the leg side, got a big leading edge, and it lobbed up towards extra cover. Fell well short of Hill in the end, coming in from sort of wide-ish mid-off, but again, Carter has lived dangerously in recent overs against Ben Mike. And Mike has sent Holland back from mid-wicket to deep square. So he's going to try and do that again, and he's in and bowls, and Carter swings and misses outside off stump again. So, having made a very good impression the first sort of hour and a quarter, hour and a sort of 20 minutes, last 20 minutes, Ollie Carter's struggled a little bit. He's been beaten outside the off stump on any number of occasions and thrown his hands at the ball a few times and missed as well. But he's still there. 35 not out of 84 balls, and in those terms he's done a wonderful job for his side in tricky conditions.
Yeah, I would agree entirely. He seems to have lost his way a bit in the last 20 minutes or so. I mean, that must be, during the morning, half a dozen times he's played and missed outside the off stump, but absolutely throwing the kitchen sink at it every time. Anyway, he's still there. The sun is just trying to come out as Ian Holland comes in, bowls to Simpson, who's steadfastly behind that and plays to mid-on. And there is no run. John Simpson will have his eyes on lunch. 10 minutes to go. They won't want to lose another wicket now.
Do you think we ought to move Liam's, quote, extremely chocolatey biscuit selection, which might be getting quite warm?
Yes, I think we will. We'll move it. Yes.
They might be quite melted.
Yes, the air conditioning isn't working here either. In comes Holland bowl. Simpson defends into the offside, and there is no run.
From what he said, it would be doing him a favour if we eat them. So, you know.
Yeah, totally. I'm sure they will get eaten over 4 days, I'm sure. For our listeners, it's one of those sort of packs of biscuits that you might buy someone at Christmas.
A lot of calories in there.
A lot, yeah. We'll be all right there, Richard. We don't need to worry. In comes Holland bowls. Simpson defends into the onside. There is no run. He has been a really good acquisition for Sussex as John Simpson for any number of reasons. With no disrespect to Ollie Carter, I think time will come as a keeper. Sussex really did need a top-class wicket keeper, which is absolutely what you get with Simpson. Holland in again, bowl. Simpson drives into the offside, and there is no run. You get that bags of experience.
And that sort of calm head as well.
Yes, totally. And the game here against Yorkshire, which was we were talking about it earlier. It's a 3-day game. People think, perhaps it wasn't a great wicket. There was nothing wrong with the wicket. It was a wicket that gave the bowlers a bit of a chance, but it was a game that ebbed and flowed, and at one stage it looked as if Yorkshire were going to get over the line and win the match. Holland in again, bowl. Simpson clips beautifully, and that's going to run away for 4 runs. Clipped away through mid-on. It's racing towards the boundary, and it's just going to get there ahead of, is that Josh Hull who's chasing that? Yeah, tall figure of Josh Hull. Lovely shot by Simpson, clipping the ball away through mid-on, and whilst we said he was perhaps playing for lunch, that was an opportunity to score, and he takes it. He goes to 24, 81 for 3. But the impressive thing was how he changed the bowling around. Sussex were under a bit of pressure, and he kept his head and he kept his nerve. Holland in bowls. Simpson, he repeats the shot. He's going to pick up at least one. A good bit of fielding by Hull, actually. It was a good tumbling save. He's a big man. He got down quickly, and Simpson, on this occasion, has to settle for a single. Simpson to 25. Sussex to 82 for 3. So a partnership between these two of 48.
Worth a bit more than that, you sort of feel as well. In the circumstances, it's been hard going. Even Simpson's been beaten once or twice, but it must be wonderful to bat with someone like that.
Yeah, and I think it's probably good here for Ollie Carter as well. It's someone I think he's someone who just has a quiet word, John Simpson. And come on, we're 5 minutes or so away from lunch. Well, a bit more than that actually. 7 or 8 minutes away from lunch.
Mike, still striving for his first wicket of the morning, is in. Bowls on off stump to Simpson, who's solidly forward, playing it out to Hull at mid-off.
And he's clearly a very popular cricketer as well, Richard. We were at Lords for the last county championship game, and they've got the nets out the back of the nursery end, and I was sort of standing there before play every day just watching the players warm up. And the amount of Middlesex players and personnel who are all going over, shaking his hand. He's obviously clearly a very popular figure at Lords, and we've got to give credit to Farbrace convincing him to come down here to Hove.
Waits with bat raised as Mike bowls, and Simpson lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it bounce through to Cox. Good Benny shouts somebody in the slips. Hanscomers at first. Kimber at second. Curry at third. We had those 3 slips throughout the morning, Leicestershire.
I think if you're Leicestershire, if you win the toss and you put the other side in, if you picked up 3 wickets before lunch, I think you're pretty pleased, but they might just feel from 34 for 3, they might have just felt they might have taken a couple more.
Yeah, I agree. Mike is in and bowls straight, and Simpson stylish flourish as he blocks that one out to mid-on. The building of the sort of temporary stands for the T20 up at the Cromwell Road side of the ground means that the deck chairs that have always been a feature of county championship games at that side of the ground when we've been here in the past, which has tended to be sort of not in the middle of the T20s. They're absent, and it looks a little bit odd. In goes Mike and bowls onto the legs of John Simpson. He turns it out to mid-wicket this time, where Vian Mulder is the fielder, but Sussex understandably maximising the number of seats sold for the T20s, which I'm sure have been well attended.
Yeah, they have. The game here against Surrey was a sellout, but Surrey always sells out. The attendance against Kent would have been disappointing, I think, in the week. It did clash with the England game. I mean, mind you, it was a much better game of cricket than it was football. But that was a 5 o'clock kickoff. The game started at 7, so that may have affected the attendance on whatever night it was, Thursday night.
Mike is in, bowls very full to John Simpson, one of those sort of Yorker length deliveries outside off stump that do very well in T20. Simpson did try to sort of drive it away square behind square on the offside, didn't get anything on it.
We had this conversation on Friday night as well down at the Aegeus Bowl, or whatever it's called these days, because it was probably no more than a third full down at Hampshire. And I know it's a big ground, but and even when Sussex played at the Oval, it wasn't full either.
Mike in, bowls, bouncer, rather loops up into the gloves. In fact, it's a no ball.
And we were having this conversation, Richard, and I know that a lot of counties, and Sussex included, like the idea of 7 T20s because they're terrific for revenue and money. That's the 50 partnership. Yep. But I mean, the costs of putting on a game, and I just wonder whether 50 and 109 balls for 71 minutes. Good recovery by these two. The cost of putting on a game, I wonder if you're better off having less games and filling the ground for each game rather than having 2 or 3 games where the attendances aren't very good, because the costs must be the same of stewards and everything else.
Mike into Simpson, who is looking to drive, then he's raising his eyes to the heavens because it might just have swung back in. It took a thick inside part of the bat and rather skewed off towards mid-on. He remains then on 25 of 55 balls. Carter has 35 off 84, and they are now well within sight of steering the martlets, as very few people I suspect refer to them, Sussex,
no, they don't.
towards lunch.
Yeah. So just talking about T20 cricket for a while, when you play in the Northern Group, are there 2 counties regularly you don't play twice? Because I think it is a bit of a nonsense, really, isn't it? You'll have 2 counties you only play once against.
Correct, yeah.
Ian Holland's running away from us up the hill in and bowls to Carter, who defends solidly onto the offside no run.
It's quite often we only play Lancashire once for some reason. I don't know quite why that is. I'm not sure who the other side is. We always play the sort of local, the derbies, so to speak, literally.
Yes.
in the case of Leicestershire against Derbyshire, but also Nottinghamshire and Northamptonshire, all being pretty much adjacent.
Holland in bowls, Carter defends onto the onside, and there is no runs. I know there's a lot of debate about schedules and everything else, and I completely understand why counties want 7 games. I'm just trying to make the point that if you're not filling the ground for those 7 games, you're not better maybe condensing that to 5 games and getting the same amount of revenue in, and presumably keeping your costs down a bit. But I'm sure there are far better brains than mine that work those things out. In comes Holland, bowls, Carter defends, To Backwell Point, there is no run. In this over, Ollie Carter has been a lot more circumspect. I just wonder whether the skipper just had a little word in his ear.
Pointed at the clock, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the...
One more over after this.
Yeah. I ought to be able to see whether digital... Yeah, 12:57. It says. It's still not very bright, those numbers, are they?
No.
They are quite dull today. Carter waits, 3 slips go down, nice buzz around the ground. From a decent crowd as Holland is in bowls, and Carter again is defensively forward, plays out into the offside, and there is no run.
I wonder if there are a few youngsters for whom this is the first experience of Championship cricket.
Yeah, might well
having
be.
been to T20 beforehand and wondering why the players aren't trying to hit every ball for 6.
Yeah. What sort of crowds have you had at Leicester for the T20, Richard? Let's break off as Holland is on his way. Bowls, and Carter again defends with a high left elbow, punches the ball back down the track, no run.
I think reasonable rather than spectacular. I would suggest better, obviously, this season than last season, because it was such a struggle last season when the Foxes only won 2 T20 games throughout the entirety of the season, Durham home and Durham away. They've been much more competitive this season, so there is certainly a lot more local interest in how they're getting on.
Yeah. Holland in bowls, Carter defends. Good tight cricket from Ian Holland, well negotiated by Ollie Carter, but the interesting thing there with Holland, as opposed, perhaps, it's not a criticism, but perhaps of Mulder, is that he's making the batters play here. End of the over, 84 for 3, but as Richard said, we'll have one more over before lunch.
Which will be bowled by Benjamin Munro Whitworth Mike. Splendid set of names.
I would suggest an early getaway to the to Greg's.
Oh right, okay.
Because
might be busy.
Might be busy. Yeah.
Oh well. We will take our chances. In goes Mike over the wicket to the left-handed Simpson, who's driving pleasantly down into the ground. Bounces up nicely though for Holland in the covers to field, and he does. He just checked the shot slightly there. John Simpson. He obviously doesn't want to give it away now. 84 for 3. There'll be those who look at the scoreboard and say, well, Leicestershire won the toss, put Sussex in, so probably had the best of it. I would say that it's much more even than that, and the fact that there's a ongoing unbeaten partnership that's gone past 50. Mike is in and bowls very full outside off stump. Simpson has nothing to do with it, lets it go, and then walks around the stumps out towards short leg. You say the first hour then was probably Leicestershire's, but the second hour very much that of the home team. I think the round of applause that will greet Carter and Simpson when they leave the field will be warm. A few gulls wheeling overhead, of course, as Mike is in and bowls straight to Simpson, who defends on the back foot out into the covers. Holland picks up. Mike's bowled quite tightly. He tends to go the distance in T20. He's found a much more consistent length with the red ball than he tends to with the white ball. Been a mixed season for Ben so far. Started well. Just hasn't quite happened from in the T20s so far. So he'll probably be glad to have the red ball in his hands. In he goes and bowled. Beautiful delivery, pushed across Simpson and beats him on the outside edge. That was a lovely delivery. Just moved away as well. A touch. Simpson drawn into playing a defensive shot. Went past the outside edge. Lewis Hill walks across and gives Mike a pat on the back. Deserved. There's a little plane heads probably towards. There's one. Is it Shoreham? There's a little airport, isn't there? Just up the coast from us. Mike is in and bowls straight to Simpson, who's solidly behind it. Again, that little something of a flourish from Simpson, having blocked that one out towards towards Hill at wideish mid-on. And ball to go in the morning session. 84 for 3. Carter 35, Simpson 25.
Yeah, it was that we had Richard 20. This is the 27th, I think.
29th.
29th.
So they are behind, but not quite as badly as it might have feared. Mike down the hill. Bowls outside off. Oh, shape back in a bit. That was a good lead from Simpson and Mike. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from the county ground here in Hove, the afternoon session on this first day of the Vitality County Championship match between Sussex and Leicestershire about to get underway. Sussex about to resume their first innings on 84 for 3. Ollie Carter, who battled through the morning, he's 35 not out. And the skipper, John Simpson, is 25 not out. Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex, myself, Richard Ray, BBC Radio Leicester, and Liam O'Brien from England Disability Cricket is with us today. And general consensus, Liam, was that certainly the honours this morning were shared at best and might even have belonged to Sussex given the difficulties of the conditions.
Yeah, I still think Leicestershire are on top. It's one of those games where I think the weather's going to improve a lot, so it's very important to get early wickets. And I'd look at Sussex's strike batters, and I'd say they probably got the main batters out, apart from Simpson coming in. If you were looking at the wickets you'd want to take early on, Allsop and Haynes would be the top two straight away. So I feel like Leicestershire just on top here, but it's going to be a really important session here from Sussex.
Josh Hull is going to go up the slope from the sea end and bowls in the air, clipped in the air by Carter, not for the first time today. Good work on the boundary there by the sun-hatted Rishi Patel. Well, that's possibly a first for this season. Ben Cox has also put a sun hat on, so Leicestershire not used to seeing the sunshine this season. Anyway, Patel saved a couple of runs by a nice tumble on the boundary, almost in front of the electronic scoreboard. Carter picked up, in fact, he saved 3, didn't he? It was just the one. I forget how close it is there, really. And it got to him pretty quickly, so Carter off the mark for the session, that is.
And even looking here, this is probably the longest run-up I've ever seen from a fast bowler. He's actually halfway past the advertising here.
Yeah, Paul Nixon, his former head coach, used to think it was too long, but he's so tall, and it's what he wants, and he goes and bowls to Simpson outside off stump, and rather dies through. Hasn't quite sort of hit his straps today so far. Josh, they had a speed gun on him the other day at, where did we play the other day? Headingley at Yorkshire, and I'm still a bit iffy about some of those speeds, but it was clocking him at 93s, and albeit on a good pitch with the white ball, but he hasn't got it through at those paces today. In he goes, and bowls down the leg side, looking for it to swing, but just misdirected it, and ignored really by Simpson. He stepped across and thought about clipping it down to fine leg, didn't try to do so in the end.
Well, I had growing up as a lad, obviously you're just trying to bowl as quick as you can. I had to like a really big focus on my fitness and strength and stuff, and we got a speed gun out, and I think one flashed at like 79. I've always been trying to hit 80 miles an hour, and I thought, oh, I'm rapid here. The next 3 were at like 72, so sometimes they can be a little bit inaccurate, I reckon.
Hull turns, runs in past umpire Baldwin and bowls on off stump. Comfortable defensive push from Simpson. Back down the pitch it goes to Josh Hull from a farming family to the east of Leicester towards almost Lincolnshire.
Very strong action though, isn't it? Tall
It is.
guy.
And it's the sort of action that suggests swing as well, and he does usually get it to swing. He's been pretty effective picking up early wickets, bowled a couple of beauties at Headingley to get rid of Milan and may have been Root actually. Did them both for pace. And he goes, bowls to Simpson just outside off stump, stays on the back foot. Simpson looks to work it away through the offside, doesn't time it. It rolls fairly slowly out towards cover, where sunglass wearing Ian Holland is lurking at the moment.
You can get a bit of extra zip though with the white ball, in fairness. Like,
yes.
them seams are so hard. Like when you're batting and you miss time one early on, you can feel it reverberate around your hands and everything like that.
Doesn't tend to go out of shape. As hole is in and bowls. Nice shape to that delivery. Stroked rather than driven by Simpson out to mid-off, where Hill is the fielder. Hole's 5th over of the innings, none for 22. His figures just a single from that over, and he'll be reasonably content with that start. Might be easy for him going up the slope, so to speak, in terms of getting his lengths right.
It's a difficult transition from white ball to red ball, though, isn't it? Because you can already tell some of these bowlers here have been a little bit back of a length, just used to probably being a bit more defensive in the 2020 stuff, rather than with a green pitch like this. You do want to be a tad fuller to try and get the players driving, and I think that's what Holland did so well early on, wasn't it? Is bowling a little bit fuller and getting the Sussex players to push at the ball. And so it's going to be Mulder to start downhill, and that's blocked away nicely from Carter. And sometimes I'll say downhill just because Cromwell Road End is quite a mouthful to say when they're coming down the hill to bowl, but Carter's batted very well so far. He looked quite positive early on, and then I think a couple of wickets for Leicestershire, and he's just consolidated. And what I was really impressed with Carter is he was leaving a lot outside the off stump, and as Curry did one ball in particular where he just strayed onto his pads and Carter flicked it for 6. So he's got a very strong game plan, which is very impressive for a youngster like that. So into bowl now, and that is flicked away onto the onside for a dot ball. On our left, you'll probably hear Adrian having some technical difficulties. He tried to get me in to help him out, but unfortunately, even I couldn't sort it. So hopefully he gets that all fixed.
Yeah, he's lost a folder, folks. If anybody knows how to retrieve a folder, a lost folder, it's labelled Sussex Cricket. So it's probably got all sorts of important things inside it. Documents, press releases.
Yeah, very important stuff. But Mulder was a little bit off the pace towards the end of his spell, so see if he can pick up here as he's down the hill, down the leg side. There's a big appeal, but the umpire has no interest there. And Mulder's bowled at good heat, and I call it heat, but good pace. But he's strayed a little bit. He's bowled quite a long way outside off stump, and then sometimes thrown a few down the leg side. And with him getting the ball to do quite a bit, you do need him to be a little bit straighter to get the batsman playing at these, and Carter's been pretty comfortable just letting it go, so just needs to tighten up his line a little bit.
Probably be the only championship game he'll play for the Foxes this season.
As he's into bowl now, and that's a nice straight ball blocked away from Carter for a dot ball.
First part of the season he was still in South Africa, playing both domestic and indeed international cricket.
But he's got a very strong action, hasn't he?
He has. He had a injury last season, it was I think side injury that just restricted the amount of bowling he could do, but he's a bit of a workhorse.
Now into bowl, pitched up, and that's flicked into the onside, and it's picked up very well from Mike, I think, at mid-wicket for a dot ball, but Carter's nailed that one, and it nearly went and carried to Mike, who's there at mid-wicket, but just bounced short.
Yeah, he's not afraid to hit it aerially, is he? Clip it in the air. It's all about timing for Ollie Carter. The rest, yeah, I suspect he feels will take care of itself if he gets the timing right.
And Leicestershire have now dropped back Mike to deep square, so might have some short balls coming, or just playing games with the batter, and it might be a pitched up one instead. So Mulder into bowl now, pitch delivery, and that is edged through backward point for 4 runs, and I called it there as a little double bluff there from Mulder. He dropped back square leg and then bowls a full length delivery, which Carter drives at. And I've got Richard next to me, who's clearly not a neutral in this case, because he's imagining it going to a fielder, catching it.
A gully was straight through gully at catchable height, wasn't it? But they haven't posted a gully all throughout the innings. It's just been 3 slips, no gully. They feel genuine edges are more likely than the sort of skew drive, which that was. But whether they'll post a gully as a consequence, well, they have. If Curry's positioning is to be believed, he's gone from 3rd slip to gully. So just 2 slips and a gully now as Hull The left armour is in to the left-handed Simpson, who is very correct. And then he indicates, as Carter has done already, that there is still movement there.
Yeah.
You tell me why batsmen do that. What, you know, they're telling the crowd it's difficult out here, but so many batters do it. If a ball swings, they want everybody to know it's not easy out here. The changing room know, the dressing room know. I don't imagine it really does. And the guy at the other end knows because he can see. So I never quite understand why they do it, but they do it. Hull is in and bowls full and just over pitches. Oh, great diving stop away to his left by Vian Mulder, who is a very athletic fielder. He just holds his ribs for a moment. He's at wide-ish mid-on and just over pitch there. It was a low full toss. It was swinging from Hull. Simpson timed it sweetly away through sort of wide-ish mid-on, but sprawling away to his left, Vian Mulder saved 3.
It's definitely a theatrical thing. So like even when I'm batting, I get a good ball. I want to show someone it's not me missing it. It's a good ball.
Exactly.
So it's purely for the crowd, a bit of entertainment. And Hull nearly got taken out by a seagull there.
It's straight across him, but he didn't blink. In he goes and bowls to Carter, who nice high left elbow as he defends the straight ball. Just still a suggestion of shape back in on the back foot, back down the pitch. Flew right across Hull's bows as he steamed in towards the crease.
And it's also sometimes a thing with batters. I've spoken to a few batters where they like to be theatrical, and it's almost like they're talking a game with themselves. That I missed that because it's done that, and they just imagine it all and visualize it. So mine's purely theatric, but sometimes it's a thing for batters just to get the next ball.
Hull is in slightly short of a length up on his toes. Is Carter punching it out, but only as far as point. Doesn't get it through or past Goldsworthy. We have to see Goldsworthy to see whether there's any spin available. I don't think we will see. Might see him an over before tea, something like that. It's almost the law now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's to be fair.
He's bowled nicely in T20 though, Lewis Goldsworthy. He's been the most, it's often the way, isn't it, with a left arm spinner, is the most economical of the Leicestershire attack, or has been the most economical attack of the attack. Got collared a bit on Friday. Hull is in and bowls very full, driven, full toss in the end. I think umpire Baldwin was just a bit in the way, but I think it was a low full toss outside off stump and didn't really have to hit it hard, just made sure he got a good bat on it, Carter. And between Mike at extra cover and Mulder at mid-off, just trying to give it space to swing, going full, just overdid it on that occasion. He's went to Stamford School, where my boys went actually. Josh Holt, he must have terrified a few because he was bowling there only a couple of seasons ago. So imagine a few schoolboys hopping around a bit with Josh steaming in. But his brother is a very fine cricketer as well. But he's apparently an even better rugby player. In he goes and bowls to Carter, drags his length back and a little bit too short perhaps. Up on his toes, Carter blocks it out into the offside. But he's on the books of the Tigers now.
Is he?
Josh's brother, and embarrassingly, can't remember his name. I have met him. Crushed my hand with a handshake.
That's what I started finding out in professional sport, is everyone's handshakes get a bit firmer because it turns into a little ego game, doesn't it? Where it's like, oh, who's strongest with the handshakes? Now you've got to go firm, don't you, with the handshakes these days?
These rugby boys spend a fair amount of time in gyms, don't they, and pushing heavy weights and what have you. They're all practically square. 94 for 3. Carter 44 now. Simpson 26.
So it's going to be Mulder as it continues. He's going to come round the wicket to Simpson, who's been very patient as well this morning. And the Sussex pair clearly have a game plan of bringing the bowlers towards their pads. As there's a deep square leg out as well. Mulder's into bowl and that's flicked out to deep square for a single. Like I said, it feels like Sussex don't want to mess around with any loose shots outside the off stump. There might have been some feedback as well from the batters who've got out, who said it's quite tricky with the ball seaming around to play outside off stump, because anything outside off stump they pretty much have left alone, haven't they, Richard?
Carter's thrown the bat at a few, hasn't he? But Simpson's been very good. He's pretty much left everything. I think Carter's probably been beaten 7 or 8 times, 5 or so that he's genuinely beaten, and a couple he's thrown his hands at.
So Mulder to continue down the hill into bowl, and that's flicked away into the onside. And Mike is very quick on that, so they turn away the single.
Sunshine now. Look like we're set fair now. Conditions from the batter's point of view improving, the ball getting a little bit softer as well. What are we overs now? 33rd coming down. Usually about now we get the first ball change. He's unless we're back onto a kookaburra, I'm not sure. I'll check actually.
So Mulder into bowl now, and that's blocked away nicely. Carter gets squared up there as Mulder's just trying to swing the ball away here. He's getting his wrist right behind it and just trying to push the ball towards first slip. But Carter's been very solid here.
We used the kookaburra a couple of times in the first tranche, if you like, of championship games. I think they were going to use it 4 times throughout the season, and I'm not sure which of the other 2, whether they're going to be in September or they're one of these.
I thought it was supposed to be the start and the end of the season was going to be kookaburras. Okay. As Mulder is in to continue, and that's pulled away. Oh no, it's just hit his pad instead. Sorry, it looked like he nailed that, but it just came off his thigh pad for a dot ball. I was under the impression they brought in the kookaburra ball for April and September to negate the Dukes doing too much, because they were saying it was an unfair balance between seam and spin and the batting. So I feel like it's towards the end. I could be completely wrong with this.
I'm sure you're right. We'll know fairly soon once the ball starts getting changed. But no, that's not fair. Maybe it'd be perfect.
I have bowled a kookaburra a few times, especially in Australia, and it is very different as a ball. As Mulder's in to continue, that's flicked away and gone through leg slip area for 4 runs. No signal for the umpire of leg bias. It's bat as Peter Hanscom comes running down to pick the ball up from fine leg. And that's nearly a chance there for Cox, who, for most keepers, that probably wouldn't even look close to a chance, but he's done a full-length dive there and nearly got to it. Great effort, to be fair, and that's another 4 runs for Carter. Yeah, Cox is so close to that one, isn't he?
Genuine leg glance.
And that does bring Carter onto 48 of 105 balls. As Mulder continues, last ball off the over here, and that's flicked away. Carter's going to push for 2. Can he make it back? Call is yes. Big round of applause there for Carter as he makes his way back, and that is a very well-deserved 50 of 106 balls. And yeah, just listen to the crowd here. Everyone up on their feet clapping. Excellent 50 there from Carter. And he does a little bat wave into the far corner in the dental build area, so he must have some friends and family over in that section watching today. But yeah, it's a very well deserved 50 there. And chances, I can't remember there being a chance, maybe a few player misses, but it's been a very, very good innings there from Carter in his probably surprise appearance as well, with Hughes not being able to play with a damaged thumb. So you know what they say about getting an opportunity, you got to take it, and he definitely has taken it today.
Yeah, and it hasn't been easy. Moved around. Holt trying to make it move around to Simpson is in. Bowls outside off stump. Pushed very firmly. Nice piece of timing by Simpson, but no great follow through, so reasonably comfortable. Bouncing stop for Holland. An extra cover. Patel is sort of on the point boundary. You almost have to have a sweep of the boundary on that side of the ground being as close as it is. Otherwise, 2 slips in a gully. Extra cover mid-off. Wide-ish mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg the field. Hull turns in, bowls. Back foot defensive shot on off stump by Simpson, very correct. Contrast between Hull and umpire Baldwin as they get to the crease. I mean, he's what? He must be best part of a 15 inches, 16 inches taller, something like that. Josh Holt and giving it everything at the moment. Gives the ball a polish. Puffing a bit. It is a longish run up the slope. Turns. So a few little steps before he gets into his long strides. Runs in and bowls. outside off stump, a little bit too far outside off stump in fact, so although a little bit of swing from the arm, Simpson has nothing to do with it and walks away. Almost a square leg, John Simpson. He's got time, he knows that Hull has a long way to go to get to the top of his mark. 100 up with that too, that took Carter to 50 as well, 101 for 3. Very different feel now to the game, 34 for 3. Sussex were in trouble. Still got work to do, but it's looking much healthier from the Homesheim's point of view. In goes Hull, outside off stump, a little bit closer this time, and again, movement, as Simpson politely tells everybody.
No, his action's so strong. It is a bit Stark-like, isn't it? Mitchell Stark-like, I would say, watching him come in with his stride length and trying to swing the ball away. So if he is getting clocked at 93 miles an hour, that's very promising as an England fast bowler, isn't it? Having a strong left armour.
It is, and you know, his promise has been recognised in that respect, and it looks like he is going to take part in the England counties game against the West Indies that's coming up. Hull is in and bowls. Good solid defensive shot again on off stump. He's sort of settled into good-ish lines and lengths now, Hull. Does look a little bit more comfy going up the slope in terms of sort of control.
Well, he bowled very well to Tom Haynes earlier on, and it's a very un-Curry-like drop, wasn't it, as well at third slip. But
and he dropped on himself, of course, as well. Had the caught and bowl chance, didn't he, off Coles when he was on 4. Little shuffle, turns. In and bowls, pleasantly stroked out to mid-off by Simpson, again on off stump. But patience is a virtue that John Simpson does not lack, and he will wait for the bad one. End of the over, 101 for 3. Decent over from Hull. No wickets yet. In fact, no wickets in the county championship for him, so for no first-class wickets so far this season, albeit this is just the second time he's appeared for the Foxes.
And I think it's still going to be Mulder to continue. It's going to be Carter facing 3 slips, point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg into bowl, and that hits the outside edge. Very soft hands from Carter, and that's going to be another 4 runs through that gully region. And I reckon Curry will go into a gully now, because that's 8 runs off edges that could have gone to a fielder.
He played it well though, didn't he, really? As you say, soft hands and, yes, thick outside edge, but made sure it went down, and you're right, Curry has. Well, he stepped across, but maybe Hill has said, no, you stay there, or Mulder has said.
So it's going to be Mulder to continue into bowl, and that's blocked nicely from Carter. And it's so frustrating as a bowler when you bowl a ball like that, especially after plugging away for a few overs, for it just to go for 4, especially when it hits the edge you want it to hit as well. So Mulder's going to be a little bit frustrated here, and it's so frustrating as a bowler, just seeing a ball that you bowl generally well go for 4 runs. You just feel so unlucky.
Gentle breeze seems to be sort of coming from the east, really, sort of southeast.
So Mulder into bowl here, and that's left alone from Carter as it's bowled wide outside the off stump. And I dread to say it, but it does seem a little bit flat here from the Leicestershire team, who probably were very high after them 3 wickets, and Carter and Simpson have just kind of sucked the life out of the game a little bit.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. Foxes need a breakthrough. Hill isn't the most proactive's the wrong word, but he rarely does the unexpected as a captain, if that makes sort of sense.
Yeah, absolutely. So Mulder into bowl here, and that's blocked away nicely from Carter. And it's funny you say that, because every captain you notice has a really big impact on the game, are quite proactive rather than reactive, I would say. So one game in particular, I remember watching Brendan McCullum in Dubai. He was a captain, and in the power play, his team didn't get many runs or anything in the first innings. In the power play, he went super aggressive, had a short leg in there, bowling bounces, and just a creativity in a captain. You can create pressure just through fields, even if the bowlers are still trying to hit top of off. So you're definitely right. It makes a big impact as a captain if you can be a bit more proactive. So mould it into bowl here, and that's blocked away nicely. Now, for example, we've not seen a single run through mid-off at the moment where they've been driving up the hill. It's such a hard shot to do here at Sussex. So why not just say, like, sod it, we'll just put an extra gully in and you try and drive us, because every time they've tried to drive, it's gone through third man or the gully region. So I'd like to see like a bit of positivity from Leicestershire, and it also just gets the bowler a bit excited, bowl a little bit harder, trying to get that edge.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, thinking back to some of the captains I've watched over the years.
So Mulder into bowl here, and that's blocked away nicely from Carter for a dot ball. 105 for 3 at the end of that over. Carter on 54, Simpson on 27.
I mean, that was a good over from Mulder, in fairness. The first one that went for 4 was a thick outside edge, albeit sort of semi-controlled. But you know, of the guys who've captained Leicestershire, I mean, some of them would have got bored by now, you know, because they would. I mean, Mark Cosgrove, for example, would have certainly tried a few different things. Maybe the best captain I've seen at county level was actually Shane Warne when he was captaining Hampshire. He was he just never left the batsman alone. Hull is in and bowls on off stump, and blocked out to mid off by Simpson. Just feel as though Leicestershire have, you know, they've talked about it during the interval, said, right, let's just bowl for the top of off, see if we can get that little bit of movement. Mustn't lose control of the scoreboard. And they haven't done that. I mean, it was, what was it, 84 for 3 at lunch, so just the 21 added post lunch, but no further breakthroughs. So Hill has plenty to think about out there, but he has options. Hull is in and bowl just outside off stump. Simpson steers it just wide of Holland, who runs to his right from extra cover to cover, picks up and shies sideways at the stumps, misses them, and Carter, after a little bit of a scare in the morning interval when Mike hit the stumps and he was a little bit slow setting off and just made his ground, this time he was alert and even had the throw from Holland hit, he had made his ground. Holland's warming up. So there's going to be a change coming up.
It'd be really interesting to hear you elaborate after this ball on what you meant by Shane Warne and his captaincy and what the difference was as well.
Hull turns, bowls very full to Carter, who steers the drive, but steers it along the ground straight to point, a yard either side, and that would have, long boundary though it is, raced to the rope for 4 in front of the Spen Karma pavilion over there. Just slightly got away with one there.
So yeah, what did you notice about Shane Warne? Did he have more catches, or was he just more active with his field changes?
It was kind of constant, really. He never sort of settled for containment. He always wanted things to be happening, and if another side was building a partnership as Hull goes in. Short mid-wicket has gone in, bowls to Carter, who has got it through the gap this time. That's racing across the square, and I think that's going to go the distance. Ben Mike indeed gives up the chase a good 10 yards before the ball actually crosses the rope. So well played, Carter. Didn't try and overhit it. That might have been the key there. Just timed it really sweetly. So, yep, constant field changes, constant close catches. Even if another side was, you know, the partnership was building, always thinking, always trying something new.
He was a big advocate of just bowling for wickets, wasn't it? He'd said, I'd always go for boundaries, but I'd like that because it being batters are playing shots.
Hull, just the 2 slips now. It's Crowey who's gone in at that short mid-wicket position. Again, nicely timed off his legs this time by Carter. So nicely timed, in fact, that Patel, running around from deep backward square, can't get to deep square in time to cut the ball off before it crosses the rope. So the sort of stranglehold, or at least there's some sort of control that Leicestershire had on the scoreboard in terms of the runs being scored, has been loosened. The last couple of deliveries that Carter has got away for 4, and in their own way, they're 2 of the best shots he's played Really nice pieces of timing. Hasn't tried to overhit them. Along the ground all the way. And he's moved on to 62.
It's probably the 2 shots today that he's tried to hit like the least hard. I know you say about overhitting, but he seems a lot more in control now, doesn't he?
He does. He's starting to play really nicely. Hull is in to him. He's defending. Head right over the ball. Nice high left elbow as the ball just shapes back in a little bit, but not excessively so. And Carter in control. So Hull, 8 overs now, none for 36. Partnership building all the time. It's quite quickly now. 114 for 3. Hill. He's going to keep rotating his seamers, I would imagine. It's got Goldsworthy, but it's going to be Curry, who's just bowled the loosener, and he might be coming on this end, the C end.
It'll be Mulder to continue, from the top end, the Cromwell Road end.
But I reckon he'll only get one more if he doesn't make a breakthrough, and they'll bring on Holland.
Absolutely. So it's going to be round the wicket here to Simpson, into bowl, and that's flicked away comfortably from Simpson into the onside, who seems very content in just taking the singles and not putting his wicket at risk. So it's going to be Carter on strike now, who out of nowhere has kind of raced to 62. He took, I think it was from memory, something like 38 of 94, and then has suddenly almost doubled his score. He's really kicked on and punished the bad balls, and it's one of those tough ones as a bowler where once you start not getting chances with batters, you start trying and bowl a little bit extra hard or try and do too much with it, and then he's been punishing the bowlers if they've missed their line or length. So Mulder to continue here, and that's flicked into the leg side, maybe a bit of bat on pad, and it's going to just be a single down to fine leg.
Eastbourne's Ollie Carter.
Yeah, I played against him a few times for Eastbourne back in the Premier League, but it's a bit strange. He's one of those players that I don't remember kicking on in like Premier League cricket, but for Sussex, when I've watched and commentated, he's been very solid and compact and scored some big runs. I feel like last year I watched a game where he brought his side home after a batting collapse, and so is a mature player for his age. As he's into bowl here to Simpson, who punches out in the offside as it races across the square. They're going to come back for 2, chased down by Mike, who throws it into the keeper on the 1 bounce.
Likes a punt, he says. Ollie Carter, big Newcastle supporter. Couldn't be further away. Wonder why. Maybe in the family.
Must be a family thing. I actually have quite a few friends who support Newcastle, and they all have like weird random stories from it. So there is a lot of Newcastle fans dotted around. They've definitely got a bit louder now. They're doing better.
Yes.
A bit more vocal about it.
Yes.
So Mulder into bowl here, round the wicket, and that is flicked away so comfortably from Simpson, who as soon as the bowler's been on his pads, has flicked it so comfortably for singles, and it's so frustrating as a bowler when you bowl a good ball and it goes for 1. So very well played here from Simpson, ticking along on 32.
Lots of blue sky now. Set fair for the rest of the day, one feels. Get some Leicestershire supporters thinking that Carter and Simpson are likewise set fair.
So Mulder in over the wicket to Carter, and that is just beating the outside edge. We have an amazing angle here just behind the stumps. If you're watching on the stream or if you hear us on the commentary, we're literally right behind the stumps. So where Ben Cox is the keeper, we're literally in his line, and that's landed off stump and just hit the seam and gone past 4th stump there. And yeah, that's really well bowled from Mulder, who's going to be so frustrated at the top of his mark, because you know you're bending your bat, you know you're getting chances. He's had about 3 4s now down to 3rd man and not got any rewards, so it's always tough as a bowler. So he's into bowl again here, pitched up delivery, and that's blocked away nicely from Carter. Very tight over there from Mulder. Might be the end of his spell, considering they've not got a wicket during his 4 overs since he's been back. And Sussex are 119 for 3, Carter on 62, and Simpson on 32.
It will be Scott Curry replacing Josh Hull at the C end. Always looks a little bit weary, Vian Mulder, when he's not actually bowling, when he walks back to his mark or walks back to his fielding position. It's just a sort of mannerism as much as anything, but as I say, I suspect he is a little bit weary. Non-stop cricket for the best part of, I don't know, 18 months, something like that, I would imagine. So Curry is going to go round the wicket. Didn't quite get it right this morning. Looking for better this afternoon. Round the wicket he goes to John Simpson. Short, pulled over mid-wicket. A leaping Mike jumped into the air. He was probably a couple of feet short, and it's going to cross the ropes at deep mid-wicket. Sounded good from the bat. Didn't perhaps quite get all of it, but he got plenty of it, Simpson. And Mike, probably the most athletic of the Leicestershire fielders, leapt into the air, but his reaching right hand.
Yeah, it's a bit splicey.
Short. It just was, wasn't it? It sounded quite sort of deep and hollow on the bat, but bats these days are different things. Curry is in again to Simpson bowls on off stump, better length. Simpson again signals with his right hand. There was a bit there. I'm not sure there was really, but from a, as Liam said, how perfect angle. Didn't seem to do too much, but
I always love hearing commentators and kind of people that have been in the game a while talk about how bats have changed. Because I'm a player, I'm like, oh, I've middled that because of my technique, but a bat's just that much improved now.
In goes Curry outside off stump and beautifully cut away by Simpson. Just that room. And Simpson, one of his favourite shots, I recall from watching him over the years. Played it with such an unerring certainty that Hill and Curry and Leicestershire should be concerned. They're different pickups, and we made bats last a long time, obviously, because these boys, they don't even press them these days, I'm told. Curry is in again to Simpson, short, pulled, going to be four again. Mike, athletic, chasing after it, but it was always likely to be in vain, so consecutive boundaries to Simpson, as there were to Carter off Hull in the previous over from this CN. So suddenly Sussex beginning to play quite expansively. They've moved on to 131 for 3, and it only seems like a few moments ago they brought up the 50 partnership. Well, it was just before lunch, wasn't it? But in the context of the game, that's not long ago, and suddenly it's almost 100, the partnership. It's 97 now.
And what I've noticed, like a few comments and a few people saying about how green the pitch is, which means it's a bowler's pitch, but all that means is it comes on the bat a bit quicker, so if you miss your length it gets punished.
Curry over the wicket to Simpson now, and out just outside off stump. You heard the call of no from Simpson as he defended it out into the covers, more or less straight to Holland.
I'm talking about bats as well. I remember when I was a youngster religiously knocking in my bat and getting a call from my mum saying shut up, because she'd be trying to watch Emmerdale or something like that.
Yeah.
You just hear loads of knocking in their room. But yeah, these days we don't knock them in, we just try and smack them as hard as we can.
Curry is in, bowls just outside off stump, slightly short of a good length. Perhaps it's the T20 length, as you said, Liam, and he blocks it out to Holland in the covers. And again, there is no run, but there were plenty of runs in the over. Consecutive boundaries to John Simpson. He's on 44 now, off 86, continuing his pretty spectacular form in the county championship, really. And Ollie Carter, as you said, very much making the most of a rare opportunity, is 63 not out.
Yeah, I used to always think that knocking in the bat would just make it last longer, it'd even be better, but now I kind of realised that the bats at the moment are primed for use straight away. They just won't last as long if you don't knock them in, so it depends if you can get new ones or not. So Moulds continued down the hill, bowled very well last over, and that'll be blocked away from Carter. And I think we're going to have a little commentary change here. Adrian Harm's coming in alongside me.
Thank you, Liam. The IT problems are resolved.
So what was the issue?
Oh, something to do with Outlook has changed, and my laptop hadn't been updated. I don't know, but it was a very helpful fellow on the BBC help desk who helped me out.
So Moulder to continue, and that has edged the third slip, but it hasn't carried. and that's going to be a dot ball.
Well, since I was on commentary last, I mean, the game has really changed around. I mean, several things have changed. First of all, the conditions have changed enormously since lunch. I was talking to a friend of mine at lunchtime. We were just sitting in the front row eating my lunch in the corporate area. Not that I'm in the corporate area, but we sat on a bench, and the sun wasn't out then. But now all that cloud has sort of melted away, and these suddenly look like glorious batting conditions. And these two are starting to make hay.
And that is Mulder into bowl, flicked onto the leg side from Carter, who's going to come back for 2 very comfortably.
We're on the verge of a 100 partnership, these two.
Absolutely, and the crowd are loving this. It's amazing how quickly momentum can change in a game. Beautiful sunny skies. On the sea end here, you have the big Sharks stand here, and that's starting to fill up. The members stand, Spain Car Pavilions also filling up, and then you've got the corporate hospitality as well. Everyone's in on a Sunday to make the most of it, so great to see County Championship doing so well.
Well, certainly well attended today.
So Mulder into bowl here, and that is left alone by Carter.
Yeah, and Sussex certainly batting themselves in. And we were talking about Ollie Carter earlier on today, and saying, you get an opportunity, what you want to do is take that opportunity. And Paul Farbrace spoke about this a lot. He even said on Friday night, when maybe he had an inkling that Daniel Hughes' injury may be a little more serious than was originally thought. He said, well, if Daniel can't play, it'll be disappointing, but he gives somebody else an opportunity. And I guess when a side is playing well, everybody wants to play, and when you get your chance, think, right, I need to take the chance, because you might not get another one.
Absolutely. So Mulder to continue, and that is driven into the offside by Carter. They put a deep point out, or a deep third man instead of a point there, and he just nails it through the vacant point area for 4 runs. And as Adrian was saying, that normally the best teams aren't the best 11, it's the best 15, as that's a 100 partnership as well, of 181 balls in only 2 hours as well. 51 off Carter and 44 off Simpson.
Well, they've really got a motor on since lunch, haven't they? They've scored 16 plus 37. They've scored 53 since lunch in 10 overs.
Nice. Great bit of batting. They've really punished the loose bowling here. So Mulder to continue over the wicket into bowl, and that's driven into the offside for a dot ball and the end of the over. So 137 for 3, Carter on 69, Simpson on 44. And as Adrian was saying, as a squad, if you can have a strong squad of 15, 16 all hungry to play and contribute, it does mean if there's a little bit of rotation, then the next person in can take the opportunity. And you always see the top teams like Surrey and a few others where they don't win based on their 11, they win based on the squad of 15, 16, and that the players come in, make the most of the opportunities.
Well, you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. I'm Adrian Harms, Liam O'Brien, England disability cricketer, sitting next door to me, Richard Ray, the third member of our commentary team, as Scott Curry runs away from us, coming into bowl to the left-handed John Simpson, who drives into the covers, picks up 1. To Simpson, he goes to 45, Sussex to 138 for 3. Leicestershire winning the toss here this morning, asking Sussex to bat. That looked a very good decision when Sussex were reduced to 34 for 3, with Haynes for 7, also without scoring, and James Coles for 9, all victims of Ian Holland. But these two, John Simpson, the skipper, and Ollie Carter, batted well. Certainly, before lunch we did say Ollie Carter on a couple of occasions did play sort of wafts outside of the off stump, but he seems to have got through that patch, and he's now playing very nicely indeed. He's 69 not out. The numbers on the scoreboard are clearer since lunch. Well, it could be because it's sunny, I don't know. In comes Curry bowls to Carter, who eases that one through square leg for 4 runs. It's a very short boundary on the clock tower scoreboard side of the ground. It was too short from Curry, and Carter just timed that beautifully. I thought it was going down to fine leg for a single, but it whistled away through square leg for yet another boundary. He goes to 73, and Sussex to 142 for 3.
It's one of them shots at the batter where you couldn't feel any more in nick, because all you need to do is just have on your legs, lean on it, and it flies through square leg, and that's when you know someone's in form, when you can just comfortably time that for 4. Change of field as well, deep square leg comes in.
In comes Curry again, bowl, Carter defends into the covers. There is no run. So the emails are up and running. SussexCricket@bbc.co.uk. If you want to send an email, Julian, thank you for yours. He said to me that the scoreboard is brighter now, which it is. And John down in Bexhill Bexhill now has a nippy breeze. He says the pictures and the sound are coming through, which is great news. So apologies for not replying to those emails earlier. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. As in comes Curry over the wicket bowls to Carter, who defends into the offside. And again, well actually, just about on the onside, the ball dribbles down the pitch. There is no run. But you need your take on Ollie Carter, Liam, because you know, you've been a fixture in the side for the last 2 to 3 years. You're keeping wicket. You're batting 4 or 5. Then all of a sudden there's a change, and my personal view, and I would say this to Ollie, as in comes Curry and bowls, and Carter on his toes plays into the onside of the track defensively. There is no run. He's got time on his side. He's only 22 years of age. I felt that Sussex did need a change behind the stumps, and Ollie's time will hopefully come again. But it must be quite difficult for him when the gloves are taken away, someone else comes in, and then you find yourself out the side after the first game in the Championship. It must have been a difficult little spell for him. In comes Curry bowls, and down the leg side, and a rare mistake by Ben Cox. It wasn't easy, it was down the leg side, but they will be byes, I think, and you don't see Ben Cox concede too many byes indeed. They are called byes by umpire Paul Bourne. Not a great over that from Scott Curry, who's bowled now 7 overs and has taken none for 31. And Sussex going along very nicely here. 143 for 3. Carter on 73, Simpson on 45.
Yeah, I agree about the Ollie Carter situation. I think he didn't do enough last year to stake a claim and make it his position.
I would agree. With the gloves.
Yeah, with the gloves. I remember last year he did a match-winning knock. Do you remember at the end when it was starting to get dark, and I remember him bringing home a game, and he looked very mature, but them innings probably weren't consistent enough, and he didn't make himself a staple of the team. And when a player like Simpson comes along and there's an opportunity to sign him, I think he'll use it as a learning experience to show that he needs to stake a claim in the team, but also to show what you need to provide as a keeper and a batter, because Simpson's come in, scored really big runs, but his glove work's been incredible as well, hasn't it? So it'd be a good learning experience to learn from him. So hopefully he takes it as an opportunity rather than as getting dropped. And there's going to be a change of the bowling. Ben Mike coming on. And into bowl over the wicket, and that is driven through the offside. 4 runs by Carter, who's looked very, very in touch after lunch. And it feels like he's middling everything today, Adrian.
Yes, it does. But also, it must be, he's been in and around the squad. He's been to all the T20 games. I gather he's very popular amongst the squad, Ollie Carter. It must be quite, he's had to keep your chin up and wait for your opportunity. So, good on him, really. When that chance has come, he's taken it. So
absolutely.
And let's face it, I suspect had Daniel Hughes been fit, he probably wouldn't have played in this game.
But it's all about opportunities, isn't it? Like, sometimes I've come in after a few injuries, and then that's when you play your best. Point to prove, as Mike comes in and it's flicked into the onside. But in a way, pressure's off. If he thinks Hughes is going to be in for the next game, he's like, I've got nothing to lose here. Might as well just go and stake my claim. And I don't think at any point has he been dropped. I think it's just been a difference in tactics. So, for example, in the 2020s, they've gone for Harrison Ward, who's been smashing it in white ball cricket for years now, and it's paid off. So it's just one of them things where you just got to bide his time, and he's really making the most of his opportunity today. As Ben Mike continues down the hill here, into bowl, and that is flicked into the leg side. It's going to race across the square. Very, very quick outfit today at Sussex. And is it going to go for 4? No, it's just flicked back, but they pick up 3. And that's a round of applause for that fielding there. And Carter has been quite aerial through the leg side today, but he's been trusting his timing, and so it's not gone to a fielder, thankfully.
No, it has been a good post-lunch session for Sussex so far. England getting underway against the United States of America in the T20 World Cup. That one starts at 3:30. We'll keep an eye on that one, with Jofra Archer, I'd imagine, almost certain to be playing.
Must win as well, isn't it, for England?
Yes, I think it is, and I think it's all sort of run rates and things that I don't really understand. But it's been fabulous to see Jofra back playing for England and bowling really well as well, and getting some very good press as well, which is great after all the injury problems he's had.
Absolutely. So it's going to be Mike into bowl over the wicket to Simpson here, and that's cut away through the offside to deep point for a single. Mike's been very economical. Apart from this over, it was 6 overs for 9 runs, and so he has been bowling very well. And what's impressed me the most is a lot of the bowlers today for Leicestershire have been trying to swing the ball, rather than Mike has gone away from that and been trying to hit the deck hard and then seam the ball, and that's been a lot more difficult for the Sussex batters to face, because they found it so comfortable leaving the ball out of the hand when it's been swinging. But as soon as it starts seaming around, it just makes it a bit more difficult to leave, just in case one nibbles back the other way. So, been very impressive Mike coming down the hill here. He's bowled with good pace and bowling a very consistent length here. As he's into bowl here, and that's blocked into the offside, because there's a deep point, it's just going to be a single down to that deep point area.
And there were 10 off of that over, almost with Sussex not, 9 off the over so far, and they picked up a couple of singles. I think these two have run very well between the wickets. They've rotated the strike. It's been a really good partnership.
Absolutely, and that's my most frustrating thing as a bowler, is when I bowl a good ball for one, because you're bowling a really, really good ball exactly where you want to do it, and it's blocked into a vacant area for a single, and you're like, what more can I do? And so last ball of the over the wicket here to Simpson, into bowl, and that's pulled nicely into the onside for 4 runs, 1 bounce 4. Simpson times that perfectly, and that also brings up his 50 off 89 balls. A chanceless 50 from the Sussex captain there, captain's knock, and a big round of applause from the crowd, which is very deserved.
Well, it's been a terrific knock, isn't it? You know, you're coming in with your side 34 for 3. You're a batter light, because Sussex have gone in with a very strong bowling attack in this game, and a lot of responsibility on John Simpson. If he'd have gone out, you know, you're 4 down in the morning session and into the middle order, but he's batted beautifully. He hasn't given a chance. He's been the perfect foil for Ollie Carter as well. The umpire Baldwin is making a sort of a signal towards this end of the ground. I'm not entirely sure. There can't be anyone walking behind the bowler's arm, because we're the people behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah, the groundsmen were just standing up moving something, so maybe they saw an opportunity and tried to move some of the sheets or something like that.
Scott Curry is going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground, running in right arm over the wicket, bowls to Carter, and Carter's going to pick up 4 more runs here. It's very loose from Curry, and Carter literally just helped himself. He just flicked the ball around the corner down to fine leg for 4 runs. He goes to 85, and Sussex to 160 for 3, and runs have come apace here since lunch. Sussex have added 60 plus 14, 74, and we haven't even had an hour since lunch. Lunch, we'd had 29 overs. So this is the 13th over since lunch, and Sussex have scored 76 runs. So they are rattling along at well over 5 and over, virtually 6 actually. Curry in, bowls to Carter, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Elsewhere around the country, Northamptonshire 146 for 3. In Cardiff, Emilio Gay, the latest man out, for 65. Middlesex 120 for 3 against Derbyshire at Lords. Lewis Deploy 35 not out for Middlesex. The other game in Division 1, Yorkshire making hay at Scarborough. They're 150 without loss. Adam Live on 81. In comes Curry bowls, and Carter edges this one down through third man. There's more runs here, at least a couple of them. In fact, they're coming. That's really good running by John Simpson. Excellent running by Simpson. 3 more to Ollie Carter, who goes to 88. Sussex to 183 for 3. But it was just good. 163. Sorry. Simpson's experience then. I mean, he runs these runs so quickly, and you know that might have just been 2, but Simpson was determined to make that 3. Carter wipes the sweat away from his brow, and Lewis Hill just got a few little issues here, hasn't he? He's just trying to juggle his troops, because at the minute Sussex are just starting to get away. In comes Curry bowls, Simpson is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
This is crying out for some spin now from this bottom end, I think, Adrian, just to change the momentum of the game, because it's not been seaming around as much, and I don't know, I feel like there just needs to be a bit of a change of momentum. Leicester get through some overs quickly and just build up a bit of momentum, a bit of pressure, because at the moment there's such big breaks in between each ball, isn't there, that Sussex just, the pressure all kind of feels a bit vacant at the moment.
2 slips in place. Comes Carry bowls to Simpson. More runs. Here's another boundary. Runs are just flowing here. It was overpitched. Yes, there is a short boundary. Simpson and Carter are really getting tucked into this Leicestershire bowling. 167 for 3. I'll work this out at the end of the over exactly what run rate Sussex are going at since lunch. 16 plus 67 is 83. So by my record, they've scored 83 in the 13 overs since lunch. Curry in bowl. Simpson's at it again, driving speed on again. A well taken single. I think Hull was slightly on his toes there. I don't think Curry was desperately impressed about that, but it's a comfortable single. These two rotating the strike. Simpson to 55. Sussex at the end of the over. 168 for 3. Is that right?
Yeah, and I say that cover drive from Simpson's probably a shot of the day there. For the viewers out here, the listeners out there, all he did just lean on it. He didn't even try and hit it too hard, and it came out the middle of the bat and absolutely flew to the boundary. And with so much pace, it actually hit the rope and then smashed into some advertising boards in the VIP area. So he's just timed the ball so well. And when you say there's a chanceless 50 or something like that, sometimes there's a half chance here or there. There genuinely hasn't even been a slight opportunity for Leicestershire today. He's been middling everything and really composed as Mike continues from the Cromwell Road end. Into bowl here, and that is going to be 4 byes by the look of it, down the leg side. Nothing Cox could have done about that. It's going to look annoying on his stats when it says there's byes, but that swung from leg stump, then nipped quite a long way down the leg side for 4 runs.
Sussex have scored at 6.5 and over since lunch. So they've really stepped on the accelerator. And as you say, you've got to feel sorry for Ben Cox there as a keeper. You don't want to concede byes. I can see the Leicestershire coaching staff are wandering around, and they're probably quite concerned at how quickly they're leaking runs here at the moment, the visitors.
I agree. I'm just trying to have a look at the field. So they have a deep point, no third man, a deep fine leg, a deep square leg, and then a regulation rest of the field with the 3 slips. Mike's going to be coming over the wicket here, into bowl. Oh, and that's a big drive, and Simpson feels like he missed out there. It did nip in between the gap between bat and pad, but that's a very full-length delivery, which is what I've been crying out for all day, Adrian. Is I know they've been playing 2020 recently and bowling back of a length, but if you want to take wickets and really get the batters driving the ball, you've got to pitch the ball up, and that's when you're going to get chances to get edges. So you've got to go a little bit fuller today to really bring the slips into play, and that's a great length there from Mike.
Yes, it was.
So Mike to continue over the wicket here, into bowl, pitched up, and that has just jagged in between bat and pad again. There's a lot of lift and carry there. Good bit of pace there from Mike as well, who bowled 2 really good balls in a row here.
I think if you put the ball in the right place, it's still doing a little bit. Steve Pearce has been in touch. He says, "Hi Adrian and co. Been in sunny 33-degree Paphos since Tuesday. I've watched all the games since being here. I loved every single minute of this team this year and how much we've improved since last season. Really hoping we'll get to finals day where I will be in attendance," says Steve. Thank you, Steve, in a very hot Paphos.
Very jealous. So Mike to continue, and that is pulled away into the leg side from Simpson, and that is impressively ruthless there. 2 really good balls from Mike, player misses, and the next ball he pulls into the leg side for 4 runs, and that's so frustrating as a bowler, bowling 2 good balls, 1 loose delivery, and then it's suddenly punished for a boundary. So I'm just looking at the coaching staff just underneath us here at the commentary box, and they're not looking too impressed. Rishi Patel signalling to the bowler, signalling to the coaching staff, why haven't we gone for spin yet? And I was saying the same. I feel like it's crying out for a bit of spin at the moment, just to change the momentum of the game. And so Mike to continue down the hill here, and that is pulled very nicely into the leg side boundary here for another 4 runs from Simpson, who just clips that off his hips, and he's been timing the ball so well. It's absolutely flown towards the hospitality area.
Well, Sussex have now scored 96 in the hour since lunch. It'll be 14 overs. So they've got on with it, haven't they?
but it's not even been reckless or as if they've tried to change.
Scoring at nearly 7 and over since lunch.
They've not tried to change momentum.
No.
They've just been punishing the bad balls, and it seems like a game plan, doesn't it, Adrian, where they've been trying to bring the bowlers back onto their pads so they can punish them, and every time they have, they've been nailing it for 4. And there's going to be a change in the field here. I'm going to try and explain it best as I can because I don't think they quite know what they're doing with this yet. So 2 slips in a gully, a mid-off cover and a deep point, and then a deep square leg and a deep fine leg here. So maybe he's going to go outside off stump here. And that's driven into the offside for a very quick single by the Sussex batters. That's going to be the end of the over. Sussex on top here, I would say. 181 for 3. Carter on 88 and Simpson on 64.
So thank you very much for that, Steve. I know it's very hot out in parts of Europe at the minute. That'd be too hot for me, 33. Liam's going to take a break, and Richard Ray's going to come back and join us. And we've had an email in from David Sharp. Hello, David. He says, greetings from sunny Marbella, where it's 33 degrees. Sorry for missing the morning play. He says, I was out to lunch.
I tell you what, Adrian, I've just been up on the terrace above, and it must be 30 degrees up there now.
Really?
It's baking up there.
Really interesting. So thank you, David. Out for lunch. I wonder if David had tapas for his lunch over in Marbella. We were talking about that a bit earlier on. It's Brad Curry. Not Brad Curry. Scott Curry comes in and bowls to Simpson, who plays that one down towards third man. They've picked up 1. They'll think about 2, but there wasn't 2 there on this occasion. And Sussex, as I say, have scored now 98 in the 16 overs since lunch. So they're going along about 7 and over.
Harry Swindles is...
Sorry, it's not 16 overs since lunch at all. I apologise. It's 14 overs since lunch.
Harry Swindles is the substitute fielder on for Leicester. He's been on for a while, and I think Bian Mulder is the man off, so... For a few Leicestershire nerves, they could do without losing Mulder.
Yes. So kicking the 2 slips in. Curry's in bowls to Carter. It's a poor ball, and it's absolutely belted away by Ollie Carter. 3 of the covers for 4 runs. Hasn't got his line right here, has he? Scott Curry, and it was wide, and it was asking to be hit, and Carter did the rest. He goes to 92, and the 150 partnership up between these two. The 208 balls has come in 141 minutes. And as I say, virtually 100 of those have come since, in fact they have scored 100 runs, 102 now since lunch.
Over 7 and over, Leicester have completely lost control here. And as you and Liam have been saying, it's not been thrashing by these 2 batsmen, it's been taking advantage.
Curry in bowls, and Carter defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run.
Christopher Hall on the stream. Yes, Ollie, he says, mullet martlet power. Unashamed. Ollie Carter of that hairstyle, isn't he?
He is, yeah. And we were just discussing actually in commentary, because he's had a tricky season. Ollie Carter, then comes Curry bowls and pulled around to the leg side. There's going to be 4 more. It is going to be 4 more. Pulled away, it was too short from Curry, and Carter goes to 96. Within sight of the 2nd century of his first-class career. And I suspect when he woke up this morning, he probably wasn't expecting to play. And perhaps that's a good thing. Perhaps there's less chance to get worked up about things. Unusual position for him to open in county championship cricket, but forced into that with Daniel Hughes injuring that thumb on Friday night. So it's 190 for 3. Curry runs away from us. He's in. Bowls to Carter. And Carter... Oh, did he he got hit on the hand there? I think he has.
Almost chopped it on.
He did. Well, he went to lunch on 35. So he's added 61 since lunch. Ollie Carter. It's been a little over an hour. Curry. In again. Oh, Carter pulls away. Is he going to be caught? No, he's been... Yes, he has been caught. Well, he was looking for his century, and he'll be so disappointed, Ollie Carter. He was looking to pull that ball away on the leg side to bring up his 100. He's been in terrific form since lunch. and he makes his way off the ground. He's desperately disappointed. He's within 4 runs of his second first-class century of his career. He wanders off, but I think he's going to get a really good ovation. Indeed, a standing ovation from some of those in the Sven Carmer Pavilion away to our left-hand side. Carter is gone, and Sussex lose their 4th wicket for 190. He's 96 coming in 142 balls with 15 fours and a 6.
They're very well batted, Ollie Carter. We'll let you hear the applause for him dragging himself off the Eastbourne man. But he'd played quite beautifully. He'd battled through the morning and he'd ridden his luck in the morning session, but in the afternoon he looked a player transformed as the sun came out and was timing it beautifully. Just spliced the pull there. It was coming so easily almost to him that possibly went for the pull when the ball wasn't quite there.
No, I would agree, yeah.
And looking to go quickly to his 100, as he'd gone very quickly to 96. As Adrian said, what was it, 35 at lunch, 61 post lunch in next to no time. And he will be disappointed, but I think on mature consideration he'll be pretty pleased and proud of his efforts. Great partnership.
156 the pair added.
Match-changing partnership, really.
Well, it came to Sussex were in a good deal of trouble, weren't they, at 34 for 3. But the game is moving on a pace here, isn't it? With all these runs flowing since lunch. The new man in is Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Alfonso Thomas walking in front of us has been looking distinctly unimpressed with some of the bowling, understandably so. But I mean, in Curry, he's been so good this season, but looked completely out of sorts today. But maybe that little bit of fortune, perhaps fortune, or perhaps overconfidence on the part of Ollie Carter, perhaps that will change things again. And going to be a double change. Holland is going to have a go from the top end, from the Cromwell Road end. What sort of field is he going to have to bowl to John Simpson? Simpson, he's been playing almost as well as Carter, 65 now off 99. He's unlikely to give it away, though Ben Mike found a couple of decent deliveries in that last over that beat him on the inside edge. But what will Holland produce from, for the first time today, the Cromwell Road end? He's got 1 slip and a gully. Peter Hanscom standing quite wide at that single slip. Round the wicket comes Ian Holland. Bowls to Simpson, very straight, tries to tuck him up, and Simpson plays it firmly as far as Hill at mid-on.
Yeah, do you think it was a top edge? I mean, he just
spliced it really.
Yeah,
it just hit high up on the bat and went straight up in the air. Went up a long way, and as you say, I think a few people lost it in the ground.
I completely lost it.
But Curry had his eyes on it. No, that's mine, he said, and he wasn't going to drop it off his own bowling. Holland is in and bowls again very straight, slightly across the line. He's pushing it Simpson, who indicates that there was a little bit of movement still for Holland.
I guess from the Leicestershire point of view here, Richard, having picked up that wicket, and they'll look at them, and there's, I mean, pretty much everyone can back down this order, but they'll fill, you sit Hudson-Prentice, Lamb, Carson, McAndrew, Robinson. They're all rounders coming in now, which may give Leicester a glimmer of hope.
Holland bowls on off stump and finds a sort of slightly the edge of the Simpson bat. He plays it down into the ground, and for half a moment he's not quite sure where it's gone. Well, the Foxes have to take that little lift from that wicket and make it count, because anything over 250 when you've put a side into bat is not a great result. In goes Holland, bowls, and again very straight. Again Simpson patient, just defends it on the back foot this time, drops it out down the pitch on the on side. Louis Kimber's doing the talking from gully to Peter Hanscom at slip. I saw when I was upstairs Hanscom and Hill in long conversation. Hanscom captains the side in T20 cricket, so he's been captaining them over the last sort of month. Holland is in, bowls on off stump this time, played firmly off the back foot by Simpson, but only as far as wide-ish mid-off.
Immediately Holland comes on, Richard. You know, he's bowling to his field. Isn't he? I mean, I think the bowling, I don't wish to be critical, I think it's been a little ragged since lunch from Leicestershire. But Holland is right on the money straight away.
That's reasonably kind description. Adrian, yeah, they didn't hit their lines and lengths at all. Holland is in, looking to drive, but it's a little bit too close to the stumps to really put his full weight into the shot. It's steered out to mid-off by Simpson, and that is a maiden, a much needed maiden to follow the wicket. Holland 3 for 25 from 10, 190 for 4. Is normal service about to be resumed? Well, it looks as though Ben Mike is going to take over that wicket notwithstanding. Looks like he's going to have a bowl from the C end.
Just send a photo in. Oh, you listen to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian Harms and Richard Ray on commentary duties. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to send through your email, which is gladly working again. Martin's been in touch, Twickenham. He says, lovely surprise to see red ball cricket back. After a pretty dismal several years, do you feel Sussex are finally turning a corner? Do you feel more confident about the future of the club generally, and what do you put the erratic player retention rates down to? Other days of top players swiftly heading for the exit now gone?
3 big questions there for you, Adrian.
Yeah, huge questions. Probably need to be careful what I say, really. It's me, isn't it? Ben Mike running up the hill from the C end of the ground into bowl to Finn Hudson-Prentice. He lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Cox, and there is no run. The game had rather a feel of a T20 after lunch, and perhaps it's a little more sedate now, which will please Leicestershire. Well, I interviewed Nathan McAndrew at Chelmsford last week, Martin, after the win against Essex, and it's always easier when you're winning, I do understand that, but Nathan did say it feels like a new Sussex, and he put a lot of that down to Paul Farbrace, talking about the recruitment that they've made, and the recruitment has been very good during the winter months. I think comes Mike, bowls, Hudson-Prentice drives, and they're going to be his first runs. Over pitched, drilled away through the covers, the ball goes over the rope, now with a little bobble. And Hudson-Prentice, nice looking shot, 194 up for 4.
I was very impressed with Farbrace's reaction to that game between these two counties at the end of last season, which Sussex won, but obviously in slightly controversial circumstances, and his reaction was, no, we're not having that. That's not the way we're going to play our cricket.
Yes.
He just stamped a little bit of authority on the side, and then bringing in Simpson as well. I think that was.
Yes, that was a Lamb and obviously Daniel Hughes has come in, but Farbrace said continually last year this side doesn't know how to win, and I think that was very true. But he's no nonsense. I think praise is given where it's due, and if players aren't performing, help is given, but he won't put up with any nonsense. In comes Mike over the wicket, bowls. Hudson-Prentice drives again. He's going to get another boundary, this time down to third man. It's not really where he intended it to go. You can see Ben Mike was frustrated. It's come off a thicket outside edge, and it's raced away down to the deep backward point boundary for back-to-back boundaries for Hudson-Prentice. He's 8. So it goes to 190. Sorry to sound so useless. 198 for 4. The numbers are a little brighter on the scoreboard.
They are, actually.
Which is good news. I think the club has turned a corner. Yeah, it has been a very disappointing last few years, and some very good players have, for whatever reason, left the club. But all you can do is to look to the future, and certainly at the moment, things are looking a whole pile better here at Sussex. But things can change very quickly. As in comes Ben Mike over the wicket, bowls, and Hudson-Prentice plays it into the floor. Good save there in the gully. Is that Josh Hull?
It's Scott Curry.
Oh right, he's tall as well, isn't he?
He is.
Good save by the man there. So, are the days of top players heading for the exit gone now? Well, I don't think you can ever say that. I think in these days of the 100 and we've spoken about this so much about the bigger counties holding so much sway now. Who can say, where, if some of these good younger players will happen. But I think probably the best advice is to enjoy it while you can, to be honest. Because, who knows? the way that nobody knows the direction of the game. But at the moment, Sussex are having a good season, and we're pleased about that. Mike in over the wicket bowls, and Hudson Prentice works that one into the covers and picks up a single. He goes to 9 at the end of the over. Sussex are 195 for 4. Is it the end of the over? No, it's not. I'm talking nonsense. There's another ball to go. But thank you, Martin, for your email. I was thinking about Twickenham today. Oh, I know. I was listening in the car this morning, and they were talking about MPs who had lost their seats and what it's like to lose your seat. And they had an interview with Vince Cable. Do you remember him? He was.
Yeah, I remember. I interviewed him once.
Did you?
Okay. Many moons ago.
He lost his seat in Twickenham in an election, but he said he was disappointed at first, but then he said there were lots of things he wanted to do with his life, and it gave him the chance to. I always thought he spoke very well, actually. And regardless of your politics, he like a decent
former leader of the Liberal Democrat
Yes, he was
Party.
indeed. Ben Mike, number 8 on his back, runs away from us. Bowls to Simpson, who drives into the covers. Good cricket all round. Nice looking shot by Simpson. And a smart bit of fielding there by, is that Rishi Patel?
It is.
Yeah, nicely done. End of the over. 199 for 4. Simpson on 65. Hudson Prentice on 9. I'm never sure whether this is my eyesight or whether it's just the angle we're sitting at. Perhaps it's a bit of both. Either way, Sussex are batting themselves into a good position here. Having at one stage been 34 for 3.
And Leicestershire supporters will at least be reassured to know that Vian Mulder is back out there.
That's good news.
So, if he did have an issue, it hasn't been big enough to keep him off the field for too long. Holland will continue from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, bowling over the wicket, of course, to the right-handed Hudson Prentice for the first time. So he's got 2 slips and a gully as he comes into the former Derby all-rounder, who tucks him away off middle and leg towards mid-wicket defensively, though, so there is no run. I say former Derby, well, he was at Derbyshire, but
Yes, he was.
he's a Sussex boy, isn't he?
Yeah, but it was very much that spell away from Hove that got his career back on track. I mean, he was let go by Sussex. Played a bit of cricket up at the MCC, got picked up by Derbyshire, and really got his career back on track. Yeah, I think he always wanted to come back to the South Coast, and he's doing a good job for his county in all formats.
Holland is in, bowl straight, and Hudson Prentice blocks the delivery out to mid-off.
He's had his hair cut as well this season. I don't know if that's... he was the leading run scorer for Sussex in the Championship last year, 873 runs from memory, 879.
He's not going so badly, 307 so far at 30s.
Yeah.
But, and 13 wickets as well, so
Useful
not quite
contributor.
as prolific, but yeah, absolutely. Holland is in and bowls. Hudson Prentice blocks the delivery off stump, back down the pitch to the, I suppose you have to say, Hampshire all-rounder.
He's been
Albeit
very
on
good.
loan.
Next door, Paul Wheeler, journalist, was talking about Ian Holland and saying that he won some sort of celebrity competition.
Yes, he did, yeah. Paul Weaver of the, used to be of the Guardian, I remember, doing Formula 1 with him. He used to occasionally pop out to do a Formula 1 race. In goes Holland and bowls. Goes past the outside edge of Hudson Prentice's bat.
Very good.
Yeah, it was to win a contract, basically. I remember the competition. To give a chance, really, just it was a... If you impress the judges sufficiently, the winner would get a contract.
2 slips and a gully go down.
As Holland bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through this time by Hudson Prentice, taken by Cox with his sun hat on and his sunglasses perched on top and his Leicestershire shirt hanging right down. It's a long Leicestershire shirt.
So it's got a colourful character then, Ian Holland.
Yeah. Wisconsin, Australia, Hampshire, and now Leicestershire. And he goes and bowls outside off stump. Good leave by Hudson Prentice, but a good over again by Holland, just hitting his marks, top of off, just outside. You can leave it, you can take the chance perhaps, but it is a slight chance. And it did beat the bat once in the over, 3 for 25. Another, so he's bowled 2 overs post in this spell, and they've both been maidens.
Well, it's just looked a different game. When he's bowled, he's made the batsman play and miss. He's bowled a very good line, and I'm sure that Lewis Hill is just looking for someone to come on at the other end and do similarly. Ben Mike has got that responsibility at the minute. 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket, 440 on a... Well, it was a cloudy morning. It started off being a lovely sunny afternoon. There is lots of blue sky around, but there's a bit more cloud now just drifted over the county ground. It's all pretty high level stuff, and as Richard was saying, if you're coming to the cricket, bring a hat and your sun cream, because it's one of those afternoons.
There have been a few announcements
About sun
to
cream?
that effect, yes.
Yeah.
Available around the ground.
There's a lot more, what's the word I'm looking for?
Awareness?
Yes, that's the word I was looking for. Ben Mike runs away from us and bowls to Simpson, who drives down the ground. There's going to be 4 runs. No chance of cutting that off once the ball runs down the hill and gets past the infield. Clipped away by Simpson. He picks up another boundary. I was just going to say that he got a little quiet. 203 for 4. There's the applause around the ground. John Simpson goes to 69.
Brings up the 200. Lovely way to do it.
We talk about Europe, and I know you spend a bit of time out in Spain, Richard. I mean, is it horribly hot in that part of the world, or would you expect it now?
I'm rarely there in sort of July, August, but my wife tells me it does get unpleasantly so, and she tends to come back for those months.
Mike around the wicket bowl. Simpson drives again. Another good bit of fielding by Patel in there at short extra. There's no run.
And the record suggested it. Yes, it has steadily got hotter, and you can see that the fires that take place sort of much more regularly now. And
are they short of water out there? I mean, is water a problem, or do they store it?
In some parts, very much so. In the place where we live, there's a desalination plant. So I'm surprised there aren't more, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think they are building more and more now. But yes, it is an issue, certainly as you get down south towards Mercia.
Mike around the wicket bowl. Simpson drives again down the grass. 4 more. Lovely looking shot by John Simpson, and no chance of cutting that one off. Ball in exactly the same position. In fact, Hudson Prentice had to sort of jump out of the way as that was drilled down the ground, and Josh Hull had no chance of cutting that off. And Simpson goes to 73, and Sussex to 207 for 4.
It literally bounced over Hudson Prentice as he hit the deck. Hit it so hard down into the ground, it bounced up, and he just flung himself flat, and it bounced over his body.
200s already to his name, John Simpson, this season, averaging 57. That's what you want when you bring somebody into the side, and he's looked in good nick again here today.
It's leading from the front, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And Mike, 2 boundaries conceded in the over so far. He's in bowls, and Simpson just lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Cox, and there is no run. His first class record, John Simpson, 1200s, 53 half centuries, over 9,500 first class runs, top score of 205, which actually came
earlier this
Leicester,
season, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Against Leicester. Yes,
Seem to recall.
Him and Danny Lamb and Simpson, wasn't it? That's right.
It was, yes.
Yeah. Mike. Still got the 2 slips in play. Comes in and bowls, and Simpson rather reaches for that, but he hammers the ball away for extra cover for 4 more. That's well fielded, sir. And there's a chair over there. He took that one-handed as the ball came over the boundary rope. And he got some applause from people sitting in the hospitality area. 3 boundaries to Simpson in the over. All of a sudden he races to 77. Just 111 balls. There's too much width.
I'm guessing the glass in those sort of glazed sliding doors in front of the hospitality boxes are probably shatterproof, but they would have been tested had that gentleman not made that catch.
Perhaps that's it. Perhaps he rents that box, or that's his box. He thought. Here comes Mike, bowls, and Simpson is at it again. He's going to get 4 more, but that doesn't go where he intended it to go. It was a thickish outside edge. The ball runs away down to wide-ish third man. 16 off the over.
16 indeed, 4 off Ben Mike, who's now conceded 56 from his 10 overs.
Simpson goes to 81, 215 for 4.
Bowled a really good spell this morning, Ben Mike.
Yes, he did.
I think it was something like 6 overs for not much more than 12 or 15, but last few there've been a lot of 4 balls, and Simpson, well, Carter has, but Simpson particularly hasn't missed out. He looks in prime nick now, doesn't he, John Simpson?
He does. Yeah.
So Ian Holland, who has exerted a measure of control, consecutive maidens from the all-rounder, will continue from the Cromwell Road end. Down the slope he comes and bowls to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's working him through mid-on. Hull scrambles across to his right, gets down, makes the stop, picks up, but he had a bit of ground to make up to his right. So single is taken.
We're way behind on time, aren't we? We're only halfway through the overs for the day, and it's 10 past 3.
Over 8. It's showing -1 at the moment, but they might have to get Goldsworthy on, if nothing else, just to improve the over 8, Leicestershire. But they've been chasing leather most of the afternoon so far. Holland round the wicket to Simpson, who drives hard, wristily actually, but only as far as Mulder at extra cover. Seeing it well now, John Simpson. He's 81. I mean, he wasn't scoring at anything like a runner ball. He's been scoring at much quicker than a runner ball post lunch. So
yes,
it's 81 off 113 now. It's been really not frenetic, just as I say, taking advantage of poor bowling, really. Holland into him, bowls on off stump, slightly short of a good length, so he stays on the back foot and plays it firmly out to Mulder at extra cover.
He's scored 66 since lunch. Went to lunch on 25. That's wrong, 56, sorry.
Round the wicket comes Holland, bowls outside off stump, a little bit of movement away from Simpson, but from wide to wider, and so Simpson let it go through.
Yeah, I think if you put the ball in the right place, I think there's still a little bit there, Richard.
Yeah, which won't discourage the likes of McAndrew and Robinson watching in the pavilion.
Yeah.
And I mean, so obviously they'd like to be batting at the end of the day. Sussex, as Holland is in and bowls. Simpson drives pleasantly. Well, that's a long chase for Hull. He might just get there because it's going up the slope slightly, and he does get there about 5 yards inside the rope. Simpson, who is very fit as well, turns and makes a comfortable 3.
Well, his running between the wickets has been excellent. I noticed we commented when he was batting with Ollie Carter, there were several times that you almost thought that Ollie Carter would have settled for the 2, and Simpson was no, come on back for the 3.
Yeah. 219 now for 4. Holland back over the wicket to the right-handed Hudson-Prentice, bowls slightly short of a length, goes back, plays it firmly down into the ground, very straight, bounces past Holland. Hull has to move to his left to field at mid-on, and immediately Hudson-Prentice saw the possibilities of a run and called Simpson through. End of the over, 220 for 4 off 49 overs. So Sussex, from the depths of 34 for 3, will be delighted with the position that they are playing themselves into here.
Oh, is this going to get some spin?
At long last, we are going to get a little bit of left arm spin.
Yeah. It's going to be Lewis Goldsworthy. Is he on a season long loan, or is he?
It was just for the T20s, but they've extended that, or they've expanded the loan, if that's the right word, to cover these 2 county championship games as well, with Liam Travaskis, who was the left arm spinner designate for this season, has a back injury. So,
that's right.
Goldsworthy is.
He made a ton
coming in.
Made a ton in the game at Leicester.
Travaskis, did he get 80? Something like that.
82.
Yeah.
Yeah, 82.
He's played 22 first-class games, Lewis Goldsworthy.
Well, certainly some sort of a change was needed. Let's see what Goldsworthy can do. Comes in around the wicket, bowls. Hudson Prentice eases that one through point. They pick up one, they'll think about two, but on this occasion there really wasn't a second run there. So Hudson Prentice goes to 12, so it's 221 for 4.
He's sort of Leicestershire look at him as a bowling all-rounder, but he's primarily a batting all-rounder, really. His record suggests that. Anyway, that said, he's becoming much more of a left-arm bowler. His bowling in T20 has been very good, but he hasn't got a first-class wicket, I don't think, despite all those games. Let's check that.
Goldsworthy in bowls and Simpson dry. A good bit of fielding in there at mid-wicket. And it's Curry diving in there, prevented a single being taken. Scott Curry, brother of Brad, who understands back from the World Cup. He was out in the Caribbean. Comes Goldsworthy, left arm over the wicket, bowls, and Simpson plays with due respect back down the pitch, and Goldsworthy fields of his own bowling. Having a little look at the bowling here, John Simpson, and why wouldn't you?
Apologies to Goldsworthy. He picked up a few wickets early this season.
He's in again, bowls, gives that plenty of air and swept away by Simpson out to deep mid-wicket. Picks up a single, fielded well out in the distance by Ben Mike, who throws the ball in quite sort of angrily, actually. But he's just a bit frustrated.
Yeah. I think he is, Ben, at the moment, just with his form.
Goldsworthy's going to come around the wicket to the right-handed Finn Hudson Prentice. Slip in place, bowls, Hudson Prentice defends out into the offside, and there is no run.
So he has 4 first-class wickets to his name. The 23-year-old. He's a Cornishman.
I see. Okay. Comes Goldsworthy, bowls, and Hudson Prentice to clip that on the onside. There is no run, so tidy enough from Lewis Goldsworthy, just conceding the 2 runs in the over, and that will please Lewis Hill. John Simpson, I think, is going off to get a bat. Everything John Simpson does, he does with a purpose. He even walks off the field now. He's sort of military, isn't he? He walks off the field to get a new pair of gloves or something. Here we are. Thank you very much to Harry Cavalos, and marches back on again. He's sort of a getting on with it sort of cricketer. I rather like that. 222 for 4. Hudson Prentice 12, Simpson 85. And momentarily the sun has almost disappeared from view. I'll make way after another over from Richard. I'm Adrian Arms, Richard Ray, and Liam O'Brien will be back with us in an over's time.
So Holland 3 for 30 from 12 will continue from Cromwell Road end. He's going to go round the wicket to Simpson with 2 slips outside off stump, shortish, punched off the back foot, cut off the back foot down into the ground, but only as far as Mulder at extra cover. I sort of hesitated for saying 2 slips because Hanscom's standing at second, and Kimber is more or less at sort of 4th. There's no first or third, if you like. So they're trying to cover, 2 men trying to cover ground where there'd normally be 3 or even 4. In goes Holland and bowls outside off stump, beautifully steered through the covers off the back foot by Simpson. Again, didn't try and overhit it. Mike chases back in front of the scorers, gets in a decent throw, taken on the bounce by Ben Cox, and Simpson settles for a couple, moves on to 87. 224 4 4.
Talking about Vince Cable, Richard.
Is he from York as well? I seem to remember talking about York, but anyway.
Martin has sent in a follow-up email, Martin from Twickenham.
Holland is in and bowls just outside off stump, just leans forward and without a point because they're on the point boundary. Ben Mike, Simpson can jog a single and does.
He says, nice chap, Mr. Cable. Used to see him on the train all the time, and he was always happy to chat over the local fates, etc. He lost his seat here and won it back. Not sure what he's up to these days. Goes on to say, we no longer see Monty Panesar turning his arm over at Twickenham. Rather bizarre to see the former England star playing on Twickenham Green.
Yeah. Over the wicket goes Holland and bowls, slightly short of a length, punched off the back foot by Hudson Prentice, but not quite timed, and runs it out to Goldsworthy in the covers. Bizarre, in the same sentence as Monty Panesar, is not an unknown description, is it? Some of his activities of late.
He goes on to say, actually, he says the former Sussex quick Abby Sikandi did take 6 wickets for Harrow Town recently on the green. Abby Sikandi spent some time at Leicester, didn't he?
I was going to say, former Leicestershire player as well.
Yeah.
Had a couple of years with the Foxes. Smashing guy, Abby.
Yes.
Holland is in, bowls straight,
And
covers up Hudson Prentice. Hudson and watches as Holland fields off his own bowling. Sorry, Adrian.
that's all right, it's my fault. I did actually hear from Abby earlier on this season because he was running the Brighton Marathon
Was he, bless him?
for a charity, I believe, in memory of his mother.
Good effort.
Yeah.
How did he get? Do we know how he got? I assume he finished. He's a fit young
Yeah,
man.
he would have been, I'm sure.
Holland is in and bowls down the leg side, taken by Cox. Tried to help it on it, so I didn't get anything on it. Hudson Prentice. End of the over. 2-2-5 for 4. And the current run rate is now 4.5, which, considering it was hard going this morning, 84 for 3 off 29 at lunch, just shows how quickly the runs have come post lunch. Still 45 overs left to be played today.
Yes,
Sussex could be 450 for 8.
We're going to be late. Dale Wright's been in touch. He says, hello Dale. He says, it doesn't seem fair that Sussex and Leicester have both played 7 games, with Sussex winning 3 matches so far, and Leicestershire haven't won any yet. Yet Leicestershire are only 27 points behind Sussex. Well, I think Leicestershire have been a very difficult side to beat, Dale. They may not have won many games, but they're a difficult side to beat.
8 points for a draw. Discuss.
Yes. That's from Dale. I'll read the rest of it in a minute, Dale, as in comes Goldsworthy bowls. Simpson punches that down to long on. Picks up a single. He goes to 89, 226 for 4. Dale says, I enjoyed this morning's live stream while stoning homegrown Sarah cherries ready for jam making. Read that again. While stoning homegrown Sarah... Well, what's stoning?
You take the stone is the seed inside the cherry.
Ah, that makes sense.
They're called stones.
Goldsworth in, bowls, it's not a horrible delivery, and he's lucky to get away with that. Hudson Prentice drills a full toss to mid-on, there is no run. Oh, well done, Rich, I would never thought of that. Sour cherries ready for jam making. That sounds rather nice, doesn't it? It's a nice homemade jam. You're not a big fan?
Not of cherries, no, funnily enough.
Goldsworth in, bowls. Hudson Prentice drives to mid-off, and there is no run.
Elderflower season as well, isn't it?
Is it?
At the moment, all over the
Okay.
Leicestershire countryside.
Would people... Right, so will people go out and pick that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah?
Cordial.
Goldsworthy in again. Bowls. Hudson Prentice lofts the ball down the ground. That's going to be all the way for a maximum. Just biding his time there was Finn Hudson Prentice. It's a relatively short boundary straight down the ground here at Hove, and it was a beautifully timed shot. And he belted the ball down the ground. He goes to 18. Sussex to 234 for 4. The noise you can hear down below us is the Ben Mike, who's just retrieving the ball because it's landed underneath our commentary box. Gives me a chance to read an email from Stuart Glover, who's over in Laos. He says, hello Adrian and Richard. After a few years where we've shown promise and ended up relinquishing good starts and falling short on many occasions, it's great to see that maybe we've turned the corner. And there seems to be a positive atmosphere around the team, whether it's the red or the white ball. And he says Simpson looks a superb addition. Well, I would agree with that. Thank you, Stuart, for getting in touch. But it's hot in Laos at the minute. It's always hot, isn't it, out in the Far East? And he's at it again, Hudson Prentice. So that's back-to-back sixes. He took a step down the wicket and just drilled the ball over long on for 6 more. Hudson Prentice goes to 24, and Sussex are sort of motoring again here.
Yeah, it's wonderfully positive, the approach, isn't
Yes.
it? And it's paying off in spades at the moment.
238 for 4, is that right, Liam?
It is, and,
Yeah.
and the thing is, if you hit the spinner out of the attack, then Hill has to keep rotating his seamers. You're getting overs into their legs. They're getting a little bit tired with each over that passes, a little bit more tired, and you know, the batters can really take control in these last overs with the old ball. Plenty of them to come.
Goldsworthy in again, bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays it back down the track. There is no run. Lewis Hill stayed on the boundary to prevent Finn Hudson Prentice doing that again. Another good over as far as Sussex are concerned. Goldsworthy's 2 overs have cost 15. It's high time I relinquished the microphone and enjoyed some of Liam's biscuits with Sussex 238 for 4.
Hill. To whom does he turn now? Well, he'll stay with Holland at the Cromwell Road end. Holland continues to be the pick of the Leicestershire seamers, 3 for 33 from 13, which includes 5 maidens, but in terms of his field placings, he's starting to go on to the defensive, kind of has already. And the ball is being tossed to umpire Pratt by Ian Holland. It is how many overs old now? 52 overs old, which is old for a Duke's ball. And is it going to go through the gauge? Umpire Baldwin gets it through the gauge and hands it back to umpire Pratt. It is still sufficiently spherical to be used by the Leicestershire bowlers, say the umpires. It's had got a bit of a battering in that over, didn't it? We heard it thump into the whatever it is below us. What is below us actually? Wall of the building, presumably. They used to keep covers down here, but they've sort of moved to one side. But there was something of a thump. Holland then in from the Cromwell Road end, round the wicket he bowls to John Simpson outside off stump. Simpson lets it go through, walks off towards short leg. I wonder if that'll be Leicestershire's modus vivendi. Negative bowling outside off stump, make the batsman try and fetch it. Simpson on 89. We're disinclined to take risks, but you'd be surprised if they gave Goldsworthy another, would you? Or is it the brave thing to do? In goes Holland and bowls a little bit closer to off stump, waits for it Simpson and guides it nicely through the vacant point area. In comes Mike to field, one is taken. You say to do it again?
I'd love to see him bowl again.
Yeah.
It's tough as a spinner to find your length, especially when someone's gone after you like that, but I don't know, I've been calling out for spin for the whole time, to be honest with you, just to change up the momentum a bit, so it'd be a shame to see him get a couple of overs and get taken straight off. I feel like you need the spinner to get a bit of momentum, even just 5 overs, or just, even if they go for you, we just need to see if spin's going to work.
There wasn't much wrong with the first over, which went I think for just 2 or 3, just those 2 big sixes. Holland back over the wicket to the right-handed Hudson Prentice. Bowls outside off stump, slightly short of a length. Square driven just behind point, but he's cross with himself, Hudson Prentice, because it was close enough to Rishi Patel for the Leicestershire opener to get down to his left and make the stop.
And I would say it wasn't bad bowling. It was good batting, and that's the difference. If they were just 2 drag downs getting sent into the flats, you can go, okay, fair enough, you're not bowling well. They're on the money, he just used his feet nicely and controlled the ball for 6, so I'd love to see him get another over.
Holland is in and bowls worked by Hudson Prentice off middle and leg out towards mid wicket. Takes the first one quickly, but Mulder got to the ball quickly, and both Simpson and Hudson Prentice of the same mind, which was that there wasn't a second run to be had, but it is a 50 partnership already of just 52 balls, and they've shared the runs perfectly, 25 apiece. Impressively positive batting in this session from Sussex. 240 now for 4. Back round the wicket goes Holland, bowls outside off stump, a length delivery but a foot wide of off stump, and Simpson on 90 now, has nothing to do with it.
What do you think about the free entry as well? I've seen a few comments about some people not sure on free entry on a Sunday, but I think it's such a great thing for the game, encouraging people to come along, and if they enjoy it then they might come along for other days as well.
Yeah, I was reading the comments. In goes Holland and bowls, a little bit closer to off stump. Simpson defends on the back foot out to mid off, and there's no run I saw one or two to the effect that, well, you can't afford to put floodlights on, but you can afford to let people in sort of free, question mark. And I'm all in favour of getting more people in, especially if there is a good response, as there has been today, because hopefully you'll get it back in terms of people using the outlets and, you know, Greg's and places like that, in which obviously Sussex will be taking a share. It's not just sort of rented outlets, are they? They're proper profit for the club, so to speak.
And it's also not like they're losing out, because these people wouldn't have come along otherwise. A lot of it's been encouraged today, so you're actually like at no disadvantage for it, I think. And just seeing the crowd as players gets you about through it. So Goldsworthy to continue from the C end, and that is cut away nicely for a single out to deep cover.
Yeah, that was a bit of a drag down, wasn't it?
Yeah, I feel like I jinxed him there a little bit.
Got away with it, really.
But the field's very spread out, to be honest with you. So I don't know. I personally would like to see them be a bit more positive. It's hard as a spinner, if you've got such a negative field, to start building some pressure. So into bowl, and that is blocked away nicely. So I'm just having some headphone issues. There we go.
You don't feel that Simpson might use his feet and loft you straight, so Hill has come up from long off to mid off.
So to continue, flicked away nicely into the onside by Simpson for a single. I just feel like Leicestershire haven't got any pressure at the moment, and so it's kind of free reign for the batters.
It's the best part of, what, 150 runs since lunch.
Yeah, I agree. So over the wicket now to Hudson Prentice, who drives that back to the bowler for a dot ball. There's a quiet lull around the ground. It's like they're waiting for something to happen here. As he's over the wicket into bowl, and that's driven and very well stopped at extra cover by Curry, who's made a couple of smart stops there, and that's going to be a dot ball. But a good bit. That's like it just takes one little bit of fielding, a little bit of pressure, and then you'll see the Sussex about to do something different. So into bowl here, and that is caught as slip. What a catch that is! Hudson Prentice going to cut it through the offside, and that's Peter Hanscom there, as it's cut really quickly, throws out a hand, and it sticks, and that's an incredible catch. And like I said, it just takes one little bit of fielding, doesn't it? And a bit of pressure comes, and Goldsworth will be happy he gets another chance to bowl there, takes the wicket, and that's Hudson Prentice, who's looking very threatening, 26 off 30, caught by Peter Hanscom.
Yep, the Australian, the Victorian, stuck out his right hand. It's one of those that's got to go into the hand, isn't it? But it did, and it was a really fine piece of work. Hudson Prentice punched his bat in frustration. He'd been looking so good, hadn't he? But look, he absolutely threw a haymaker at his bat in annoyance. But he was seeing it well.
That's a great catch, though.
It was.
I was at Slip yesterday, and I had one very similar, but it was already past me. You literally just need to throw a hand out and hope it sticks, and that's a very,
so when
very
you say it's already
catch.
did you catch it then when it was behind you, sort of?
No, so as in I went to catch it, but it had already got
Okay.
past me because of how quick it had gone. And that he kind of caught that from behind him as well, from just throwing a hand up, hoping for the best. That's a very big catch, that.
One that Leicestershire desperately needed.
And in comes Danny Lamb, who's in fine form in the 2020 stuff. Adrian would have been watching with Sussex, but his creativity and everything like that, he's in really good form at the moment, along with Simpson. So it'll be interesting to see if he's aggressive and positive against the spin here, as he's been going so well in the 2020s, or if he just consolidates like Sussex have done every time they've lost a wicket. Be interesting to see. And that did also bring the end of the over. So Goldsworthy got 2 runs off that over, and the big wicket of Finn Hudson Prentice.
And they go bang bang, as the cricketers like to say. That's the encouraging shout from 1 or 2 on the Leicestershire side. Looking to Ian Holland to try and make that happen. He's going to be bowling to Simpson though. In he goes and bowls. Simpson is calmly forward. Both batsmen take a step, look at each other, and then immediately call no as they see. In fact, it's not. It's Mulder back on. I do beg your pardon. So how is Holland fielded that at extra cover when he just bowled it as well? Because he didn't bowl it, it was Mulder who's back on from the Cromwell Road end. It's still showing Holland on the scoreboard, so somebody will whip that round, I'm sure, in due course. Mulder is in and bowls. Ooh, that one came back in a touch to Simpson, swung back in and squared him up slightly, thick outside edge, along the ground to vacant point. Kimber pursues from sort of wider of the two slips and one is taken. Simpson on to 92. Scoreboard still hasn't twigged it's Mulder rather than Holland. Wonder if they're listening to us. Possibly not. So a slightly more conventional attacking field for the new batsman Lamb. Lancastrian. Right hand waits as Mulder is in, bowls to him on off stump, thick outside edge. Bounces to Curry at third slip. Curry makes as though to hurl the ball at the stumps, doesn't bother doing so because Lamb had got back into his ground. Lamb was involved in an incident with Dieter Klein a couple of years ago in the Bob Willis Trophy when Leicestershire played Lancashire at Worcester, believe it or not. It was designated as a Lancashire home game. As Mulder is in and bowls outside off stump. Lamb leaves. It was very wide, not quite wide enough to be called. When he did sort of slightly appear to have stepped out of his ground, having played the ball back to Klein, who hurled the ball at the stumps, hit Lamb on the sort of instep really, or just on the bottom of the pad, right in front of the stumps. But Leicestershire were fined 5 runs and had some points against them, which triggered another points deduction, and it was all sorts of kerfuffle. In goes Mulder, bowls very wide, bangs it in as well, but bounces away into the gloves of Cox and allowed to do so by Lamb. Made a century at Grace Road, I think, as well. Danny Lamb.
Yeah, I was looking at the
this
stats.
season.
That was a good game, wasn't it? Was it ended in a draw, but
Thanks to the weather, yes, Sussex were all over Leicestershire really in that game and would have won had the entirety of the last day not been lost to the weather. In goes Mulder and bowls outside off stump again. Lamb leaves. One must be honest about these things.
But you get a lot more respect from just being honest, don't you? Because then whatever you say, whether it's positive or negative, you know it's coming from an honest place. Completely agree. Unfortunately, I've done some interviews and been too honest, apparently. So.
Oh right, have you? I shall Google. Liam O'Brien controversy. See what comes up.
No, but honesty is the best policy, isn't it? And Goldsworthy is going to continue here from Simpson. Do I sound alright in your ears?
Yes.
I just sound amazingly fuzzy in mine, so I wasn't sure if you were getting weird feedback.
Connect. No, it sounds perfect.
Perfect. So he's going to be coming over the wicket to Simpson. Long on, deep square leg here. And that's pulled away into the leg side, but straight to the man. Now Simpson's going to be a bit frustrated with that one, as it's just going to be a single. It's one of those really annoying ones as a batter where you nail it, but just straight to the fielder. And that's going to be Danny Lamb. Still on 0 here. And hopefully, from the Leicester point of view, the Captain Hill brings in some pressure. Just to build a little bit of pressure on Lamb and make him make a loose shot or something like that.
He's, as you would hope, brought Mike in from long off to mid off.
So into bar around the wicket here, and that's blocked away nicely. There's a nice pace there from Goldsworthy.
It gives it a chance to spin. But
absolutely. Sometimes you see bowlers just fire it in, and then any bad balls get suddenly punished, or it's a little bit negative because you're not letting the ball spin. So he's bowling really well here as it comes round the wicket, and that's blocked away into the offside. But because there's a deep cover, it's just going to be a single. I still think Hill could be a bit more positive. Don't mean to be a negative commentator here, but in county championship cricket, like one wicket normally brings 2 if you could be nice and positive, and I think it's a really good chance to get the Sussex lineup here. As he comes round the wicket here to Simpson, who pulls that away into the leg side. Looking for the umpire's signal. I think it's going to be 4 runs. Yep, 4 runs to Simpson. Picks it up nicely. And that takes him on to 97.
Yeah, another drag down.
We have a loose delivery there from Goldsworthy. Every time I seem to compliment him, suddenly then pulls a back of a length ball that gets smacked away.
Just in case John Simpson goes through his 100, it's a bit of a tradition that we have amongst commentators there. Well, this will be his 3rd century of the season for John Simpson. Lewis Goldsworthy, he's just surveying that leg side field, is John Simpson. It's been a super knock so far. In comes Goldsworthy, bowls, and Simpson just clips the ball down the ground and picks up a single. He goes to 98. Applause around the ground. That's because the 250 is up for Sussex. 250 for 5. Lamb on 1, Simpson 98. And those runs have come very quickly, haven't they? We're in the 56th over of the day. We've still got another 8 to go until tea. I think Richard's right, there could be an adjustment of overs. Goldsworthy in bowls to Lamb, who defends onto the onside. And there is no run. So 7 runs coming off the over, 250 for 5, Simpson 98. Lamb is on 1. Just to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex. BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian Harms, Liam O'Brien and Richard Ray, your commentary team. You know a few of the boys in the Sussex dressing room. We've been hearing from people saying, oh, there's a good feeling about the camp. Well, there always is when you win, isn't there? I mean, life's a lot easier when you're winning games. But you're presumably hearing the same from the guys you know, Liam.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the main thing with Sussex is when they've won, they've not got too high, and when they've lost, they've not got too low. They've just got a really good environment. And I think that does come from the skipper, to be honest with you. Keeps everyone level-headed.
Ian Boulder running in around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Simpson, who plays this one through backward point. They've taken 1, they're going to come back for the second. They will come back for the second. It's excellent running by John Simpson, and applause all around the ground. And that is a tremendous 100 by the skipper. It really is. Coming in when Sussex were in trouble. They were 34 for 3. It's 100 in 135 balls in 196 minutes, including 16 fours. And John Simpson gets a standing ovation from those here at Hove. It's the first time he's made 100 at Hove. He made 100 at Leicester. He made 100 at Lords. Now he's made 100 for Sussex at Hove. His 3rd century of the season. It's been a wonderful performance by the skipper, and it's carried Sussex to a very strong position on 252 for 5.
So Mulder into bowl there, and that's flicked away to mid-on for a dot ball. And yeah, that's an exceptional innings from Simpson. Chanceless, and it's been ruthless as well, to be honest with you. That would be the word I'd use for that innings. That was ruthless. Every bad ball was punished. He was very authoritative. Every time there's a ball in his pads, he'd rotate it for a single. He ran very hard, and that's a captain's knock, as they would call it, Richard.
Classy, wasn't it? All the way, in every respect. Really good knock, super knock.
So Mulder round the wicket now, and that's left outside the off stump by Simpson.
Because conditions were not easy when he came in, at all.
That was a pretty special 100. I've not seen the crowd celebrate 100 like that in years, to be honest with you. It's such a nice turnout with the amount of people here that he kind of, as he lifted his helmet up, pointed to the whole crowd, and everyone was standing on their feet, and that's a really nice moment.
Yeah, debate about the advisability of allowing people in free continues on the forums.
Absolutely. And so around the wicket, and that they're looking for a quick single. Sorry, I went a little bit quiet. I was trying to gather what was going on there. Went down the leg side. Cox did a diving catch there, but just fumbled it, and Lamb was going to call him through, and went against it.
Suggestion that it's annoyed 1 or 2 members. I don't think I can't believe that, really. Membership's not that expensive to get you in. Plus, nicer for the members to look around and see a couple of thousand, if there is a couple of thousand, than a couple of hundred or whatever.
Absolutely agree. As Mulder comes in around the wicket, and that's left outside the off stump for a dot ball. Even as a player, take away the members, everything like that. if I'm playing in front of 3,000 people or 300, I'd always pick 3,000. It makes you feel more up for the game, and I think it's just a good feel-good factor about Sussex cricket at the moment. They're doing really well last year after a tough year last year, and just to see the turnout on a Sunday is excellent, and it just gets people talking about Sussex cricket again. And personally, as a kid, my dad used to always bring me along when it was the 3 days to come and watch it, and it used to get me to watch all the cricketers I used to look up to. So I think it's a great chance. As Mulder comes in round the wicket, left outside the off stump, and that is Sussex 252 for 5, Simpson 100, Lamb on 1, and yeah, like I said, that's a real captain's knot from the Sussex captain there.
It's been as impressive in its own way as his double century was at Grace Road, but I think, was he unbeaten at Grace Road as well? Was it 200 odd not out, which means that Leicestershire have yet to dismiss him this season, and he's got over 300 runs. So there we go. So he's on, at the moment he's on 305 not out against Leicestershire this season so far. There's one or two who are like batters throughout the county game that you kind of know will score runs against you. Wayne Madsen, for example, for Derby. Yeah. I think I've spent much of the last 10-12 years watching Wayne Madsen bat and make big runs for Derby against Leicestershire. Samit Patel usually made runs for Notts against Leicester. No doubt will make them for Derby as due course, what did in the T20. That's all he's playing at the moment. Scott Curry's coming back on, so Goldsworthy's spell was brief, too brief perhaps, you would argue. In goes Curry and bowls to Lamb, who is very compact in his defensive lead press forward there. Not a big stride, anything like it. Just weight was on the front foot. It was deep in his crease, really, just leaning forward, but everything was neatly close together. Nothing was going through him. He remains on 1. Yeah, I'd have been inclined in the circumstances to give Goldsworthy another one there, at least. Curry, though, is in to Lamb, who again, defensively, this time very much on the back foot, drops the ball down just a yard or two in front of him.
Yeah, I do agree. I just like the pressure that spin can build sometimes, and obviously you brought Goldsworthy in to bowl, and I don't know how to say it. Bowlers need to bowl as well. Obviously, it sounds amazingly obvious, but he needs to get in a rhythm in his spell, and I feel like Leicestershire could have really built some pressure up from that end to let him get a few overs under his belt.
Curry bowls down the leg side, beautifully clipped away by Lamb, but it's going to be stopped on the deep backward square boundary by Longleg running up from fairly wide position in the first place. It's Holland down there at the moment. It's been Patel throughout much of the day so far, but Rishi's up in the covers at the moment, keeping him involved. Curry's going to go round the wicket to the left-handed Simpson. He's sent square leg out to the boundary. Comes in and bowls onto the legs of Simpson, but that's a sort of a gimme ball, really. Nobody saving one square or behind square on the leg side. It wasn't a short ball, just a length ball on leg stump. All you had to do was get any sort of bat on it, and it was going to be at least one, and so it proved.
It's been a bit of a strange one because Curry's been in such good form, but he's gone over 5 and over. I know he got the big wicket of Carter, but I feel that was more from Carter's lack of concentration and his eyes lit up a little bit from trying to get the 100 rather than Curry out bowling him. Maybe struggling to bowl up the hill here today.
In he comes and bowls a bit straighter, and Lamb defends back down the pitch on the on side.
But it's a common thing you see here at Sussex is when the pitch isn't doing too much, it feels like it really highlights the lack of pace sometimes from some bowlers, where the great Sussex bowlers I remember seeing had that extra yard about them where if they didn't manage to get a bit of movement off the seam, they could still, with that extra bit of pace, get people out.
Yeah, absolutely. Curry in, bowls, Lamb gets a short ball that he pulls over mid-wicket for 4. Sits up nicely, and Lamb helps himself. Yeah, it's a little bit that way at Grace Road sometimes. There isn't much pace in the pitches, however much grass or, they leave on or take off. They've tried all sorts. They've actually relayed a couple now at considerable expense over the last couple of years, and hoping to get a bit more pace in those. They just look a little bit tired, parts of the square at Grace Road. But yeah, Curry not been himself today, and he has. It's reflected in his figures. 1 for 58 from 10. And that's about right, really. The one's slightly fortunate.
Just look at some of the T20 scores. As Mulder continues down the hill and it's blocked away nicely. USA currently 26 for 1 after 4 overs. England won the toss, chose to field, and Reece Topley got the wicket. He's been very impressive.
Afghanistan beating Australia.
Big celebrations. Did you see the videos of the celebrations?
No, best. Did they give it everything?
It was like a big party on the pitch.
Fair play.
Big.
Fair play.
Yeah. Excellent win. And now Mulder's going to be coming in from the Cromwell Road end. Round the wicket here. And that's flicked into the leg side for a single. And picked up by Curry, who throws it in to Cox. Now it's going to be Lamb facing up here on the Mulder coming back over the wicket.
Hamish in Aberdeen. That is one of the best hundreds I've seen this year from a Leicestershire supporter's perspective. And yeah, I'd agree.
Everything was hit in the middle of his bat, wasn't it?
Pretty much. Pretty much.
And so Mulder into bowl over the wicket here to Lamb, who just leaves it comfortably outside off stump. And I don't know if it's a Sussex game plan, or they're just being very patient, but they've been so good outside the off stump since the early wickets of not playing anything wide. Obviously they've had a few loose balls that they've really thrown their hands at, so maybe the feedback back to the dressing room is if you're going to play outside off stump, you really have to go hard and commit everything to it, because the wickets have all come from playing outside off stump, really, haven't they, or loose shots. So Mulder to continue down the hill here, bowls it, and that is dropped by Cox. No bat involved though, and it's going to be a dot ball.
Continuing to score at a rate though that gives the captain so many options. If at the close of play they're sort of 440, 450, something like that, then you can have genuine ambitions of only batting once, really, with 3 days to go. But
Leicestershire have a lot of batting, don't they?
They do. They bat all the way down as well.
So that's Mulder to continue over the wicket here, and that is left alone by Lamb. It looks like he goes to play a shot, but he just pulls his bat inside, and that is taken nicely from Cox.
But you kind of get the feeling that, well, we still think, no, I mean, you've got to be positive and say, well, if we can get Sussex out for 340, 330, who knows, then maybe we can get 500 and put them under a little bit of pressure on a much drier and, you know, perhaps a little bit dusty the pitch. You never know, but it's beginning to feel as though the best they can do is draw.
So Mulder into bowl here, and that's blocked away nicely from Danny Lamb. It's also going to be the over, 1 off it. Sussex are 259 for 5, Lamb on 6, and Simpson on 102.
It may be that Curry is sort of feeling the reason. He's played every game pretty much and bowled long spells in T20. You bowl your 4 overs, don't you? But I think they are tired at the end. It's hard work, isn't it? T20, because he's a gun fielder as well, as you've seen, and
yeah.
And he bowled a lot of overs in the county championship beforehand. Now he's being asked to do so again. And this is his first full season, really, because he hasn't played a full season for Hampshire. Round the wicket he goes and bowls to John Simpson, who leaves outside off stump. I think he's very fit, but yeah, I can see the argument that he probably could do with a break at some stage. But the physios are supposed to have all the figures. The S&C chaps have all the figures these days, can't they? And they know if somebody isn't quite performing as well. as they have been physically. In goes Curry and Bowles on off stump, slightly short of a length. Played firmly out to the backward point boundary, where Holland is fielding.
But then there's also the argument, coach of mine, Ian Salisbury, when I first got involved with England stuff, he said physios are there to get you on the pitch. So I know it sounds brutal, but Curry's one of their best players, so regardless of if he needs a rest or not, your best players need to be able to make it on the pitch. And I think he's looked pretty strong. He's just, there's not been much in the pitch.
In he goes and bowls to the right-handed Lamb, who leaves outside off stump. Yeah, just looking at the championship overs, he's bowled by far the most, 170. The next one is Scriven at 148. But there's been so much weather around. Days lost here and there, full days lost here and there. He's only bowled in 9 innings, so most for Sussex. Jaden Seals, 168, outside off stump, and again Lamb leaves.
I think that's why you notice a lot of the Sussex overseas players they bring in are either bowlers that bowl down the hill with a bit of extra momentum, or real sharp bowlers. I remember a spell Jaden Seals did in his first game. I think he took a 5 from that. His second spell was up the hill and it was absolutely rapid, and they just, if the pitch isn't doing as much, they still have the extra yard to still trouble the batters.
Curry bowls, dropped short, caught at second slip, got that little bit of extra bounce, and it was almost steered by Lamb to second slip, didn't get on top of the bounce at all, and everything I've been saying is clearly complete rubbish, because Curry did find that little bit of something extra and found the edge of Lamb's bat, and he picks up his second wicket and a second bowling bonus point for the Foxes.
That was a loose shot there by Danny Lamb.
It was a bit.
They've been so good outside the off stump, and I feel like I've jinxed it, but they were so good at leaving the ball outside off and not messing with anything there. And he's the first player since, I think, Tom Haynes prodding outside off that has proper just chased a wide one that didn't need to, and it's well taken there. I think is it Kimbrett Slip?
It was third catch for LK. He's got a very good pair of hands on him. 260 for 6. Can the Foxes go through? Sides don't have tails anymore, really, do they? Can they get through the all-rounders at the, what would be a 330, 340? They'd probably take that from here, wouldn't they? From 260 for 5.
I think from Sussex point of view, you want to bat the day. That would be my thing as a coach. Would not be run related. It would be, can we just bat time, keep them out in the field as long as we can, and try and eke every run possible out of this innings, because with the lineup they've got bowling wise, they probably will be able to fancy getting a few early wickets.
So they wouldn't fancy 10 overs tonight, just to see if they can.
I know that would be the dream, wouldn't it, if they got 400 and a few overs tonight, but ideally, first innings wise, you just want to try and bat as long as you can, keep Leicestershire out here as long as possible, and then come fresh. I think it's going to be quite a nice evening, isn't it? So it's not going to be doing too much, I would say. But my bad to Curry there for obviously saying he's not got the extra yard.
Yeah,
and looking a little bit
we were
tired.
both saying it, weren't we, though? And then he's just found it. As you say, he got a bit of help from Lamb, I suspect.
Completely agree. And that's Carson coming in, who is a very good batter. I've bowled against him quite a few times, and very solid technique. Had a big 6 in the 2020 recently as well that won Sussex the game. So he's in good form as well.
Curry is in to Carson bowls, and thickish inside part of the bat as it shapes a bit back in, runs it out to Patel at mid wicket. End of a successful over in the end for Scott Curry. 11 overs now, 2 for 59, which, as I say, considering he's not been the Scott Curry we've seen for most of the season so far, you'd probably settle for that in the end for now.
I agree, and it's going to be Mulder to continue. Has got quite a bit of life out of this pitch. Even watching him bend his back here, he is getting a lot of sideways movement. It's just a little bit too wide, so he's not troubled the batters as much.
4 overs until tea, so it's going to be a good sort of half an hour, 35 minutes late.
So Mulder round the wicket here. and that's just straight down the leg side for a dot ball. It's just been a little bit wayward today, hasn't he, with his radar? I feel like he's been a bit unlucky. A few balls earlier on in his first spell or second spell caught the outside edge of Carter and went down to third man for 4. So maybe the runs he's been hit for look a little bit harsh, but he has just strayed a little bit too far outside off stump. Then when he's tried to go straight, it's strayed too far down the leg side, and his radar's just been a little bit off today. But he's going to continue round the wicket here into bowl at Simpson, and that is flicked into the leg side for a quick single. And I still feel like they've got a bit of a vacant gap there where Simpson can just get right across the stumps and just rotate the ball into the leg side for a single. If you're going to come around the wicket, it's so hard to hit in the offside. I reckon you could sneak in an extra mid-wicket there, take out a slip maybe, and just build a bit of pressure on Simpson. And so 3 slips in for Carson here. They're going to have a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket and a deep fine leg. So a pretty regulation field here. And you want to be attacking these stumps early against Jack Carson, I would say. As Mulder comes into bowl here, and that's flicked into the leg side. He's going to run really hard here. Fielder comes around at fine leg, and Carson calls back Simpson for a second run. Good arm there from Goldsworthy, but that's going to be 2. Well flicked by Carson.
215 runs coming into this match at 24, more or less. Carson in 9 innings. 150. Highest score then of 61 so far this season for the spinner.
Very positive player as well. As Mulder comes down the hill here into Carson, that's blocked away nicely for a dot ball. Update in the USA-England game. First power play is done, and USA are 48 for 2, so good start for England there, who take 2 key early wickets. And in the power play in the professional game, as a bowling team, you never talk about run rates. It's always about wickets and how many wickets you can take advantage of in that power play. So I think England will be happy with a couple of wickets there.
Is the opener out, the one who's got all the runs?
Let me
his name now.
Have a little deep dive. As Mulder continues over the wicket here, and it's left alone by Carson for a dot ball. So it's Sam Curran with the wicket in his first over.
Who are the 2 in batsmen?
I think Aaron Jones is the big player, isn't he? I feel like he's out. So, oh no, Aaron Jones is into bat along with Nitish Kumar. Let's have a little look here.
I think that's right, yeah, he's the one with the runs.
Jofra bowled 2 overs for 10 runs, economy of 5 and over, so that's very good going in the power play. And it was Stephen Taylor, the 2 openers out by Topley and Curran. So all to play for in Bridgetown. As Mulder continues over the wicket here to Carson, who blocks it away nicely into the offside for a dot ball. The Leicestershire players are buzzing around now after that wicket. That's going to be the end of the over. Sussex 263 for 6. Carson on 2, Simpson 104, and we're edging ever closer to... Is it
Margaret's Cake?
Margaret's Cake, that was it. That's what I was looking for.
We are 3 overs away from Margaret's Cake. Should we leave Adrian to explain that? But
yeah,
bless her heart, Margaret.
Well, Margaret, if you're
superstar.
listening, thank you very much.
Margaret from Brighton has baked us a cake, which Adrian, playing with fire, has left in the press room. If there's any of it left, round the wicket goes Curry, and thick inside part of the bat from Simpson as he works that one out towards mid-wicket. There isn't a mid-wicket. Running round is Mulder, so a comfortable single for John Simpson. He hasn't exactly gone into his shell since getting his 100, Simpson. He's just not seen any of the strike, really. Lamb and now Carson have taken most of it, but he does look as though he's just resetting like all good batsmen. We know from very first-hand experience at Leicestershire that 100 is by no means the end of the story as far as Simpson is concerned. He'll be looking for a lot more yet. In goes Curry and bowls to Carson, who's forward on off stump, and there's no run. Adrian will confirm, was it Jack Carson who was involved in that little incident with Ben Cox towards the end? It was, yes, end of the game last season. when yes.
Go on, give us the inside scoop for that one, please.
Leicestershire were trying to chase down 498 to win the game, which obviously would have been a record, not just for Leicestershire, but in the county championship. In goes Curry and bowls. Edge dropped by Kimber. Well, he has dropped one now, and Curry should have had a third wicket. It more or less straight to Kimber. He went hard hands at it, Carson, there, and it flew much more quickly to Kimber, and it was on him perhaps a little bit too soon, went through him, and it's run down towards the boundary. Carson picks up a couple of runs, and Curry for once shows his frustration there. It was lowish to Kimber, but it certainly carried, and
yeah, you should be catching that in county championship level.
That is hugely disappointing. A third chance dropped by Leicestershire. Curry in again to Carson, bowls full, and goodness me, what are he quite trying to do there? Steer it away, sort of drive it carefully, elegantly away through the offside. Didn't get anything on it, and it bounces through to Cox in the end. But well, one more before tea, and Leicestershire really would have sort of not dragged it back. Still in a very good position, Sussex, 268 for 6, but could have been better. In goes Curry and bowls down the leg side. Carson tries to whip it away, doesn't get anything on it.
Sorry, you were saying about Carson.
Yes,
and Cox.
yeah, Leicestershire were trying to chase down 499 to win the game. They got pretty close, and it got all very frenetic, and everybody was getting worked up, and Cox turned for a second, having worked Carson away, and Carson stuck out a foot. And and then quickly withdrew it at the last second. In goes Curry outside off stump, chopped away by Carson. That won't make Curry feel any better. 4-4, punched away through the offside, through extra cover for 4 off the back foot.
I remember seeing that clip, and it was, did he mean it, did he not?
Yeah, but the fact that he was left out for the next game, possibly it was, and for, I think Farbrace made it fairly clear it was about behaviour. Haynes as well, yeah, it was. It all got very heated out there, but yes, it did rather look like it. And Cox was, you know, pointing his bat and wagging his finger and all this sort of stuff, and yeah.
Well, I think Cox is a very big gym goer. I wouldn't want to mess with Cox.
Lesson learned, I think, as far as Jack Carson is concerned.
Absolutely. Good management from the Sussex staff as well. So Mod to continue round the wicket, and that's going to be a dot ball down the leg side. I feel like I'm being very critical of Mulder, but he's just straying a little bit too far outside off, and then too many balls just going down the leg side, and I feel like the Sussex players have missed out on a couple, but he's just straying down the leg side. Cox having to dive to pick up the loose delivery, but with the county championship you can't be giving little freebies and off like this. You need to be a bit more consistent and build gradual pressure, and Mulder hasn't quite built that yet, but he is getting some movement. He's coming out with his hand and swinging, so still good signs. Ball is moving around as he comes into bowl. That's driven into the offside, and diving stop by Ben Mike means there's going to be no run. And where are you seeing the amount of overs till tea? Can I see
well,
on the scoreboard,
it's 32 until you play until there are 32 left.
Okay.
You have tea when there are 32 to go, so that means 64 have to be bowled. So we're on 62.1. So we've got
1.4 left.
1.5, 1.4 left. Yeah.
And so in comes Mulder round the wicket, pitched up delivery, hit into the onside. Still quite a bit of swing there. I saw when Hudson Prentice hit one of his big sixes near the commentary box down by the sheets below us. I did get a little glimpse of the ball, and it didn't look like there was much shine left on it. So clearly they have someone working magic over in the Leicestershire fielding team, shining that ball up. That's normally my job with some of the England side, is shining up the ball, even if it is a white ball. But a few overs later we're then trying to throw it one bounce to scuff the ball up, so it doesn't last long. As Mulder comes in round the wicket to bowl here, pitched up delivery outside the off stump, and that is left alone from Simpson, who hasn't really wanted to flutter with anything out there, has he, Richard?
He hasn't, and that's been one of the really impressive aspects of his innings, really. Have you been involved in any sort of really egregious incidents on a cricket field in sort of playing international cricket?
Yeah, we've had a few issues. I think we played Bangladesh once, and they claimed a catch that bounced before it
Clear,
got
very
caught.
clearly.
Yeah, and it was quite clear, and they celebrated. Ended up getting given, and there was quite a lot of issues with that, and we got an apology afterwards. Simpson's in round the wicket. Mulder's in round the wicket. Simpson clips it to deep point for a single, and is that one? Yeah, one left in the over now. Yeah, and there was quite a few issues with that one because it was almost not celebratable, and they went really big. And then the other one I guess we had recently in India was a player went to run for two, and I went to go to the stumps to get the ball from long on as I was bowling, and a player went to turn into me and just stood through my heel. I don't know if it was deliberate or accidental.
Spikes on?
Yeah, spikes on, and I left a hole in my foot for the rest of the tour, so that was a fun one. As Mulder's into bowl over the wicket to Carson, who blocks it away into the offside for a dot ball, and that'll be the end of the over. So 273 for 6, Simpson on 106, Carson on 10, and I think I still actually have the mark on my foot from where the stud just went in, and then he kind of got pretty angry thinking I'd blocked him, and I was on the floor not being able to move really, so that was a fun one. I iced my foot for the next few days trying to recover that one. But I love how hard the Asian teams play, so sometimes you get a bit controversy because they're all out to win, and then they're your best friends afterwards. But yeah, sometimes you might get some issues with that because they're so hard cricketers. All they care about is winning, and you can see that the way Afghanistan celebrated their win against Australia.
Last over before tea, Curry bowls very, very wide outside off stump. That was a wide, but it is not signalled by umpire Baldwin, who wants his tea. Perhaps he's got a Margaret cake in the umpire's room that he's looking forward to tasting. 273 for 6.
But I'm just trying to think of if there's any others. Cricket's quite a nice sport, isn't it, to be fair? There's never really too much aggro.
Curry is in bowls. Little short arm
What
pull,
a shot.
beautifully played by Simpson. Didn't really get up, but even so, Simpson played. It didn't try and overhit it. It just came down on the ball, crashed it away through mid-wicket. Little short arm, no huge swing. Beautifully played, beautifully timed. He moves on to 110, 277 for 6.
I love the control of that shot as well. He's blocked that shot away quite a few times to any of the listeners, just outside top of off, but this time he just sat a little bit deeper in his crease and just controlled that through mid-wicket. Great shot, Sus captain.
Curry in bowls, better length, played firmly back from off stump towards him, bounces up towards Curry, who doesn't take the ball in his follow through but still goes through with the action of throwing the ball at the stumps.
A lot of gardening work from the Sussex team today, patting their bat against the ground. So the pitch must be opening up a little bit, or it's just a habit thing, but I've seen a lot of that today.
It's been a relatively short time, but some of the greenness is beginning to fade as Curry goes in, bowls to Simpson towards middle and leg. Simpson on the back foot drops it out towards short mid-wicket, but is sent back into his ground by Jack Carson. He thought there might be a single in it. Curry fielded off his own bowling. He's looking at a tad weary, understandably. Scott Curry. Hard yakka, I believe, is it, or used to be the expression, isn't it? Hard work. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. Runs away from us up the slope and bowls to Simpson and beats him on the outside edge. Simpson might claim he deliberately played inside the line. I suspect the ball did just enough. It was a lovely line, and Simpson comes forward and, as Liam said, gardens assiduously on that length. But well bowled, Scott Curry. A little moral victory. He was on the books of Portsmouth Football Club.
Was he?
When he was younger. Scott Curry, but he said no illusions about it. He said it wasn't a case of choosing one or the other. In goes Curry and bowls. Simpson leaves outside off stump. He said he wasn't really ever going to be good enough. But he's proving pretty good with a smaller ball in hand. It is tee here at Hove, and Sussex in a pretty decent position. 277 for 6 after being put in to bat, and the man responsible to no small degree is the skipper, John Simpson, who goes for tee at 110 not out. It's been an absolutely superb innings from the former Middlesex man, his first century in front of his new home crowd here
Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to Hove, where the umpires Paul Baldwin and Neil Pratt are making their way out to the middle, followed by the Leicestershire fielders, followed by the two Sussex not-out batters, John Simpson on 110, Jack Carson on 10, Sussex 277 for 6 at the break. I'm Adrian Harms, Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester next to me. We're just speculating. I mean, you know, Sussex having been 34 for 3 will be very pleased with this, Richard, but from a Leicestershire point of view, you know, they picked up those 3 wickets in the session. If they could, you know, pick up, you know, a couple of wickets here, or, you know, get Sussex out, they'll feel they haven't had the worst day.
No, I mean, I've talked to Liam O'Brien before the interval, saying that if they can somehow pick up these last 4 wickets, dismiss Sussex for sort of 330, 340, and then the theory is the strong batting lineup goes on, makes sort of 500 on an improving pitch, and try and put Sussex under a bit of pressure sort of towards the end. That would be the theory. An awful lot of damage was done in that afternoon session by the Sussex batters, and taking advantage of some what has to be described as fairly ordinary Leicestershire bowling, particularly in the hour after the interval. So can they sort of rescue the day to a certain extent? I think we were talking during the interval, 277 already in 2 sessions on this pitch is pretty decent from Sussex's point of view. If they can get over 300, I think they'll be, you know, 350 would be fantastic effort, really.
Well, I certainly think from 34 for 3 there was 193 runs in that session of 35
Wow.
overs. So they certainly got to move on. Jack Carson, who's already had a life, he was dropped by Kimber when he'd scored just 2 in the slips. Kimber, who's caught very well, but there was a chance to win a begging, and it's Josh Hull who's coming in down the hill, bowls to Jack Carson, who's to swing that one away on the leg side. And there is, goes through to keeper Cox, there is no run. Some of the Leicestershire lads I've been watching doing their sort of pull, a fellow fielding at cover.
Who's doing the stretching at the moment?
Yeah.
It's Ian Holland.
Is it? Yeah, well, he's been doing all sorts of Pilates moves and various things. A good crowd in, as we've been saying all day. Free entry today, and it's been a good Sunday crowd. And I do enjoy it when the crowd are allowed on the outfield at tea, and people just wandering out, having a look at the wicket, and just generally taking in the afternoon. In comes Hull and bowls, that's a good ball. And Carson, well, I think we can say that was a play and a miss. Goes through to Cox, and there is no run. I mean, it is a good track. There's quite a bit of grass on the track, and I'm sure that's why Leicestershire decided to bowl first. But I think if you can put the ball in the right areas, I still think there's a bit in it here for the seamers. It's
There was good carry then as
oh,
well.
very good carry. And that's something that Sussex's spoke, Paul Farbrace has spoken about. They want to bring the slips into play. And you can say there with Ben Cox taking that, you know, above waist high. As Hull is running in from the Cromwell Road in, down the hill bowls, and that's down the leg side as well. And again, Carson misses out. Good take by Ben Cox. Hasn't really quite got his line right with these first 3 deliveries after the tea break.
He struggled down the slope a little bit in that respect in his first spell.
Yeah, and it's not easy.
Hull.
If you know, you can't get if you haven't bowled here before, and I doubt he has. I don't think he played in that game last season. I'll check the stats in a moment. It can be quite tricky. Hull. No, he didn't bowl. Comes Hull again. 2 slips and a gully go down. And bowls, and Carson defends to mid-wicket. There is no run.
It was pointed out to me as well that I was saying that Scott Curry might not have bowled here very often, maybe for Hampshire in the T20s, and it was pointed out to me, in fact, Scott Curry played for Leicestershire here last season. It was one of the first games of his loan spell, and then 2 days later he was playing in the one-day cup final for Hampshire against Leicestershire.
That was incredible, wasn't it? Yeah, that was incredible.
It really was extraordinary.
Yes, he bowled 12 overs, 2 mains, 2 for 58 in the first innings, 18 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 61 in the second. In comes Hull, bowls wide of the off stump, trying to overcompensate there. Josh Hull, and the ball is let go by Jack Carson. There is no run. In terms of runs, he made 9 not out and 2 in the second innings. Scott Curry. Yeah, the Leicestershire attack, or the Leicestershire side, was Patel, Budinger, Hill, Ackerman, Amin, Riyad Ahmed, Cox, Scriven, Wright, Curry and Salisbury.
Yeah, Ahmed missing because of concussion protocols in this game.
Oh, interesting. Here comes Harlem Bowles and Carson defends into the offside. Well, it's a maiden over to get things underway from Josh Harlow. It wasn't a maiden over that was particularly threatening, but nonetheless, Leicestershire will be pleased to have got themselves underway with a maiden after tea.
He also missed the game on Friday in the T20 against Northants because of the concussion protocols. And what happened was we played Yorkshire at Headingley, and it was a double header. So it was the Northern, whatever the women's team are called.
Yes, Superchargers.
Superchargers, yes, something like that. But as a consequence, Leicestershire were put into the rugby changing rooms, which are on the other side of the ground at Headingley, and have a concrete floor, an unmatted concrete floor, and apparently they were all skittering around all over the place. In so much so, in fact, that Hull was going around on hands and knees once he'd put his cricket boots on, apparently. But anyway, Ahmed, who was run out during Leicestershire's innings, came in sort of stomping rather, as can happen.
Yep.
Lost his footing and smacked his head as he fell. Holland from the sea end round the wicket to John Simpson on off stump. Simpson defends down the pitch. Holland fields in his follow through. But Leicestershire most angry about that the concrete floor wasn't sort of, didn't put a mat down or anything like it, and might be all right on a big stud for the rugby players, but isn't all right on the thin spikes for cricketers.
So that's not good news.
Holland bowls off stump again. Simpson defends.
Did they complain?
They did. They've written an official letter of complaint to both Yorkshire and the ECB. But it could prove crucial, because I think if they had Ahmed, if Leicestershire had Ahmed against Northants, his bowling would have been fairly effective. Northants got over 200, as did Leicestershire, and the game was tied, but I'm pretty sure Ahmed wouldn't have conceded as many runs. In goes Holland and bowls outside off stump, left by Simpson. And consequently, it could be, that point could be the difference between qualifying for quarterfinals or not qualifying for quarterfinals.
Yeah. But that's really poor, isn't it? I mean, that sounds pretty serious. If you fall over and bang your head, I mean, that's,
A few of them had falls, apparently. In goes Simpson, beg your pardon, in goes Holland. Simpson strokes it out to wide-ish mid-off. Hill fields. Holland has again settled into his lines and lengths nicely. Coming to the end of his 15th over, 3 for 35. His
excellent
figures.
Really very good indeed.
Turns, runs in, bowls, tucks Simpson up, but Simpson works him away off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket. Hull has a bit of ground to make up to the ball. Does so, but Simpson takes one.
Didn't Ben Folkes, the Surrey wicketkeeper, injure himself, something like that? I saw a couple of years ago. I think that was at the Oval, and he slipped on the floor. I think he tore his hamstring and was out for several weeks. So these accidents do happen. But head back, if he's fallen over and banged his head, that sounds very painful. Let's hope he's okay.
Well, he went out to bowl, and played the rest of the game. But towards the end of the day, apparently, as they were going home, he started to feel sick and ill, and
it's not good.
Over the wicket goes Holland to the right-handed Carson, who is getting a slightly short ball on the straight that he works on the back foot out towards mid-wicket. Curry fields, and there is no run, so a relatively sedate start to proceedings post-tea.
Indeed. If you just joined us, very good afternoon. Welcome to Hove. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Richard Ray, representing BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. You may be watching via the Sussex live stream, which is being operated by Jack, who I hope hasn't gone to sleep, having eaten, I think I saw him eat 2 bits of chocolate cake that was surprised by Margaret. Margaret, thank you so much if you're listening, or if you're listening in the Sussex Museum. Keith Ridge and his volunteers doing a great job, and it was Keith who brought over the cake. And I have to tell you, Keith, it was as good to taste as it was to look at. So please thank Margaret, who we understand is a steward over in the museum, and very kind of her indeed. That was all because I was complaining we don't get cake at Hove anymore. So perhaps I'll do some more complaining and we'll get more cakes. Josh Hull, who probably hasn't had cake for tea, comes running in down the hill, bowls to Simpson, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Cox, and there is no run. Yeah, we heard there's a lot of new books for sale over in the museum, lots of cricket, there's all sorts. And actually, the museum really operates, Richard, in terms of, you know, people buying things. You know, everyone who does it for love, which is terrific.
It's a brilliant museum.
Yeah, they work really hard, and a huge selection of books, and it goes on year round. I mean, during the winter months, they're in there doing all sorts of work as well, cataloguing, and in comes Hull Bowl. Simpson lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run.
I shall go, but if it's like, actually might not be open before play tomorrow. I'm not sure, but
yes, I think they generally open sort of perhaps when play has started. Keith was saying when he brought around the cake that he's not here tomorrow. He's on grandparent duty tomorrow, but there will no doubt be other volunteers who are here.
I shall definitely pay a visit. Always something entertaining, and especially if there's a big cricket book sale.
Yeah. Well, they put the tables up. I mean, early season when it was so cold and windy, it looked miserable. I mean, it's sort of sitting behind the table with books, but it's far better now as Hull is in, bowls to Simpson, who clips this 2 mid on, picks up a single. Castle was just a little slow setting off, but in the end, the throw came into the end, which John Simpson was running. And Simpson goes through to his 112th run, 279 for 6. And things are a lot more sedate. After tea, after lunch, the ball was disappearing to all parts with an alarming regularity as far as Leicester were concerned, but they've certainly tightened up their lines. I'm sure Alfonso Thomas would have had a few words. I remember seeing him take 4 in 4 down at Taunton against Sussex a good few years ago. So a good few years, probably 10 years ago now, crumbs. In comes Hull. Bowls, and that is caught. Oh, it's put down. Well, that's extraordinary. That is absolutely extraordinary. I mean, I thought he'd caught it and he was throwing the ball up in the air. I can scarcely believe he's put that down. So Jack Carson's had 2 lives now, but that was... So it's easy here, but really that was... you'd expect to take that in a club game, wouldn't you?
Like you, I thought he seemed to have it in his hands.
He did.
Oh.
Yeah, and that's just what Leicestershire needed. They built a bit of pressure here after tea. And that was straight in, it was waist high. That's the second chance that Kimber's put down. In comes Hull, bowls, and Carson clips that onto the onside. There is no run. He probably can't quite believe that's happened. I'm sure Ben Cox will tap him, but what can you say when chances go down like that?
You're not going to get a more straightforward one, I suspect, at slip than that. Was a nice height. Saw it all the way.
I thought he caught it. He was about to throw the ball up in the air.
It looked that way. So Carson dropped on 4 by Kimber off Curry, and on 10 by Kimber off Hull.
That will not please the coach. In comes Josh Hull. Bowls to Carter, who defends down the offside of the track. And there is no... And it's just the sort of thing that can give everybody a fillip, isn't it, in the fielding side? You've bowled some tight overs after tea. Pick up a wicket. Look at the fact that, does that over rate say -3, Richard? I think it does.
I'm afraid it does, yes.
Yeah.
So Fox is in a little bit of danger. Might have to get Goldsworthy on for a few overs at some stage. Need to crack on.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a bad miss.
It was the 10th of June 2014, so it is 10 years ago. My goodness, is it 2024 now? Yes, it is, isn't it?
Holland round the wicket to John Simpson outside, off stump, cut away beautifully for 4. Bounces over the ropes and the area just in front of one of the hospitality boxes alongside the electronic scoreboard. Just short enough for Simpson to go onto the back foot, get on top of the bounce, crack it away at 4-4. He moves on to 116. Holland is in, bowls straight, and Simpson, who moves quite a long way across his stumps, plays it off the stumps, out into the onside. The sun is just catching extraordinarily brightly. Something reflective away to my left.
Yes, it might be a window or something.
It's very bright. Holland turns, runs in and bowls. Lovely delivery outside off stump that moves, just swings a little bit away.
It's just doing a little bit still, you know, Richard. It's you know, there's a bit there for the seamers. Yeah, just come back to that Alphonso Thomas. Say 10 years ago, the victims were Jimmy Anion, Rory Hamilton-Brown, Ed Joyce for the hat-trick, and then Chris Nash.
There's some names to conjure with. Holland is in and bowls outside of stump. This time Simpson doesn't play, lets it go through.
Sorry, I do Chris Nash a disservice. It wasn't Chris Nash, it was Matt Machin. So there we are, 4 in 4. A long time ago, although it seems like yesterday. That's a sad thing to say, isn't it? Crumbs.
Time to speed up, folks. In goes Holland and bowls, driven by Simpson, but moving smartly to his left. He didn't really follow through. Simpson punched it beautifully, looked very elegant. It meant Hill could just scramble across to his left to stop it from running down the slope and crossing the ropes in front of us. Here at the media centre, in the media centre. Newly adorned with all the photos from the museum. In goes Holland and bowls outside off stump. Simpson lets it go through. 283 for 6 then. So 6 runs added in the, 4 overs post tea. Yeah. And 1 catch dropped. 4 chances Leicestershire have dropped now, and they've all been, even the caught and bowled that Hull dropped off his own bowling, relatively catchable.
Yes. Just bringing up to date with events elsewhere in Division 2 in the T20 World Cup. United States are 97 for 5 after 16 overs against England. I have no idea what that means in terms of run rate or anything else, but you would think that England would, well, you'd expect England to beat the USA, wouldn't you? But I've no idea how that leaves things in terms of qualification and the like. Josh Hull comes in down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Carson, and Carson looking to hammer that one away through point, is beaten. The ball heads up with the gloves of Cox, and there is no run. So, in Cardiff, Northamptonshire, 219 for 7 against Glamorgan. Having a strange season, Glamorgan. Who's taking the wickets there? James Harris has taken 3 of the wickets to fall. Emilio Gay made 65 for Northamptonshire. Lords Middlesex, 197 for 6 against Derbyshire. A couple of wickets there for Alex Thompson, the off-spinner. In comes Hull, and Carson works this one over about middle stump down towards fine leg and picks up his 11th run. You might feel it's his day, Jack Carson. He's been dropped twice, as Richard was saying, on 4 and 10. Louis Deploy made 57 for Middlesex. Ryan Higgins, 43 not out. And in the final game, Yorkshire are racking up a big score at Scarborough. They're 286 without loss. Adam Lythe, 122 not out. Finley Bean, 149. Sussex go there for a county championship match in August. I think you said you go there for one day, Rich?
Yes, we do.
Right. Sussex go to York in that competition. In comes Hull, bowls, that was a horrible delivery down the leg side, and full toss down the leg side, and John Simpson's annoyed. But he didn't make him pay. Nonetheless, he doesn't. It's taken by Cox. Live 122, Finley Bean on 149. Very quickly in the first division, Durham 324 for 4 against Essex at Chelmsford. Ollie Robinson, I think he's a terrific player. The Durham wicket-keeper batsman, formerly at Kent, 84 not out. Talking of Kent, they're 225 for 6 at Canterbury against Lancashire. Josh Hull in over the wicket bowl. Simpson eases that one down to deep backward point and picks up his 117th run.
Hamish points out that Yorkshire were in fact inserted in
Oh,
that
were
game.
they? Oh, thank you, Hamish. That makes it even worse. 286 for 6, or was that 285 for 6?
Scarborough's nearly always it's flat and hard and fast. Right, fast outfield. When you toss, you bat.
Bridge, Nottinghamshire 239. They look at 247 for 7 against Somerset. Comes Hull again. The wicket bowls, and that's come off the thigh pad, I think. It's run down to fine leg for a boundary. Yes, indeed, it did come off the thigh pad. But as I say, they all go down in the book. And it's another boundary. Oh, they've lost the ball. I think it's actually bounced over the
Pete can reach it.
advertising hoardings. Well done. Peter Hanscom retrieving the ball. And the Sussex score advances by 4. 289 for 6. I thought I heard someone's voice. It was the cameraman who's just down below us in his orange bib. Who saw where the ball went. Elsewhere, very briefly, Hampshire 255 for 6 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Ben Brown making 32 for Hampshire, former Sussex wicketkeeper. In comes Hull bowls, Carson defends down the offside of the track. There is no run. 289 for 6. Simpson 117. Carson is on 11, and the final game is at New Road. How lovely to see cricket being played at New Road again, where Surrey are 249 for 4, the leaders of the county championship, against Worcestershire. Jamie Smith in the runs there yet again. He made 86 for Surrey.
Holland to continue from the sea end to Simpson, the left-hander. Round the wicket goes Holland and bowls outside off stump. Faintest suggestion of a away movement, but started too wide to persuade Simpson to play. Approaching a second batting bonus point, Sussex. If they can get 3, they'd be pretty happy with that, I suspect. And they will, if Leicestershire keep dropping their chances.
Yes, they will.
Holland is in, bowls on off stump, Simpson forward, blocking out into the offside, Curry fields.
I haven't seen too much of this T20 World Cup in the West Indies, but for the games that I have seen, or the highlights I've seen, or the clips on the BBC website, it's rarely looked as if the grounds have been full, Richard. I mean,
I'd agree from what I've seen.
I mean, you have a T20 World Cup here. I think you'd fill every ground for every match. I mean, I'm pretty certain of that. So that must be quite disappointing when you have a big prestigious tournament and you can't sell out the grounds. I don't know whether the tickets are too expensive or quite what.
Holland is in, outside off stump, Simpson forces out to Mike at extra cover. No run. I think the game's in New York, in the
Oh, yes.
sort of temporary stadium, if you like, pop-up stadium. Did pretty well, didn't they? Because they wisely featured India or Pakistan.
Yeah.
And attracted big crowds.
Yes.
But yeah, the crowds actually in the West Indies themselves, I don't think have been spectacular.
No, I mean, certainly the highlights I've seen, there seem to be plenty of spare seats around.
Holland bowls. Simpson is firmly pushing it out into the offside. Again, Mike is the fielder. 117 to John Simpson. Carson, with those 2 lives, has moved on to 11. But it's also the extra overs that the Leicestershire seamers will have to bowl with those catches going down.
Yeah.
To take these wickets, they all take their toll in the end. Holland is in, bowls on off stump. Simpson just drops it out towards Point, who's out on the boundary. Kimber runs up from second slip, or sort of wide, third slip really, to field. Simpson takes 1.
Yes, I think Sussex this morning, having slipped to 34 for 3. I mean, in my own mind, I was thinking, they're playing with they're a batter light, with Daniel Hughes unfit and Chetishwar Pujara having finished his stint at the club, and got John Simpson coming in at 5, normally bats at 6, so it was a change in the order. I did wonder how things might pan out, but I think you were right, Richard. Maybe let him slightly miss their opportunity then.
Holland is in to Carson, who is defending wristily, turns the bat as the ball makes contact with it, drops it out down the pitch on the onside end of the overhill. Gives Holland a sort of low 5 as he fields the ball, which might suggest that he's going to make it a fairly prompt change. 3 overs post tee for Ian Holland.
Oh, Josh Hart, he hadn't realised he was bowling. Was he been taken out of the attack? No, he didn't. I think he suddenly realised he was meant to be bowling. And when
perhaps he thought Mulder was going to bowl, because Hill was and still is talking to Ian Mulder.
Talk about you were talking earlier on with Liam about cricket and any unsavoury incidents, that sort of thing. We saw the exact opposite here on Thursday night when Sussex played Kent, as in comes Josh Hull in bright sunshine now down the hill bowls, and Simpson drives beautifully through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Over pitching Josh Hull, and John Simpson has been very severe on anything that's been slightly loose, and he clipped that away. Beautifully paid. He goes to 122. Sussex 294 for 6. Tamal Mills took a catch running back, and the batter was on their way, and everyone was celebrating. And Tamal turned around and said, "No, I didn't catch it cleanly." And it's just very honest cricket, isn't it? Really, I think from here it looked like a good catch, but clearly it touched the ground. So well done, Tamal, for that. In comes Hull. Bowls, and Simpson defends right in behind that. There is no... He's looked a good nick here, John Simpson, since the beginning, really. I think you made a comment early on in his innings, Richard, that he looked very compact and stylish. And he's just looked to have plenty of time to play.
It's been a very, very classy innings from Simpson.
Twiddles his back. He seems to wander away to square leg quite a lot, John Simpson, in between deliveries, and as you say, Leicestershire will be fed up at the sight of him having made double 100 at Grace Road. Holly's in bowls. Oh, that's short balloons over the head of keeper Cox, and there's going to be 4 more byes, and that will not please keeper Cox, I don't think. Well, they've been given us no balls.
It'll be no ball on height,
yes,
presumably. That was ridiculously high.
Yeah, it was. They just ballooned over the head of Cox. Looks a bit frustrated, Josh Hull, doesn't he? And to be fairness, he's had a catch put down after tea, and the applause is for the 300 up for Sussex. So it's a second batting bonus point. Which won't help the over 8 either, with no ball sent. Which is saying Leicestershire -3 already. Need to be a little careful. Still plenty of time, of course, in the game. Hull in bowl, Simpson drives to mid-on, but there is no run. Sussex have already lost 1 point this season through a slow over 8, which was at, they'll probably remind me down in the press room. But it's, last season, shocking. I mean, they lost something like 5 points for a slow over 8. A lot quicker this year. Very much that's been led by Simpson as well. You watch him in between overs running to get up to his position. Hull again, his long run. He's in a bowls. Oh, that was a good delivery. That cut back to John Simpson, who was forward and was very watchful, but played it back down the offside. But you can see that cut back in from outside off stump, and Simpson played it straight back down the track, and then comes down and does a little bit of gardening. Does the Sussex skipper. If you just join us, Ollie Carter making 96 for Sussex, opening the batting. Earlier on, Haynes for 7, also without scoring. Coles for 9, Hudson Prentice 26, Danny Lamb 6. The other batters out. Leicestershire, as Richard was saying, haven't helped their cause with some drop catches. In comes Hull bowls, and Simpson clips this one down to deep backward square. It's fielded out in the distance by Rishi Patel, who I always enjoy batting. I'm looking forward to seeing him bat here this week. 1 more to the total, 301 for 6. It's been very, not subdued, but sort of
after the fireworks, hasn't
Yes.
it, of the afternoon
Yes.
session, it has been relatively
Sussex
sedate, but
looking to consolidate, I think.
yeah, absolutely. Simpson just continues to accumulate. He's now 328 not out against Leicestershire this season.
Yeah. They will
Bless
miss
him.
Yeah. Hullin bowls to Castle, who clips this one through mid-wicket. Probably heard the cry of a seagull as Carson will pinch the strike. He goes to... there's a big cheer around the
Which
ground.
suggests there's probably a football. I wonder if Scotland are playing. Is it Scotland?
I think the football is... I
tonight.
think both games are at 8 o'clock tonight.
Oh, okay.
End of the over, 302
Right,
for
so
6. Or it might be another wicket in the cricket. USA are 115 for 8. I wonder whether Jofra has picked up a wicket. Might have happened.
Okay.
Let's see. Chris Jordan has 115 for 8 in the 19th over. Here, Sussex are 302 for 6. And we're going to get a change of bowling, and Scott Curry is going to come back into the attack. 13 overs for 72. And he's going to be bowling to Jack Carson.
Checks his guard, umpire Baldwin, who confirms. Look like middle from where we are, which is almost directly behind the umpire. He's going to have 2 slips, Curry, as he bowls to Carson, and a shortish extra cover. Curry is in, bowls outside off stump. That shortish extra cover, who is Ben Mike, immediately called into action, as Carson doesn't really time it. Wind has just shifted to the south a little bit, and sort of southwest, so it'll be warm out there. Curry bowls straight again, thick inside part of the bat as Carson defends that one out into the onside, of course, where Holland is the fielder, next to umpire Pratt.
So I guess from Leicestershire's point of view, I mean, clearly they want to pick up wickets here. They'll just be keen not to let the score run away with them. If they could, so if they could get Sussex out for 350, 360, they'll feel it's, it could have been worse.
Curry in bowls and lifted over mid-wicket nicely by Jack Carson for a 2-bounce 4 down 2 deep mid-wicket. Just didn't try and overhit it, chipped it almost over mid-wicket, and I can reveal that the reason for that particular cheer wasn't just because of the fact Chris Jordan had picked up a wicket. Guy tells us on the stream that Chris Jordan just got a hat-trick.
Did he? And Chris, and he'd have been pleased to do that in Barbados as well.
On home ground.
Yes. Formerly of this parish.
Curry is in, bowls outside off stump. Carson leaves. Yes, I remember being in here when, excuse me, Jofra's parents came in to say hello.
Yeah.
They're very pleased to meet you, the voice of Sussex cricket that they've been listening to all that time.
Well, they're very good, and they keep in touch. Often Patrick will send a message to us, I'm listening in Barbados. During April and May, when the weather was so awful, when you say, oh, it's nice here, it's kind of 80 degrees and sunny.
Curry is in, outside off stump,
4 more.
steered by Carson through the vacant gully for, as Adrian says, 4 more. So, after that relatively slow start to proceedings post-tea, runs beginning to flow again for the home side. Indeed, that brings up the 50 partnership between Scott Carson and John Simpson, both of whom have scored 20 runs in the partnership.
Yeah, that'll be really annoying for Leicestershire, won't it? With Jack Carson should have been gone when he was on 4. Was it 2? He was on
4 and 10. He's been dropped on badly. In goes Curry, bowls to him down the leg side, tries to swing it away. Doesn't get anything on it, taken by Cox. End of the over, 310 for 6, Sussex. Where's our third voice? Disappeared.
You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Leicester. Very good afternoon. It's been a good day's cricket. Here at Hove, Sussex, one stage 34 for 3. Partnership of 158. No, it wasn't 156 between Ollie Carter, who was eventually out for 96, and John Simpson getting Sussex back in the box seat. Simpson's gone on to complete his 100. He's 123 not out. And since tea, very much about consolidation for Sussex. VM Mulder is back into the attack for Leicestershire. He's coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's in a bowl to Simpson, who lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Cox. And there is no run. Liam is back with us. Have you been enjoying the sunshine, Liam?
I have been loving it. Did you see me in the corner over there?
No, I didn't see you over there. But was Lewis Hatchett over there? I thought I saw someone who looked like Lewis.
It's a lookalike. It's a lookalike. Unfortunately, it's not the man himself.
Okay. Lewis Hatchett, former Sussex bowler.
No, it's such a nice day out there.
Are they your friends over there?
Yeah, that's actually the club I play for now, Brighton Hove. They're having a club day, so...
I hope they haven't been leading you astray.
No, absolutely not. Coke Zeros for me.
Good lad. In comes Mulder and bowls, and Simpson pulls to mid-on. They think about a single, but it's well fielded by Lewis Hill. And there is no runs. They're obviously enjoying the cricket out there.
Absolutely, and it's actually really nice just to be able to get level with the ground as well and just watch the pace the bowlers are bowling at. And we were actually all talking, it feels like Simpson is middling every single ball. Like the noise that's coming off his back, his bat is incredible. Like, he's really hitting this ball clean, and it's impressive with how calm Simpson is. It seems to calm the new batters coming in as well.
Mulder round the wicket pole. Simpson clips in the air, but he's going to get 4 runs. That was just slightly wide of the fielder at mid-on momentarily. John Simpson's heart might have been in his mouth. Nonetheless, the ball races away for 4 more. He goes to 127, 314 for 6. Yeah, Chris Jordan in the T20, 2 overs and 5 balls. He's taken 4 for 10, including a hat-trick. So well done, Chris. Lovely man, very popular when he spent his time down here a few years ago. Made great contribution with both bat and ball. In comes Mulder bowls. Again, good carry through to Cox. It's interesting, this pitch, Liam, because there has been good carrying. I still believe that if you put the ball in the right areas here, there are still, there's something in it for the bowler.
No, I agree. I mean, well, Kimber's put down 2 chances for Carson.
Yeah, I mean, the second one was after tea was pretty routine. I mean, it's very. I mean, I wouldn't have caught it, but I'm not a professional cricketer. But as a professional cricketer, and we watch a lot of cricket, you expect that to be taken up.
Absolutely.
I think if someone put that down in your club game yesterday, you'd have been annoyed.
Well, we had a couple of drops, and we were joking that it was that person's fielding at slip. Mike Atherton's brother Chris is in our team, and he was fielding at second slip and dropped 2 dollies yesterday. And as soon as we saw Kimber drop that one, we all made a joke that it was probably him fielding at slip instead.
I missed a ball then, which is not allowed, and unfortunately was a dot. Did you say Mike Atherton's
brother?
Really?
Yeah, Chris.
What, the Mike Atherton? Really?
Yeah.
So he plays for Brighton?
Yeah, he plays for Brighton. He's actually just known as Mike Atherton's brother. We don't actually know his proper name.
In comes Mulder bowls. Simpson lets that go. It's another no ball as well. So 2 more will be added to the total. 316 for 6. So he must live in this neck of the woods then, presumably.
Absolutely, yeah. I think he's come down from North a little while ago and set up base down here in Brighton. I played against him a few times when I was playing for Preston Nomads.
Right.
Very intense character when he's bowling. Always likes to be in the battle.
Right.
And always takes it on with the when he's batting as well. So good lad.
Mulder. In and bowls wide of the off stump. He hasn't just got his range right here. VM Mulder. He's such a fine cricketer, but it hasn't been his day today. 16 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket, 454. Sussex 316 for 6.
But he's a very good character. He's one of those players like when you're batting, he's kind of like all over your face, if that makes sense. Like every time you play a shot, he's in towards you, giving you chat and stuff like that. So very good character to have in the team, and he's great for youngsters as well. And obviously we used to have Phil Salt playing for Brighton Hove as well. So there was
he's an 80 odd he made in the World Cup the other day. I remember a few years ago interviewing Phil. Sussex played a 4-day game up at Durham against Glamorgan, and Phil wasn't really getting much of a look in here at Sussex.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of speculation that he was going to leave. And he said, I remember he said, I have to the interview out, he said, I just want a chance. I just want a chance.
So Curry up the hill, here to bowl at the C end, and that's blocked away nicely from Carson. Big fan of Salty. I actually used to watch him a lot because he used to hit the ball so clean.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he's got these special attributes. He's not amazingly tall. He's not like built like really well. He's just a clean striker of the ball. And there was this one shot, you'll probably remember this, Adrian, you're probably commentating. I was a fan, and he hit this reverse sweep against South Africa. Do you remember down here?
Yes.
Incredible as Curry comes into bowl, and that's flicked away into the leg side for a single down to fine leg. But I remember him doing this reverse sweep off a seamer for 6. Do you remember it? And it was incredible. It was a tour game when South Africa came down to play
Yes, I
Sussex.
think it was at the game. I think it rained,
Yeah.
and the game looked in some doubt, and they got it on.
I think Quinton de Kock hit 100 and then retired in that game.
I think he might have. There's a bit of chatter around in the press of him, because he scores so quickly, of being in red ball contention as well for England.
He's such a good striker of the ball. So Curry in, round the wicket to Simpson, who blocks that away into the offside for a dot ball. Yeah, I played against Salty quite a few times, and I think that's my brother's proudest wicket because he claims he always set him up. I was on it slip. He went slow with the spin, and then bowled him a quicker one, and Salty drove it to mid off and got caught. And Adam always talks about that being like his biggest scout because of how he figured him out. But he hits the ball so hard, even if it's just blocking, he just has so much intent behind it. It'd be good to see him get a go at red ball cricket.
Yeah.
So Curry in round the wicket here, and that's cut away from Simpson, straight to deep point. I got all excited. I think it was a boundary, and the fielder there at deep point was hiding behind the crowd, but it looks like I couldn't see him. That's going to be a single. And yeah, good news for all you England fans out there. USA currently 115 all out. It's the interval at the moment, and England won the toss, put them into field, and they couldn't be happier with that start. Win probability wise is 92% England, so pretty good stats for England to go on and win that one. Curry over the wicket now to the right-handed Carson, who blocks it away nicely into the leg side for a dot ball.
Yeah. No, and he really came to the fore here, didn't he, Thorsalt, when Jason Gillespie was coach, because Gillespie put him up the order to open. And he had some failures. I mean, it wasn't success all the way. I mean, he had some times when he made low scores, but I remember him destroying Derbyshire here one day in a championship match.
So Curry into bowl, and that just beats the outside edge for a dot ball. He's started to find a bit more rhythm, hasn't he, Curry, towards his later spells. So maybe he's just eased into it a little bit more. And that is going to be the end of the over. So just a little update for you guys. Sussex are 318 for 6 after being, 34 for 3? And then Carson is on 21. And the main story of the day, John Simpson 128. And a chanceless 128 as well. It's been a great captain's knock.
Yes, it has. It's been terrific stuff from John Simpson. We've still got another 22 overs to be bowled tonight. So, I mean, when you think the play really should finish in a county championship match at 6 o'clock, we're talking probably about 6:45, I would think. Not that, that's the way it goes. But Leicestershire's over rate is not improving here. They've only used the spinner for 2 overs. But VM Mulder is running in from the Cromwell Road in, bowls to Simpson, who just lets that one go outside the off stump. And again, there is no run. So I was trying to find out when that game was. Maybe it was 2018. Just the one slip in place and a gully. Fine leg is nattering away just from spectators on the boundary edge. Mulder is on his way in from down the hill, bowls, and again wide of the off stump. It's interesting here, Liam, because he knows how strong John Simpson is through that extra cover region. He's pitching the ball up, but he's just too wide really, and Simpson is being very selective about the balls that he drives and those that he decides to leave.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm actually just looking at the field. It's a really interesting field where they're almost just taking away the whole leg side and just saying, if you want to have a go, then have a little swing, but we have fielders in place. And it'd be interesting to see if Simpson carries on leaving the ball outside off.
In comes shoulder bowls, too short, and Simpson absolutely hammers that one away through wideish mid-wicket, 4 runs. That was an imperious shot and a shot of real authority. You probably heard the crack out the middle of the bat as John Simpson belted that one away. He goes to 132, 322 for 6, and as we were saying, John Simpson made 205 not out at Grace Road, Leicester, in the second match of the season. So he's well over 300 runs. He's well on the way to 350 runs against Leicestershire this season. Hasn't been dismissed yet.
He's so patient, isn't he? And then as soon as there's a bad ball, he just latches onto it.
Yeah. He comes again. That's going to be 4 more. I'm not sure if that's a poor piece of fielding or either way. It's raced away this time down to 3rd man. It's another boundary for Simpson. He goes to 136. And having had a bit of a lull after tea, Sussex have picked up the pace again. And are now 300. I think we go to 330, or is it going to stay on 326?
They're normally very quick on the scoreboard, aren't they? So I reckon it's 326.
Yes, it is. Perhaps I was misled by the fact they were so quick on the last one. And this is turning into a good partnership between these two. 260 for 6 when Danny Lamb was out. But they bat so deep these days, Sussex. In comes Mulder Bowles. Simpson lets that one go, taken by Cox, and there is no run.
It's interesting here. I'm just having a look. So, if they don't get all the overs in, do Leicestershire get punished at all for the slow over rate?
No, well, they will do, yes. So if you so have to bowl 96 overs in the day, and provided the light holes, they'll be expected. We'll just keep playing until they bowled them. But if at the end of the match they are in negative territory on over rate, at every over they'll lose a point. In comes Mulder Bowles. Simpson lets that one go, taken by Cox. There is no run. Of course, one of the advantages, you do get 2 innings. So if you were behind on first innings, you can make time up by bowling your spinners. But you've still got some catching up to. I can see they're now running between overs, Leicestershire, but that's quite a lot of overs to drag back, particularly when there's only the one spinner in the side. 326 for 6, Carson 21, Simpson on 136. Adrian Harms and Liam O'Brien here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Leicester. And Leicestershire haven't helped their cause, as we said, by a couple of chances, notably most recently Louis Kimber, who put down Jack Carson. He's had 2 lives on 4 and 10. And well, the old adage is, hold your catches, win your matches. And from a Leicestershire point of view, that hasn't happened today.
So Curry to continue from the C end, and that's blocked away by Carson into the offside for a dot ball.
Surprised. I mean, I guess Goldsworth was a little expensive, wasn't he? But he certainly gives some variety to the attack. Shot.
And that is in to bowl on the C end. Hit away nicely through the leg side. I don't know if that was a misfield at square leg, but that's raced away for 4 from Carson. I think it's a back of a length ball there from Curry, and it's punished into the leg side. I'm not quite sure who it is at square leg there, but looks like he's dived over the top of that one.
I think he has.
And Curry's looking so tired now, isn't he? I don't know if that's just his chilled demeanour, but he just looks a little bit wiped out there. Long spell.
Well, yeah, and I think when you're seeing chances go down as well, that is difficult for a bowler, isn't it? When there are chances that you really feel he should have picked up Carson before tea.
Yeah, I completely agree. So Curry into bowl, pitched up delivery, and that is wiped out. Two stumps there. Great Yorker, and that is Carson bowled. So great delivery from Curry, and I think that's middle stump left, off stump and leg stump out the ground. Excellent ball there from Curry, and a great answer to that ball before.
Interesting, wasn't it? When he splattered the stumps and he just walked off, didn't he?
Yeah.
Scott Curry just wandered off. He didn't celebrate. I think Leicestershire know here that this has been they just haven't been good in the field today. Jack Carson's on his way. That partnership between these two added 70 runs. Nice contribution from Carson. Nathan McAndrew is the new man in, who was terrific. I don't know if you watched the game on Friday night.
Yep.
Down at the Aegeus, where McAndrew came in and smashed 30.
Yeah.
And it was a really important 30 because it got Sussex to a total they felt they could defend, which they did. So he's got a bit of licence here, Nathan McAndrew. I suspect that he's not going to go hell for leather. He's got his skipper at the other end. But not beyond the realms of possibility. We might see Sussex batting here tonight, you know.
Bowling.
Bowling. Yeah.
I actually watched that replay back, by the way, Adrian. That's an absolute beauty of a ball.
Right.
It started on middle stump and just swung away and hit the base of off stump. So excellent delivery there from Curry. Almost unplayable, to be honest with you. It's so hard playing a Yorker that swings because it goes so late in the air. So
Yeah.
excellent ball there from Curry. And I completely agree. I'd love to see Sussex have a bit of intent here. Simpson's set. McAndrew's seeing it like a beach ball, as some would say. So I'd love to see him kind of counter-attack a little bit here and see if Sussex put the pressure on.
Well, it will be interesting to see. Sussex 20 runs short of what will be a third batting bonus point. But he certainly can put back to ball, can Nathan McAndrew.
Curry's going to continue from the sea end here. Nathan McAndrew, the Australian, in his stance here. Curry into bowl, pitched up, and that is blocked into the offside by McAndrew.
I mean, they are a very inventive side, Sussex. I mean, I think all the time they got wickets in the bank, they would probably keep going. But you know, nothing is off the table.
Yeah.
You know, you wouldn't be surprised to see Sussex declare and leave Leicestershire an awkward 6 or 7 overs tonight.
Yeah, no, I do agree. Curry into bowl here, and McAndrew's tried to pull that, and it's hit him in like the ab area, I would say, as it's kept a little bit low. And it's good intent there from McAndrew. Looks like he's going to take it on here, Adrian.
Yeah. But I think that's good, you know, if you have, you know, you've got a coach and a captain who do the unusual things. It's a bit like Brendan McCullum for England, isn't it? You know,
Yeah.
you may not get it right every time, but actually the opposition are always sort of not quite sure what you're going to do.
I completely agree. Well, I'm a big advocate of playing to win, and if they think their best chance of winning is taking a few wickets late tonight, then go for it. So Curry to continue up the hill, blocked into the offside by McAndrew. Simpson was looking for a single, and McAndrew turns away. It's going to be in the over. Excellent over there from Curry, 4 from it, and the big wicket of Jack Carlson. Sussex 330 for 7, Simpson on 136.
Yeah, and he just took his cap, didn't he, Scott Curry, and wandered away. I mean, the figures, say 3 for 86 in his 16 overs. He had a couple of catches put down as well. But he's picked up those wickets. And Sussex will want to maximise batting points here if they can. John Simpson having a word with Nathan McAndrew. I wonder what they've said to each other. Perhaps Nathan said, "Oh, can I have a dip at this skip?" Or maybe it's, "You play sensibly, Nathan, and we'll nudge the 1s and 2s and just keep this scoreboard ticking along. No rush. 4-day game. Weather forecast is set fair. I think it's meant to get quite hot over the next 2 or 3 days, but it's going to be via Mola, who's running in from the Cromwell Road and bowls to Simpson, and Simpson is forward and plays that back down the ground. Mola fields. What did he field it off his own bowling? He then had to scoop down to pick the ball up, and there is no run. Keep an eye on those other scores in the county championship as we go along. Just the one slip. There's a gully, deep backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg. I've missed a fielder out actually. As in comes Mulder and Bowles, and Simpson has looked really good today, as he has for much of the season. The good ball gets defended, the bad ball gets punished.
Yeah.
It seems a pretty simple game plan from John Simpson, but it's been mighty effective. 300s already this season to his name. Double 100 at Leicester, big 100 at Lords at his old stamping ground, which he really enjoyed. Today holding innings together when Sussex are in a good deal of trouble on 34 for 3. He's waiting as Mulder comes in down the hill. Bowls short, pulled away by Simpson, and that's going to be another boundary to add to the collection. It almost makes the point, Liam, we were saying the previous delivery was a good delivery which he defended. That was a poor delivery and he made Mulder pay. He goes to 140, 340 44 for 7 or 34 for 7?
34.
Thank you.
What I've noticed about Simpson, and I noticed this about Pajara last year, and I learnt a lot from it, is how ruthless they are in the bad balls.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's no wonder they have such big partnerships, because as soon as they get a bad ball, they seem to punish it and find the gap.
Mulder in bowls, Simpson defends. That was a good ball. It was that. And just to make the point there, for me, that cut back a bit from outside the off stump, so that there is definitely still a little bit in this pitch. This isn't it's not a feather bed where there's no help for the bowler. I think there is some help for the bowler here.
I completely agree. I just don't think they've been full enough. Every time there's been a chance, it's been from bowling full and getting players to drive.
Yeah.
And what I don't seem to understand is how they think they're going to get wickets getting John Simpson to pull on the back foot when he's nailing it. That's one of his strongest shots. You need to get him driving straight and getting the ball doing a bit, I think, Adrian.
Simpson waits. Mulder again from the Cromwell Road and bowls wide outside the off stump. Simpson lets that one go and then goes for his customary wander towards square-legged as John Simpson.
Well, I've been very impressed by Simpson, and it's always, you can always watch it on a stream or something like that, but when you see it in real life, it looks like he has just that extra bit of time, and like you say, the ball is still nibbling around, and the fact it's still just coming off the middle of his bat every time is very impressive.
I'm sure as well he'd have enjoyed getting his first 100 at home. I don't know if he's got any of his previous 100s here for Middlesex, but 100 when you're skipper at your new club, you know, is what you want to be doing. Mulder in bowls. Simpson dabs that onto the offside. The fielder at gully comes round to field. Who was that? That was Louis Kimber. And it is at the end of the over, an over that costs 4 runs for Via Mulder. He's bowled 18 overs, 1 maiden, taken no wicket for 66. Sussex are 334 for 7. Nathan McAndrew yet to score. John Simpson with 140 to his name.
And I went out to at tee to have a look at the pitch just to see.
Oh.
And there is a lot of patchy grass. So there's still like a lot of movement that can still happen.
Yeah, no, I agree. We're going to see some spin, unsurprisingly, because Leicestershire need to do something about their over age, or else they're going to be in all sorts of trouble. Lewis Goldsworthy's come back into the attack, 4 overs, 1 for 24. He took the wicket of Finn Hudson-Prentice, who was out for 26, courtesy of a brilliant slip catch by Peter Hanscom. And this might be interesting. McAndrew is eyeing up that leg side, and there's no one out at all.
Yeah.
And they may regret this.
So Goldsworthy into bowl here, and that is left alone by McAndrew. It looks like it just slid on there, so it's quite close to hitting off stump. If I was McAndrew or Simpson, I'd say just have a dig. Just this is where you can really change the momentum and get some quick runs on the board. As he pitches the ball up here, and it's blocked away nicely. I think.
Oh, there is a fielder on the leg side. Sorry, there's a fielder at deep mid wicket.
Yeah, I think he's going to be looking straight here towards cow corner and deep mid on. So Goldsworthy in, and that's just hit for 1 to deep mid off here for a single. And you've got the coaching staff for Leicestershire having a walk around, and one thing I was really impressed with is Alphonso Thomas took the time to walk around and talk to the bowlers, and I don't think we see that very often. Do you know, just mid-game is make adjustments and give some advice, and since Alphonso Thomas spoke to Curry, he's clearly has had some more success and taken wickets since, and just being down near the boundary, it was quite nice to see a coach being that hands-on. So Goldsworthy into bowl here against Simpson, who hits that out to deep mid-off for a single, and he's rotating very nicely. I do think McAndrew's got a chance here just to let his levers go. They're bringing up mid-off now, so...
I'm quite surprised at that, actually. Well, perhaps, well, on the other hand, maybe they're encouraging him to go for that.
We might see something big happen soon. So Goldsworthy in, blocked away from McAndrew. He's just waiting for the right ball, I would say.
Goldsworthy does rattle through his overs here.
Absolutely, they do need to catch up their over rate a little bit. And this is my point earlier about building pressure. They have so many seam bowlers, it's taken ages in between balls. Just get Goldsworthy to get through some overs. As he bowls the last ball, and I think it's just missed McAndrew's bat, hit Cox and rolled back towards the bowler for a dot ball. And that's going to end the over. A very quick over there, 2 off it. Sussex 336 for 7. And I imagine we might see a change in bowling.
Yeah, let's just see what's going to happen here.
Looks like Kimber.
Yes, it is, and this is I think this is a further attempt to speed up the over rate. So Louis Kimber is coming into the Leicestershire attack. 336 for 7, live cricket here on BBC Radio, Sussex and Leicester. Adrian Harms, Liam O'Brien, Richard Ray, your commentary team. Richard back with us shortly, but it is going to be Louis Kimber who's coming into the attack. As I say, this looks to me like an attempt to just speed up this over rate, because I guess you run the risk of conceding runs, but John Simpson will be hitting towards that short leg side boundary. There are 3 men guarding the boundary. There's a deep backward square, a mid wicket and a long on. As Simpson waits, and it is going to be Louis Kimber coming around the wicket. Comes in and bowls to Simpson, who clips this one down to fine leg, and he's going to pick up a boundary. Well, it's just nicely played by John Simpson. He just helped the ball around the corner. But there's no one down here at fine leg, and the ball rather sort of almost apologetically rolled over the ropes. But John Simpson won't mind. He goes to 145, and Sussex to 347 for 7. Within 10 runs of a third batting bonus point. They've got plenty of time, Sussex. We're only in the 77th over of the day, and you get 110 to get your maximum points. Kimber in bowls, Simpson is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. It's a funny looking scorecard for Sussex, actually, isn't it? You know, you got 140 odd from Simpson, 96 Carter, then Haynes 7, Allsop 0, Coles 9, Hudson Prentice 26, Lamb 6. Kimber again bowls, and Simpson just eases that one away through mid-wicket, picks up another single. He goes to 147, 146, I'm sorry, 341 for 7. You can see your friends over there from Brighton. I don't know if they just got another round in, but they're enjoying the sunshine over there.
Yeah, they're loving it.
Yeah, well, it's a gorgeous day for watching cricket.
100%. It's a little sun trap as well over there, because the sun's just coming in from the west side as well. So
I think I'd probably be in the shade, to be honest. That looks a bit hot to me over there. In comes Kimber. Bowls, and defending is Nathan McAndrew. Who, I mean, Nathan McAndrew's attacking instincts. He's looking at that boundary. I'm sure he's thinking, actually, he may be playing to instruction here, or you know, you don't think it'll be too long before he decides he's gonna have a swish at one. Oh, I thought it was going to be there. Actually, as in came Kimber. He took a step down the wicket as if to say, quite fancy this.
No, I agree.
But well bowled, Kimber, and played by McAndrew down the onside, and there is no run. Kimber again bowls, and cut away by Nathan McAndrew, gets a single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. So apart from that, 4 off the first ball of the over, tidy enough from Kimber, 342 for 7. McAndrew is on 2, Simpson is on 146. Time I left you. Richard is back, and it will be Liam O'Brien joining. If I switch my microphone on.
Well, spinners operating from both ends, and with Goldsworthy and Kimber in tandem. How long it will last remains to be seen. That may be the only over that Louis Kimber will bowl, frankly, because we're on 79 now. In goes Goldsworthy, bowls, pulled by McAndrew over, so casually, over the mid-wicket boundary for a big 6. Didn't sort of helped it for 6, really. Didn't smash it for 6. Helped it for 6.
And while there's a little break in play, talking about the weather, I went over there, and Sussex are very kind in providing free sun cream for some of the guys and the fans. And one of the Brighton guys over there, my teammates, they brought back a big tub for everyone, and people started covering their face in it and everything like that. Turns out it was mayonnaise.
Seriously?
Yeah, so a load of lads have mayonnaise all over their faces, sun protection today.
They didn't sniff it and think, this smells a bit odd.
I think it was...
They put it on, or would they be on the stage just smelling things?
I think they were on... it was a little while ago. I think they were on the stage, we're going to burn up here.
Right.
And just lathered it on, and it was a little bit too late.
Goldsworthy is in forward, is McAndrew, thick inside edge into the onside, and there is no run. So rather than protect themselves, they've basically cooked themselves in mayonnaise, sort of like Spanish food.
Exactly. I think we've got some new nicknames. Eggy is a new nickname for one of the lads now.
Goldsworthy in, gives it a pleasant amount of air, drifts it down towards McAndrew, just wristily works it back down the pitch to Lewis Goldsworthy, who is in and bowls on off stump. McAndrew forward, dabbing it out into the offside. Looks like it's going to be sort of an all or nothing innings from McAndrew.
Yeah, I think he's just waiting for him to overpitch, and he's going to throw his hands at it.
Goldsworthy is in fullish. We waited for it, but just clipped it out to Curry at mid on.
It's one of them weird ones, isn't it? You know, because you commentate and watch so much 2020, you're kind of egging him on to do it at times.
Goldsworthy bowls. Again, pleasant loop to the ball. Forward went McAndrew, pushing it out into the extra cover area, where Harry Swindles is the fielder, who is off, and Swindles then launches the ball to the boundary rope. Perfect weight on it, so it just dribbles over the rope, but he's done that because it has now served its time. And it did serve its time, in fairness to Dukes. It was not replaced. They did check it at one stage, didn't they, when it had pummeled the building down below us a couple of times, but it served its time. And after 80 overs, Sussex 3, 4, 8 for 7. 2 more runs for another batting bonus point. They'll be eyeing 4, if not 5.
Absolutely. A little update on the England game, just while we're at it. So, England are currently 37 out loss after 4 overs, chasing 115. Win probability now at 97%. So, the stat man likes the looks of England's odds.
So if they win that, is that definitely them through to the semi-final?
Especially with how convincing this win would be. And then just looking at runs at the moment, Joss Buttler is dominating on 28 and Phil Salter's on 3. So
good for West Indies tourism at the very least, if they're there for the semi-finals.
Absolutely. And so it's going to be Hull to go down the hill here. Over the wicket to the left-handed Simpson, who cuts that, and extra cover completely lost that. It's going through extra cover. I think that kind of threw me and you off as well, where that had actually gone.
Well, I was looking between extra cover and sort of backward point. In fact, I think it went wide of.
Absolutely, and as you can
Swindles.
hear, the big round of applause here is Simpson's 150 of 212 balls. Excellent round of applause. People are on their feet, and there's an excellent attendance here for the Sussex captain. Free entry today. If anyone's still lingering around and watch an hour of cricket or so, pop down. I think I accidentally stole your turn there, so if you want to...
No, you didn't.
I got a bit excited. So we have Hull answering back with the new ball, and that's a lot of swing there. He's just trying to ease off it and get the ball moving, and obviously with that new Duke's ball, you're going to get a lot of movement in the air. I was talking to Adrian actually. There is still a lot of movement in this pitch. I just don't think Leicestershire have been full enough.
No,
they've not really drove.
No, they've not been at their best with the ball, and they need to be with this bowling attack. They had to be at their best with the ball and catch everything. Neither of which they've managed to do, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Kim will be a little bit disappointed with the 2 drop catches. Very regulation catches at this level, I would say. So Hull down to bowl here, lots of swing, driven by Simpson into the offside for a dot ball. It's going to be interesting to see how McAndrew plays this as well, because people forget, obviously, a new ball is going to be really tricky to face as a lower order batter with it swinging and nipping around. So will he be positive or let Simpson take the lead here?
Trying to work out who's off the pitch. I think is it Ben Mike? Can't see Ben out there at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like Ben Mike's currently off the field. And the long run up here of Hull from the Cromwell Road end. Over the wicket to the left hand is Simpson into bowl, and that is blocked away nicely for a dot ball. Lots of swing. Got a very tall action, gets his wrist right behind it, and colleague Richard here next to me said he was clocked at 93 last week.
Yeah. If the Headingley speed gun is to be believed, I don't think he's sort of approached those sort of 90 plus speeds here, that's for sure.
I think he's really trying to get this ball swinging and just trying to get the batter to play a loose shot here, which Simpson nearly did first ball of the over, but went for 4. So Hull into bowl here, and that is cut away into the offside just for a single. Wasn't particularly well timed from Simpson. A little bit of a loose shot, but they pick up a single. So now it's going to be McAndrew, the Australian, to face. 1 ball left in this over, And I was actually really impressed with Hull in his first spell. He got the edge of Tom Haynes, which was unfortunately dropped by Curry, but was very impressive and got a lot of bounce and swing. So see if he can trouble the Australian McAndrew here. Imagine he's going to come over the wicket still, trying to swing the ball back into the batter's pads. 2 slips, deep point, deep third man, and then short extra cover and a short mid-on.
There's been 3 catches dropped off his bowling today, including his own caught and bowled, of course. But
absolutely. So final ball of the over in over the wicket to the right-handed McAndrew, and that is flicked down the leg side. It's racing away towards the fine leg boundary, but Curry picks it up very nonchalantly one-handed, fires it into Cox, the wicket keeper. That is the end of the over. So 355 for 7. And Simpson on 151, McAndrew on 8, and still 15 overs left in the day.
Simpson on to 355 without loss against Leicestershire this season.
That's an incredible stat, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, yes. Probably not if you've followed Leicestershire over the last 12 years, but it happens sometimes.
I wish you guys could see him next to me in the commentary box. Every time there's a chance, it's like Richard's diving to catch it himself next to me. He's fully engrossed. Big Leicestershire fan through the years, are you?
Well, I'm a Yorkshireman, so I was brought up playing my club cricket in Yorkshire and at university in Leeds. So I was very late to Leicestershire cricket. Happened to be working there when Charles Dagnall was involved with commentary. BBC Radio Leicester, but they knew I was a keen cricketer, so right place, right time. Holland, hoping to be the same, is in round the wicket, bowls to Simpson outside off stump, swings away, but from wide went wider. Simpson disdainfully walked away towards short leg.
And it's very, very clear game plan from here, from Holland here, coming round the wicket, wide of the crease, and he's just tilting his wrist towards first slip, which means he'll rip the ball towards the stumps and it swings away, trying to get a leading edge here, and it was very successful in his first spell.
In he goes. Bowls on off stump this time. Simpson just leans forward and guides it carefully and with utter certainty through the vacant point area down to fielder on the point boundary. Takes his single. Moves on to 152. Hasn't changed. Happily putting his faith in McAndrew and no doubt in numbers 10 and 11 as well.
I hate to be critical, but I still think they're being too defensive here. You've got a brand new Duke's ball in your hand. This is the time to take wickets. Even if Simpson's seeing it well, promote him to play a loose shot, drive. Because he's not going to have any trouble if everyone's out and he's rotating. And he's still got a deep, fine leg. I feel like he could be a bit more positive here, the captain.
Holland is in, bowls to McAndrew, defends on the back foot, off stump out into the offside. There's still, 14 overs and 3 balls to go in play today, so the game will move on in that time. Sussex could go past 400, could be bowled out. Leicestershire could find themselves facing a little 5-6 over, nasty little late batting effort. In goes Holland, bowls. McAndrew is forward this time on off stump. Then he holds up his bat to Simpson, seeing the ball going more or less straight to extra cover.
It is crying out for an Ollie Robinson spell, isn't it? Down the hill, last few overs, trying to nick a wicket or so.
Well, should Simpson be so inclined? Would it be the bowl thing? Does he declare? I think
you
give
pile
him
on
6
the runs.
overs. Yeah, I agree. It is a 4-day game. In goes Holland and bowls. McAndrew defends out into the offside.
I would like to see some intent though, because sometimes teams declare, but with the wickets you have in hand, why not just have a little dig and see if you can sneak an extra 30-40 runs in?
They'll be eyeing the 400 and then the 4th batting bonus point, I'm sure. Holland with a gully goes in and bowls to McAndrew, who punches it away out through extra cover. It's a long chase back for Lewis Goldsworth. He's going to pick it up about a yard inside the ropes at deep extra cover. Turns, gets his throw away, but McAndrew and Simpson had comfortably completed 3. McAndrew has kept the strike in so doing. He's moved into double figures now, on to 11, 359 for 7. Given that there are still 14 overs remaining today, maybe 2 off for the change of innings, but you know that time will be added on, the 10 minutes, then it is going to be a late one. Leicestershire will take an hour to bowl those 14 overs unless the spinners come on. So you could be looking at something well after 6:30, put it that way. 'Twas ever thus.
And so Hull to continue from the Cromwell Road end. Hull want for me to say that with my W's and R's, but the Cromwell Road end. And Hull into bowl, down the hill here, and that's pulled. That's nearly landed on the stumps. Big pull shot there from McAndrew. I think it struck him in the arm and gone up and then nearly landed on off stump, which is why you had the cry for catch. He's looking at his arm here, that's a sore one. I have this issue when I'm playing of every time I get hit by the ball, I end up just wanting to hit it so hard the next ball, and I've got out so many times from a fast bowler hitting me or pinning me, and then the next ball trying to hit him into the sea. So it'd be fun to see if McAndrew tries to take him on now.
You like to throw punches back.
Exactly. And so Holt down the hill here into bowl, and that's driven beautifully into the offside from McAndrew, who answers back with a beautiful shot through extra cover for 4 runs. Very, very good looking shot there. And you probably heard me at the end of last over say shot. As for me just being a big cricket fan as well, he just leant back on a pretty good delivery from Holland and just punched it on the back foot through extra cover. And he's looking like a very, very good option here down the tail here for Sussex. So I know he's down as a fast bowler, but he can really hold his own with the bat as well.
Yeah, he's got over 4,500 first-class runs.
So Hull into bowl now, and that's flicked into the leg side, and Curry's going to come round and swoop this ball up as his glasses fall off his head as well, and he catches it mid-air. That's going to be a single. So Simpson on strike.
I misread that. He's got 1,500 first class. I thought that was very impressive in 45 matches for a fast bowler, but he's still averaging close on 30, which is pretty decent. You know, that's all-rounder territory, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, 26 the average last season for Sussex.
Yeah. Average 26 last year. Adrian, you may have heard in the background. I'd love to see Hull just put in a couple of short balls, or really just bend his back a bit and get a bit of life out of this pitch. But it's a very defensive field here. That's Hull into bowl, and that's pulled into the leg side. Simpson's going to try and rush back for 2. McAndrew gets called back, and that's just going to be a single. But yeah, I know I've been quite critical of the captaincy, but I always remember the Brendan McCullums. I spoke about a story earlier in Dubai about how he really changed the field to get wickets, and just growing up, every time there was a new ball taken, the field and the fielders just used to get picked up, and I feel like it's very defensive at the moment, and a very dejected Leicestershire. And these extra 50-60 runs, if Sussex do get them this evening, they could come back and bite Leicestershire, because there's not much pressure on the batters at the moment. As Hull comes down the hill here, and that's blocked away nicely from McAndrew, who shows there's a bit of nip from the pitch, probably for the crowd to show that the ball's still doing a bit. But I appreciate I might come across quite critical here, Richard, but I just feel like the new ball is such a valuable thing in county championship cricket, and this is your best chance of getting John Simpson out. So I'd be really positive here, trying to take as many wickets as possible. And if he goes for a boundary, he's hitting it so well anyways, at least you're trying to get a wicket and be positive. And little fielding change here, deep square leg now for McAndrew, so maybe we'll get a bounce at the last ball from Hull, or maybe it's a little setup and it's going to be a full length delivery on the stumps. Hull into bowl here, back of a length ball, blocked away nicely from McAndrew. Good bit of pace there as well. Going to be the end of the over, 6 from it. 365 for 7 Sussex are. 13 overs left in the day. I don't think we're going to have any issues with light, as it's a nice clear day.
No. Very much after being put in Sussex's day, one feels, especially if they can get their score past 400 tonight, as they may well do. Only 35 short of that with 13 overs remaining. Still the over 8 -3 though, Leicestershire. And I'll have to bear that in mind when they bowl again, if they get the chance in Holland.
Great news for England fans. England currently 74 without loss off the 7 overs. And just having a look at the table, they do need to really pick up their net run rate. So
they do. It's not sort of a done deal that they'll.
Yeah. So West Indies still have South Africa to play, and they're significantly up in the net run rate. So England needed a big win today, and I didn't realise that. So good signs for England fans.
Holland round the wicket to Simpson, wide and left by Simpson.
Well, I don't really understand this net run rate stuff, to be honest with you. I've had it for so many years. Like, you'd think me playing international cricket and World Cups, I would know about net run rate, but I just leave that to the scorer. Normally you get a runner come on saying, oh, by the way, you need to pick it up a little bit, or don't lose a wicket. But I don't really understand it all.
No. Ditto in the Vitality Blast. We struggle a bit to calculate. In goes Holland. Bowls outside off stump, a little bit short of a good length, and worked by Simpson off the back foot out towards Curry at point. Curry then sort of does that sort of little kicking thing that bowlers who may be about to bowl again sometimes do, just to kick off the hamstrings a bit. 14 overs, none for 58 for Hull, but 3 relatively straightforward catches dropped off his bowling. In goes Holland, bowls on off stump, forward goes Simpson. Thinks there might be a quick single in it, but is quickly disabused of the notion by McAndrew.
Sometimes that's a bowler as well, trying to get the captain's attention and say, oh, I'm just warming up, I'm ready to bowl. We had an awful one yesterday at club cricket where a guy got hit for a 4 and 3 of our team started warming up to bowl. So it's almost trying to get the captain's attention that they want to have a bowl as well.
Yeah, we've done that many a time, many a time. In goes Holland, bowls on off stump, and Simpson is solidly forward, playing it out to Curry again. Yeah, I remember one captain telling us afterwards half the damn team were warming up, he said at one stage, as we were chasing leather.
And we do a fine system as well, so if you do anything like that, it's normally a little fine at the end of the day, and goes towards a team night at the end. And the lads thought they got away with it, and I picked up on 3 of them and just picked them apart, and they're like, okay, yeah, we did. And a few of them did it multiple times.
Holland is in, bowls, Simpson
Nice ball.
leaves as it shapes away outside off stump. What is the sort of fine? Is it a monetary fine? Or
Yeah, mine's monetary. My girlfriend actually said to me recently, she was like, Liam, you need to start putting money aside for these fines. She's going to hit you at once and you're not going to be ready for it. But we have this thing where a maximum fine is £5, and for some reason every week I'm well clear of £5, so I don't know how that works.
Who decides? Is it just the captain? Or
There's a fines
is it
master.
A fines master. In goes Holland and bowls outside off stump wide, and allowed to go through by Simpson. End of the over.
And you're allowed to appeal. You're allowed to make an appeal. So if you
Okay.
go, look, I appeal that fine, then it goes to the whole team. And currently no appeal has ever been, what is it, rescinded, would you say? Or upheld?
Upheld,
Yeah,
yeah.
upheld, yeah. So normally the team just goes for the £1 fine regardless. And I get done pretty badly because obviously I have my England helmet, so they say £1 for England helmet. All my cricket kit is essentially coloured kit for my England 2020 stuff, so I have black gloves, so I get charged £1 for left glove, £1 for my right black glove, and by that point I'm nearly maxed out anyways. And
Does it still go into a kitty for a big do at the end of the season or something? Or?
yeah, it does. Apparently I'm paying for the night out by the sounds of it. As Holt to continue, swings it into McAndrew's pads, and that's going to be a dot ball. But it's a good thing just to keep people accountable for being late, or it's like a fun thing to keep on top of when you have a win as well. And sometimes if you're late as well, you've got to roll a dice and there's forfeits if you land. And I was a little bit late because I got lost yesterday and rolled a number 6 on the dice, which meant I had to sing a full song to the changing rooms. And a bit of Backstreet Boys, I want it that way.
I was going to say, what did you treat them to? But there you go.
Crowd went wild. And so it's Hull to continue from the Cromwell Road end here. Into bowl, and that's a very, very well bowled ball. Top of off, fended away by McAndrew for a dot ball. I would give you a rendition live on air, but I imagine our view count would go right down. People think they're on the wrong channel. What's your go-to karaoke song if I was to hand you a mic?
You'd be going back too far. Which popular beat combo was that, Grandad? Oh, Beatles or Monkeys or something silly like that. Who knows?
So Hull into bowl here, over the wicket, and that's fended down to third man, outside edge, down to Patel for a single. And that's my exact point to the captain here. If I could talk to him at this point and just say, just get another slip in, just be more positive, because that would have gone straight towards third slip there. And obviously
carried, maybe just a bit short, but
yeah, I don't know. It's just, I think this is the best chance to wipe out Sussex's tail here, and if you let McAndrew get set and the ball get a bit older and it's doing less, he's going to punish you guys.
Point taken, but that one just would have been sort of short.
I don't think it was a missed chance, but no. I feel like it's the positivity.
But yeah,
if you're a bowler and you're running into 3 slips in a gully, you're going to really try and rip it, rather than if you've got a deep point and a deep third. It's a little bit disheartening sometimes. So into bowl to Simpson, who pulls that away nicely for a single to deep square leg. And that's just going to be a single.
Tom Scriven, who hopefully might be available again soon. Went down with a hamstring injury must be close on 6 weeks ago now. So must have been a bad one. 4 to 6, I suppose, is the time for a sort of bad one. But these young athletes are usually pretty are quicker at recovery normally than.
Or we just get chucked out to play earlier.
Just bandage them up and go and play.
So Hull down the hill here for the 5th ball of the over, and that's just missed on the leg side from McAndrew, and Cox takes it nicely. Yeah, have you seen the medical tape they use now, the sports tape they put on players? I bet they'll be
kinetic, is it, or kinesic, or something like that?
And they have essentially it's inject you or some of the tape, and we'll just give you a massage after and play through it, kind of thing as well.
I guess for somebody like Scriven, who'll be wanted for they're very keen to have him obviously up fit and running for the One Day Cup, which Leicestershire will be defending throughout August. They want to make sure he's absolutely right.
So Hull for the final ball, into bowl, and that's driven into the leg side, hooping into McAndrew's pads. He gets an inside edge to deep square leg for a single. That is going to be the over. 3 from it. Sussex 368 for 7. McAndrew on 18. Simpson on 154. I'm going to hand you over to Adrian Harms.
Simpson and McAndrew have a long chat in mid-pitch.
I don't know.
We have 11 overs remaining tonight, and it is coming up to the close of play, theoretical close of play. Pretty shortly. So as ever, Adrian, it'll be past, if not later. But we get used to it, don't we?
Question for you, actually, Richard. I had a message in from Karen Simpson, who's John's mum.
Right.
So hello to Karen and Jack, listening over in Spain, which is where they live. So I'll read.
Whereabouts?
Well, that's exactly the point of their email.
Holland is in from the sea end and bowls. McAndrew bristily turns it out to mid-wicket.
Good afternoon, Adrian. I've been listening to the commentary this afternoon, and you have had a gentleman on called Richard, who's been talking about Spain. Does he live near Torrevieja?
Yes.
By any chance? Has he mentioned a destination plant that he lived near? A desalination plant that he lived near to? If so, he's not far from us in Rojales. R-O-J-A-L-E-S.
That I'm not sure, but we're not far from Torrevieja. We're in Javier. In goes Holland and bowls. Thick inside edge. McAndrew on the back foot, rather twitches at that one. It runs out into the onside, and there's no run.
Karen says, good innings by John. Long may it continue. We're over in early July and hoping to watch some cricket. So you'd have been delighted and very proud of the way he's played today, because he's been terrific.
He has. He really has. 154 not out. And he loves batting against Leicestershire, it would appear.
Yes.
Holland is in and bowls. McAndrew pushes it out into the offside. You heard the yeah as he saw that Hull was deepish at mid-off and immediately called John through for that single. His captain responded. McAndrew on to 19. 369 for 7. 10.5 overs to go, so every chance of 400 tonight, and Sussex and John Simpson will be absolutely delighted with that. Remember, having been put in and being 30 odd for 3. Holland round the wicket 2, Simpson on drives
Shot.
gloriously for 4. Again, he didn't try and overhit it. Perspiring hole. He looks a weary young man as he hammers down the hill, giving it everything in pursuit, but he was never going. You're not going to chase it down, very rarely down the hill, especially when it's been sunny and warm all day. And the outfield is hard, and it's beautiful as ever, the outfield here at Hove. And Hull is a big young man, very fit young man, but he's a big young man. Must put so much force through his knees when he bowls.
Yeah.
Holland in again to Simpson. Bowls outside off stump. A little late cut. Beautifully played again by Simpson. Delicately played out to backward point on the boundary. Is Rishi Patel. Throws in. He hasn't had many people to talk to today, Rishi. He's been out sort of pretty much on his own all day, one way or another. Last season he spent most of the time in the slips, and you could hear him chuntering away pretty much throughout, oohing and ahhing.
So do you think Javier is perhaps not that far from...
No, it's not far from Torrevieja, that's for sure. In goes Holland and bowls, and just closing his wrists on that one is McAndrew, tucking it out to mid-on. End of the over. 374 for 7. McAndrew 19, Simpson 159.
So we've got another 10 overs tonight, as Richard was saying. If Sussex could carry on at sort of 3 and over, they ought to be well over 400 by the close of play, and John Simpson will have his eyes. In fact, Nathan McAndrew's played very much within himself. 19 of 36 balls for someone who got 30 of 9, I think it was, in the T20 the other night.
Yeah, it's been a sort of restrained,
It has.
sort of, yeah, we can get a lot more here sort of innings. You know, we're not going to give this one away. You know, we're not going to try and slog a few, and we're going to try and go past 400 and maybe even bat once. Why not 450? Vian Mulder's being brought back into the attack. 18 overs, none for 66 for the South Africa international.
He's coming into bowl to John Simpson. He's in and bowls. Oh, and Simpson plays and missed. That hasn't happened too often today.
That was the first sort of tired shot
It was a bit
that
tired.
Simpson has played. First one. Loss of concentration, looked a bit tired. It was a nothing shot, got away with it. Well, he's earned that.
I would agree.
He has earned that. The 229th ball he's faced. And that is the first poor shot he's played, so...
Yeah, it was a slightly tired shot, but who can blame him?
Indeed.
Mulder again, 2 slips go down, bowls, and as if to make the point, that's an inside. In fact, he's going to get a boundary where he's probably earned that bit of luck as well, but that was a big bottom edge that could have gone anywhere, and it's gone down to fine leg, and Vian Mulder stands with his hands on hips. He hasn't any luck today, it just hasn't been Leicestershire's day. They started off so well, picking up those 3 early wickets, but a combination of some indisciplined bowling, particularly after lunch, and some drop catches just haven't helped their cause. Ian Holland apart, who's been excellent.
Didn't miss leg stump by that.
No, he
by
didn't.
Much, did he?
No, it was very close.
But again, Simpson has earned that.
Yeah. Comes Mulder again. Run the wicket bowls and defending is Simpson after the other. He wanted a single then, but it wasn't there.
No ball.
Thank you. I wonder where you were pointing. That's 3 or 4 no balls that I think Vian Mulder has bowled. So a little look.
380 up.
Yeah. There's been 6 no balls.
Just overstepped by a bit there.
Yeah. Not all from Mulder, I hasten to add. 2 slips go down. It's a lovely evening here. Comes in and bowls to Simpson, who defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run.
They haven't been from overstepping. The others have been. I think they've been from height, haven't
Well,
they?
yes, there was one for height that ballooned over.
Absolutely miles.
That was from Josh Hull, I think, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah.
They all ballooned over Cox's head. It was called no ball. Mulder rather wearily trudges back up the hill to his mark, but he's running in hard again now. Around the wicket bowls, and Simpson again covers up and plays McGill on the side. There is no run. I think probably a feature of his innings, and I was saying this when I was on commentary with Liam, is that he's the good ball he's defended and the bad ball he's punished. And I guess there's nothing sort of genius about that, but that's what he's done. He's rarely missed out on the opportunity, and I think the running between the wickets was a feature. We said that early on when him and Carter were batting, that they were trying to be as positive as they can and dig Sussex out of a bit of a hole. Mulder. Lots of blue sky around. Lovely early evening in and bowls, and Simpson defends into the offside. And again, there is no run. He's keeping the 2 slips in Lewis Hill, and that's exactly the right tactic, isn't it? Because Leicestershire are still hunting for wickets here. And they would have hoped to have picked one up with the new ball. Robinson and Hunt to come for Sussex. Well, Willie Robinson has got a test match half century to his name, but hasn't really been in the runs in the championship. But he can bat, there's no question about that. Mulder around the wicket bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. And Simpson's beaten for the second time in the over. Outside of the off stump, Mulder just stands there. He's got his hands on his hips and he looks at John Simpson. I think they're just exchanging a couple of friendly words. I don't think there's any malice intended there. That ended the over and the 50 partnership between McAndrew and Simpson. 50 runs in 70 balls in 47 minutes has kind of carried on the Sussex momentum.
Yes, there have been some cracking partnerships, really. Only those first 3 wickets that fell in a cluster, so to speak. I suppose Hudson, Prentice and Lamb went in fairly short order, 242 for 5, 260 for 6, but otherwise partnerships so often, in fact nearly always, absolutely the key in championship cricket. Leicestershire's backroom staff trying to walk a wicket clockwise.
Yes.
Clockwise, as Holland is up from the sea end, bowls to McAndrew, defends on the back foot on the off stump, pushes the ball to point, and there's no run. Ben Mike's going through some hip loosening stretches out there at mid wicket, well, square leg actually. Holland stops at the end of his mark, runs in, bowls, edges for 4, McAndrew. Genuine edge, but it was wide, well wide of second slip, through about sort of 4th stroke 5th slip, and that might have carried, but you're not going to have a 4th stroke 5th slip at this sort of stage, really. Although Liam would like one, because the new ball is still quite new. It's only in its 8th over. But, McAndrew benefits from the absence thereof and moves on to 23, 384 for 7.
And it was a deliberate edge, if there is such a thing.
And bowls, McAndrew forward on off stump, locks it out to Goldsworthy in the covers.
Been an excellent effort this by Ian Holland. I mean, he's in his 21st over, Richard, 6 maiden, so he's only going a little over 2.5 and over. He's been really impressive today. Picked up those early wickets. He's been economic. He's bowled in good areas as well.
Runs in and bowls straight. McAndrew prefers the back foot. Defends.
Well, as I say, it's a very un-McAndrew. We're used to seeing Nathan McAndrew in T20. I mean, as I say, did play championship cricket last year and scored 200 and, let's look back through my notes, 265 runs at 26 with a high score of 65.
Holland bowls, McAndrew defends. He's going to pick up another run as that goes slightly backward of point. Mulder springs to his left and fields and shapes to throw. Sees that Simpson had long since really made his ground, so doesn't bother. 385 for 7, so over 100 runs in the session. Tee taken 277 for 6, but it was that afternoon session that in which Sussex did so much damage. The batters, 193 runs in the session.
Yeah, I know, that's right. That really wasn't crucial.
Round the wicket goes Holland, bowled, slightly short of a length, and a little short arm pull from Simpson. Just stood up, didn't try and overhit it. Beautifully played, beautifully timed, 4 runs. He moves on to 167. 372 runs without getting out against Leicestershire now for him. 9 runs from the Holland over. Just 11 now needed for that 4th batting bonus point. Well, it's not impossible that could get 5 before the day is out. 8 overs still to go.
Yes, it's turning into a very good day for Sussex. If you just join us here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian Harms and Richard Ray. You may be watching by the Sussex live stream. Leicestershire winning the toss this morning on an overcast morning. As in comes VM Mulder to bowl to Nathan McAndrew, who punches that to mid-off. And there is no run. No blame attached to Lewis Hill. Overcast, a pitch with a little bit of grass on it. Looked ideal bowling conditions, and initially Leicestershire took full advantage, reducing Sussex to 34 for 3, with Haynes for 7, also without scoring, and Coles for 9 back in the pavilion. And at that stage Sussex were on the ropes, but a fighting partnership, as Richard was saying, particularly after lunch, between John Simpson and Ollie Carter really got Sussex back in the match. Partnership of 156. Mulder and bowls, good delivery, bit of extra bounce, and a play and a miss from McAndrew taken by Cox, and there is no run. They've gone past the outside edge quite a bit today, Leicester, but it's been one of those days when the ball carried to the slips, it's gone down. Thereafter Simpson has kept going. He's 167 not out. His 3rd century of the season. Finn Hudson-Prentice made 26, Danny Lamb 6, and Jack Carson 25. The new ball has been taken, as you would expect, and Leicestershire striving for the breakthrough as in comes Mulder bowls and McAndrew defends into the offside, and again there is no run. Well, there was a bit of chatter we were just discussing about to expect the unexpected. You never quite know with Sussex, and I think the stall has been set out firmly here that they want to get these maximum batting bonus points. Although it's been a long day in the field for Leicestershire, I don't think there's any thought of having 3 or 4 overs at Leicester tonight, not having backed themselves into this good position. Mulder in bowls to McAndrew. Now, he didn't intend that to go there. He was going to play that through extra cover. Got rather straightened up. That's where McAndrew rehearses the shot, and it ends up at mid-on. There is no run. I can see Ben Mike, as you were saying a little earlier, doing some limbering up. Well, that takes some doing, kicking his legs up that high. Ben Mike with a big red smear down the back of his trousers. Mulder in his 20th over. Figures of 0 for 72. He's got wonderful memories of this ground from the double 100 he made a couple of years ago. And he's in again. Bowls, and McAndrew says good judgment, lets it go through. And again, a feature of the day's play has been the good carry through to the wicketkeeper, and Ben Cox took that round about his midriff. And there is no run. I mean, there's no demons in the pitch, but it is a pitch if you're prepared to bend your back and put the ball in good areas. There is a little bit of help for the seamers, and it just looks like a very good cricket wicket. McAndrew waits. He's on 24. And a change in the field, actually. The mid-wicket has gone back to deep mid-wicket. Still the 2 slips in place as VM Mulder is in. Bowls, and McAndrew defends. He's going to pinch the strike again at the end of the over. He goes to 25, and Sussex to 390 for 7. Very quickly elsewhere in other games in Division 2 of the County Championship, where we're England won that one-day international, by the way, by 10 wickets against the USA. Butler finishing 83 not out of 38 balls with 6 fours and 7 sixes. Full salt finishing not out on 20 to 5. 25, not 20 to 5, sorry. Northants all out for 279 at Cardiff against Glamorgan. Middlesex 294 for 7 against Derbyshire at Lords. And Yorkshire, they finished for the day at Scarborough at 348 for 3 against Gloucestershire, with centuries for Lythe and Bean.
It's fun at Scarborough, as you'll see at 6 o'clock. There's a large crowd gather round the gates because they all have to be back in their boarding houses for their suppers at, I think it's 6:30.
Really?
Yeah, and if they're not there on time, then legend has it that the Yorkshire landladies don't dish it up. Ben Mike is in now from the C end, and McAndrew, as ever, on the back foot, just wristily turns it to mid-on. As you'll see, your first trip to Scarborough coming up.
Yeah, we're up there at the end of August, and then a 50 over game at York.
So that's August bank holiday. If you will have to get it booked, you know.
I think it's...
If you're there for the bank holiday.
I think it might be the week before.
Right.
Let's have a little look.
But even so, it could be popular. If it's the,
Yeah, I'm sure it will be.
It will be.
Yeah.
Mike is in and bowls. McAndrew defends this slightly short of a length ball back down the pitch.
Yes, we go a lot of grounds I've never been to. Never been to Scarborough, so never been to York. We go there for a 50 over game at the end of July, and we play Nottinghamshire. It's certainly not at Trent Bridge.
Well back, I'm guessing.
Yes, I think it might be. I'm just looking here. See if I can see exactly where it is. That's in July as well. And then we go to Neath, play Glamorgan, so we're all over the place.
Mike bowls outside off stump, cut away for 4 by McAndrew. Just enough width, and McAndrew, we didn't hear the sound of the ball on bat because he hit it so cleanly and crisply, and used Mike's extra little bit of pace, and to the fence it ran in no time at all. McAndrew on to 29, 394 for 7. I've only ever seen Glamorgan in Cardiff, so that would have been Neath would be interesting.
Yeah.
Swansea, I wouldn't have minded. Colwyn Bay, I haven't been to.
We play Nottinghamshire at the John Fretwell Sporting Complex in Nettleworth. Wherever that is. Oh, someone's got a loud voice.
I have never heard of that.
Yeah.
Nettleworth.
Yeah.
In goes Ben Mike and bowls. McAndrew outside off stump steers the delivery to point.
When we play at York, we're playing at the Clifton Park in York.
I've played there.
Have you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then when we go to Neath to play Glamorgan, we are playing at the Neath Cricket Club. I think Neath is between Swansea and Cardiff. So Sussex are going to be doing some miles in July and early August. You come here, Rich, again on the 4th of August.
Right.
For a
We're
50
back, are we?
Yeah, you are, for a 50 over.
Jaunt. In goes Mike and bowls. Foolish. Driven. Getting down is Hull, and McAndrew nonetheless calls Simpson through for 1. Hull having to move smartly to his right to field. McAndrew into the 30s on 213. He's just taken some of the pressure off Simpson a little bit. He's done a good job. Simpson just showing signs, understandably enough, of touch of tiredness. He was in early, relatively early in proceedings, and he's batted pretty much throughout the day. John Simpson.
Oh, looks rather nice. The John Fretwell Sporting Complex is near Mansfield, tucked away in the rural village of Sookholm.
Oh, it is Sookholm. Yeah, I didn't know. The Nettle. Yeah, no, we have played there.
Looks beautiful.
It's yeah. Well,
Oh. Careful what you say, Rich.
Yeah, there's some of those colliery villages up in North Nottinghamshire are not that pretty, but yeah, it's sort of plonked in the middle of nowhere, really. Round the wicket goes Mike to Simpson. Bowls and driven down into the ground, not timed by Simpson. Mike Fields in his follow through end of the over. 6 remain to be bowled. We've had 90, 395 for 7, so the run rate is 4.4 for the day as a whole, which is outstanding on the part of Sussex, given how hard it was this morning, how difficult conditions were this morning.
Yes, indeed. Yes, when we play it, I'm going to need to get my an early start. I'm going to see Bruce Springsteen the night before.
Are you?
At Wembley, yeah. So that's not going to finish because
And you've got to be in Sucombe at 9:30 the next day.
Yeah, because he does play forever, doesn't he, Springsteen? You know, he's always meant to come off at a time, and he always goes over time. So that's going to be a late one, and then.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. So they're not going to get much sleep that night. Anyway, you know, got to do these things. Coming down the hill is VM Mulder coming into bowl to Nathan McAndrew, who's looked very solid, punches that to mid-off, and there is no run. None of the big hits that we saw from Nathan on Friday night. Lovely fellow, Nathan McAndrew. He really is a nice guy. Has most cricketers' eyes, it's true to say.
Did you have to queue a long time in sort of a digital space to get your tickets?
I'm sure we did. In fact, my son-in-law is particularly good at getting tickets. I don't know how he does it. He's just far more adept than we are at getting tickets for these things. In comes Mulder bowls, and McAndrew eases that into the covers, and there is no run. So I don't know, but I'm pretty certain he managed to get the tickets. I mean the hot ticket, and I have to say, to my shame, I was listening to the radio on the way down this morning, and they were talking about Taylor Swift, and I wouldn't know one Taylor Swift song, which is shocking, really. And they were saying that she's a fabulous entertainer, and they've had these massive crowds, and they were talking about the boom to the local economy. I think she was in Edinburgh and played 3 concerts with the restaurants and the accommodation, so, you know, good for her. In goes Mulder, bowls to McAndrew, punches to mid-off, and there is no run.
Was it Prince William who tweeted his...
He had a selfie with her, I think.
Something along those
lines. And with his children, yeah.
Tweeted his gratitude.
Yeah.
Pop royalty meets the real thing.
Yeah.
And my heart always sinks when someone young like Liam says, and what would your song of choice be to go to, Joe? Nothing you'd have heard of, mate.
Yeah. Mulder in bowls, McAndrew defends to mid-off. There is no run. Well, I think it's fairly clear, isn't it? The Sussex intention here is just to bat and bat.
Yes.
They're not. I mean, they will have an eye, and they will fancy their chances tomorrow of going on to secure a 5th batting bonus points. But they're not going to throw this away.
No, and why would they really? First day of 4. Pitch likely to improve. Days 2 and 3 usually the best times to bat.
Yeah.
So they'll be hoping to kind of bat once potentially, really, but it's going to be hard.
Mulder again bowls and let go by McAndrew. Ball that swings away after pitching, taken by Cox in front of Peter Hanscom at first slip.
We've seen some high-scoring games on this ground between these two sides in recent years.
Yes.
This could be another.
Although that game 4 years ago, we had 13 wickets in 4 days. It was hard work, wasn't it? It was. You know, that was a little bit like the game at Lords we've had this year, and I'm pretty certain this pitch will do a little more than that one did. Mulder in again and bowls, and comes off the thigh pad, I think, of Nathan McAndrew. He's running down to the boundary. Let's go. Oh, it's been giving us runs, actually. Got a little nick on that. I do Nathan McAndrew a disservice. He goes to 34, and the Sussex total to 399 for 7. Is that Chris Wright walking around the boundary edge here?
It is. Yeah. It is, yes. Hasn't been available to Leicestershire for, and I quote, personal reasons. Now, one of the national newspapers ran the story that I think most of us have been aware of for some little time, that Chris had failed a drugs test earlier this year. He has said nothing. The club has not been allowed to say anything. Ben Mike goes round the wicket and bowls to John Simpson, who leaves outside off stump. And there is no run. Waiting for an official statement of some kind that has to be agreed by the sort of ECB and PCA. But as I say, the national newspaper did run a story earlier this week. But as a consequence, unavailable for 6 months from the date of failing the test. Mike is in and bowls short, pulled for, well, it's going to be at least 2. Hull will cut it off, but it will be 2, could be 3. No, Simpson does turn for the third and makes 2 into 3 and brings up the Sussex 400. Well, that looked an awful long way off at 34 for 3 off 9.1 overs. But Ollie Carter and particularly John Simpson, magnificent stuff from them. As a consequence, Sussex in the box seat in the game now, very much so, 402 for 7. 4 batting bonus points. With plenty of time, what is it, 18.4 overs to get the 48 runs they need for the 5th and final batting bonus point. Mike goes over the wicket to McAndrew. Bowl short, pulled by McAndrew for 4.
Too short, wasn't it?
It was, and short boundary on that side of the ground. McAndrew's in very much in now, 38 or 59 balls. It's been an impressive knock, actually, in its own way by Nathan McAndrew.
He's a very good cricketer, and someone I hadn't really heard an awful lot about. Paul Farbrace knew him from when Nathan spent a season at Warwickshire and was very keen to bring him last year. And he's proved another very shrewd acquisition.
Big unit. Looks sort of uncomplicated in his
totally.
batting style. In goes Mike and bowls to him. He's forward, steering the ball out to backward point, down towards wide third man. They think about a second, but throw comes in and they decide not.
Plays in the Big Bash. I'm not sure if it's the Sixers or Thunder that he plays for, but certainly one of the Sydney sides. He's, you know, a very, very handy cricketer here for the certainly all the group stages of the T20.
Sydney Thunder, apparently.
Thunder, okay. But then I understand he would be, if Sussex were to qualify, he wouldn't be around in September.
Mike into Simpson, who defends on the back foot on off stump, remains on 170. Can he get a second unbeaten double century against the same team in the same season? I would not bet against it.
No, I would agree. He's looked in really good nick today from the moment he walked in, to be honest.
Mike in beautiful sunshine bowls. Simpson drives pleasantly, but only as far as Curry, who is in the covers. That was a lovely looking shot. He picked out Scott Curry.
Good bit of fielding, actually, because it was going fast.
I was amazed when Curry dropped that catch.
Yes, I mean, I wonder if he had caught it and he was thinking, you know, I'm just going to throw the ball up, because it looked like he'd caught it.
Yeah, I mean, it did with Kimber later on as well, didn't it? But that one off Curry was the first
I'm thinking
one.
of a different catch. I do apologise. Yes, you're right. Yeah, this morning.
That third slip off Holt.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to try and squeeze in a couple of overs of spin and improve the poor over rate. Leicestershire still -3.
So we've got 4 overs to go in the day, and Louis Kimber's going to bowl the first of those. A lovely evening here on the south coast. Louis Kimber over the wicket bowls, and McAndrew is not to be tempted and plays the ball to mid-wicket, footed by Ben Mike, and there is no run. McAndrew takes guard again, just the one slip in place. He's been there all day, Peter Hanscom, in his white sun hat. Kimber in again, bowls, heaved away by McAndrew, and he's going to pick up at least a couple of runs, well fielded on the deep mid-wicket boundary, but it's a couple more. Is that Goldsworthy out there?
It is,
yeah,
yes.
Good bit of fielding, good tumbling stop. Prevents the boundary, 409 for 7. I'm sure Nathan McAndrew is wanting to play for the close here, but I think if it's there to be hit, he's the type of cricketer who will want to give it a bit of a dip. And he just waits as Kimber is in, and McAndrew he does defend, but he punches the ball down the ground, and there's a long on, and it's a comfortable single for Nathan McAndrew, who goes to 42. Sussex 410 for 7. Been a good day for Sussex, and particularly for the man who's taking strike now, the skipper John Simpson, 170 not out. Comes Kim, the bowls wide of the stump, and Simpson hammers that away through the covers, but there's a sweeper on the cover boundary. One more to John Simpson, 411 for 7. Simpson goes to 171. I think that surpasses, before this season, I'll just double check my statistics. John Simpson's highest score before this season comes Kimber. McAndrew plays it down the onside of the track, no run. I didn't make a note of it. He was averaging 32 in the first class game, 10 hundreds.
Before this season,
yes.
I can tell you.
Oh, well done, Richard. As McAndrew plays the ball down the ground, he's a bit of a curry on. I think he's surpassed his career best on 3 occasions now. Certainly he did at Leicester, when he made 205.
It was 167 not out coming into this season.
Right, so he's surpassed that now on, and he made 100. And I think at Lords. Let me just double check what he made at Lords in the Championship. Look at the book of words. He made 167. So he's equalled it and bettered it on 2 occasions. End of the over. 412 for 7. There he is at 171. Nathan McAndrew 43. This sort of very quietly has been a very productive partnership for Sussex. These two coming together, it was 330 for 7. So they've added what, 82? 82.
And Mike into McAndrew, bowls a very high bouncer, but umpire, he's going to signal.
He is.
No ball on height. He looked across to umpire Pratt. It did look high, but I thought umpire Baldwin probably thinking I've been out here for a long old time, but umpire Pratt said no, it was too high. Bowl it again. 414 for 7. And for 71 from 12 for Ben Mike. No. Charges in and bowls straight, much fuller. McAndrew equal to it, pushes the ball out to mid-off.
I'll make way for Liam for the last couple of overs, because Liam's only with us for today. I will just say a big thank you to Liam. Enjoyed your company as ever, and thank you for the biscuits. Which actually we've done a really good job of demolishing. That's disgraceful. We've nearly eaten the whole box.
We'll have to run for miles tomorrow.
Richard will be going for a run from here to, I don't know, Littlehampton or something.
Worthing,
yeah,
yes.
To run off all the excess calories.
Mike is in and bowls. McAndrew pulls him to mid-wicket for 4.
If it's there to be hit, he's going to hit it, isn't he, Nathan McAndrew?
And shoots onto 47. He's accelerating all the time.
So thank you, Liam. We'll see you again. I don't know if we're seeing you again. We probably are at some stage during the summer. I'm sure that there's some arrangements been made. So thank you very much. Thank you to Richard. And I'll speak to you tomorrow, but I'll leave you with the final couple of overs with Richard and Liam.
Thank you, Adrian. Ben Mike examines the ball a little critically. But the ball goes where you put it, by and large. Making sure it wasn't too battered by that shot. In goes Mike and bowls to McAndrew short. Better bouncer in that McAndrew had to sort of lean away from it, but he had plenty of time so to do.
He looks a bit disheartened, doesn't he, Mike, from McAndrew not taking on that ball. It's been a frustrating day for the Leicestershire bowlers, who Leicestershire had so much energy at the start when they were 34 for 3, and then just see Simpson and Carter just suck the life out of the game and almost completely change it onto Sussex favour has been impressive.
Mike turns, runs in and bowls. McAndrew blocks it out into the offside, fielded by Holland, and there's no run. It is a smallish squad. They cut the squad down in over the winter. 6 left at the end of their contracts, and And then they've been without a couple, e.g. Chris Wright, of whom we've been speaking, you know, potentially key players. So it's a similar sort of squad in both the T20 and the Championship. Mike turns, runs in and bowls. Very short. That'll be a... No, it won't be a no ball on height. Umpire Pratt's had enough as... Oh, it is. Or was that just for... That was just a second for the over signal, I think, from umpire Baldwin. 4-1-8 for 7 remains the score then. Got away with it, Ben Mike, on that occasion. But, yeah. And you just wonder whether they look a little bit light, really, as a squad. Certainly the missing one or two key bowlers. Losing Scriven as well to a hamstring hasn't helped. In goes Mike and bowls. McAndrew drives very pleasantly. Could be for, will be for wide. Third man couldn't get there. Lovely sort of front foot square drive from McAndrew to bring up his 50. Good job by the Australian. Holds his bat up around the ground. Sussex now firmly on top. His 51 came off 72 balls, included 7 fours and 1 6.
Yeah, great knock there from McAndrew. He's been very positive, and I thought he'd be a bit more, I guess reckless is the wrong word, but I thought he'd really go after the bowlers, but instead he's been quite calculated and just punished bad balls, and a lot of clean, correct cricket shots found their way to the boundary. So he's been very conventional and a lot of clean hitting as Kimber continues down the hill here. And that's driven into the offside by Simpson, who's pushing hard, looking for a second as it goes out to deep cover and makes it back pretty comfortably for 2. And it's mental, just half an hour's gone. I come back up and 424 for 7. I was thinking Sussex would be happy to make 250 at the start of that first session. Now 424 for 7. Very impressive in Sussex. It's Kimber into bowl, cut away from Simpson, going towards backward point. That's going to be another 2 runs there, and that'll bring Simpson on to 175. It's one of the best knocks I've seen live, to be honest with you, today. Very, very impressive from Simpson.
Well, for some of us, it's just as good as the last time from John Simpson. Last time I saw him, 205 not out. This time, 175 not out so far.
Very impressive. So Kimber to continue down the hill, into bowl, and that's blocked into the leg side, and Simpson runs very well there into the onside for a single.
I've also seen him score a lot of runs for Middlesex against Leicestershire over the preceding sort of decade as well. So
it's hard to hate him because he's such a nice guy as well.
And he's a lovely player to watch as well. Like a lot of left-handers, very graceful.
I agree. Kimber into bowl now, and driven back to the bowler for a single. No, he's been great to watch today, and talking to some of the guys, because we're just level with the bowling, he's been playing it so well under his eyes. Nothing's out in front of him. It's timing everything really well today. Just having a little look at the ball here, the Leicestershire players probably trying to kill a bit of time.
So why throws it to his captain, who throws it to the they show it to the umpire. So it's what is it? 14.4 overs old. I don't think this is going to last as long as its predecessor.
No, something must have happened to it for them to look at it so early on.
Umpire Baldwin, look at it sitting there upon the gauge. It's not going through. And so will be changed. It has lost shape, so that'll add
ready
time. Yep, 14.4.
That's not good.
Ball change for what it's worth. We see it so much, Liam, honestly, with the Duke's ball. It is not unusual for a ball to be changed 3 times in an innings. It really isn't.
I love bowling with the Dukes. It makes you feel so confident as a bowler, especially in the nets.
It is a nice ball in the hand, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's the name of the lady who brings on the...
Brenda.
Brenda, that's it.
She is. Brenda is first in the queue every time here at home. She loves it.
First in the queue?
To get into the ground.
Oh, bless her
Every
heart.
morning, Brenda's first.
Well,
Sits over there.
she's up there with... what was the lady's name? Angela? Marjorie?
Margaret.
Margaret, I beg her pardon.
Making us the lovely chocolate cake.
Tennis playing Margaret, who makes the chocolate cakes. Much appreciated. There's Brenda on the stream. Looking quite anxious, actually, about, she's about the replacement balls. She wants them back.
Out of curiosity, do you reckon when there's a fifer, Brenda gets the ball and gives it to the player, or is that done by the umpires?
I think that's the umpires at the end of play. They do have custody of the ball that's in play, so that it will stay in the umpire's coat, in the umpire's room at the close of play, assuming it's going to be used in the next morning.
All the Leicestershire players lying down waiting for the ball to be sorted.
There'll be some tired bodies, won't there? Ice baths.
Yeah, we're a big ice bath team in England. We take it's called a Lumi therapy. It's like a mini hot tub thing, and you fill it up with ice and cold water, and we leave it there all day, and end of the session, jump in and get 2 minutes done. And it's always good fun when one of the guys is in and he's listening to like some hype music, and you just go in and quickly change it to a really slow song, and they're trying to get really motivated to get through it, and then they've got to listen to a really slow classical song to get through the rest of it. But I reckon if you'd be ice bathing, and probably been a dream day for Peter Hanscom, who's just been able to chill at first slip all day. So Kimber into bowl here, and that's blocked into the onside there by McAndrew. Yeah, Hanscom took a very, very clever catch to dismiss Hudson Prentice. It was one of those, Hudson Prentice went to give it a full cut shot, and he just threw a hand out as it was edged and managed to stick in his hand, and it was a big wicket because Hudson Prentice was looking very positive. Now final ball of the over from Kimber into bowl, and that's flicked into the onside, picked up by Mike for a dot ball, and that will take us to our last over of today's play.
So Ollie Robinson can take off his pads now. Whatever happens, if a wicket falls in the next delivery, that will be that. But what a day it's been for Sussex. Battle through the morning. 84 for 3 at lunch from 34 for 3, so that was a recovery in and of itself. Fantastic afternoon, 193 runs in the session with Ollie Carter and Simpson and Hudson Prentice to a certain extent laying about them. And it's been almost as productive in the evening. T277 for 6, so 150 has been added in the evening session as well. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the reasons Sussex are top of the second division at the moment. Round the wicket goes Ben Mike, bowls to John Simpson, a bouncer. Simpson sees it early, ducks underneath it, loops rather through to Ben Cox behind the stumps.
It's been quite fun looking at the transition from us talking about Sussex declaring early to how many runs can they bring on in the morning to see if they can make it a one innings game. Because we were talking earlier about should they just declare and try and get some overs in. And you're probably looking at the game now thinking tomorrow morning they could really pile on the runs here.
Yeah, they'll want that 450, and then who knows how much more. Mike into Simpson, looking for the Yorker. Simpson sees it and blocks it firmly back down towards mid-on. Immediately called no as he saw it heading towards Josh Holt. Unlucky today, Holt, in some respects. 3 catches dropped off his bowling, 2 straightforwards in the slip, 3 really if you count the caught and bowled. That was his responsibility, but 2 others in the slips by Messrs Curry and Kimber that you would back them really to take 19 times out of 20, if not more. Mike is in, bowls down the leg side. Simpson lifts his bat out of the line of the ball, steps inside the line, makes sure that he's nowhere near it, walks off towards short leg. 248 deliveries he's faced today. I'll look up how many deliveries he's faced for his 205 at Grace Road. But I would imagine he's well past 500 in terms of, and yet to be dismissed by any of the Leicestershire bowlers this season. Mike is in and bowls on driven. Can Hull get down? He sort of can. It hits him on the foot. It's going to go all the way though. He got down, but it went through his hands onto his foot, bounced up off his foot, and runs to the long gone boundary for 4. So Simpson not done. He brings up the 100 partnership with that on drive, which has come off 123 balls. McAndrew's got 51 of them. Simpson 44.
295 balls he faced at Grace Rodbridge.
Thank you. 295, so he's getting on towards 550 now. Against Leicestershire alone this season without being dismissed. Mike, 2 balls to go in the day's play, is in, bowls another bouncer, and that was a weary bouncer, and Simpson ducked it, and it flew somewhat apologetically through to Ben Cox behind the stumps.
And that's where you know a player's in good form, when they can hit an on drive that comfortably for 4. He's hit a couple today, and you've got to be so patient with on drive not to try and play it too early and go right under your eyes, and he's absolutely smoked that for 4. Batted very well.
Wonderfully well.
And Leicester will be very excited to get off this pitch and debrief and start again tomorrow, and they're just putting out mid-wicket there just to stop a boundary for the last ball.
Mike is in and bowl. Simpson leaves outside off stump, and we are done for the day. What a day it has been for Sussex. They finished the day excuse me, on 431 for 7. Nathan McAndrew 51 not out, but leading them from the field in every sense is John Simpson, who finishes on 180 not out of 251 balls. We've only had obviously the 96 overs, so still 14 overs for Sussex to go past 450.